My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I'll rise 1,000 times.
I'll fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain, they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
I'm feeling good on a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good, so good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, yeah, yeah.
When you encounter an opponent in close combat, trying to suppress them with continuous attacks will definitely run the risk of being countered. So, is there any trick that can overwhelm your opponent and avoid being countered? The answer is yes. Those active players in Morris Island call this trick the free attacks, which adapt to almost any weapon. You don't even need to charge your attacks when using this method. In addition, you will never need to worry about counters as long as you don't deliver your blue focus strikes. Instead, use flexible movements and fast normal attacks to safely gnaw your opponent bit by bit, rhythmically. This trick is especially suitable for those players who are not skilled enough in their moving and counter-attacking. Let's take these moves of nunchucks as an example. Now both players are within the combat zone. You can tap twice vertical attack and then take a long dodge towards any direction to a safe place, and then immediately repeat the moves mentioned above to achieve the free attack. So why don't we use this double horizontal attack or a vertical attack to follow the horizontal attack? Because when a hero uses nunchucks to deliver a vertical attack while running, the attack can reach a further target, and it almost has no backswing after the attack. However, replacing it with a horizontal attack, there will be a relatively long backswing after the attack which cannot smoothly follow a dodge. Only because the nunchuck's vertical attack's backswing is extremely short that you can make a theoretically double vertical attack followed by a long range dodge. Likewise, other melee weapon can be used long range dodge immediately following one vertical attack to achieve the free attack. However, because the greatsword has an almost unbreakable stone form, the above method is unnecessary for a greatsword hero. The free attack has its simple and practical advantages, but it also has some disadvantages. It needs to use dodge frequently, which makes the energy consumption vast. It will also extend the combat, which gives you the possibility of getting third-partied by another enemy or having your enemy get reinforcements. There is no such trick that can beat every single player, only those who can gain insight on the battlefield situation and make flexible adjustments and become the true chosen ones of Morris Isle.
Of loot that's left from this Morris Blessing, but it looks like OC, or is that OUG? I can't tell which team, but one of them trying to pressure in here. It is OUG. Jinyu actually able to catch J-Team's leading in at that huge wisp there.
Viper's gonna force that ult to come out here. It's gonna be able to slow, hopefully somebody and catch somebody, but everybody's gonna be able to scatter and get out of the eye of the Venom as much as possible, as EWG is able to get that elimination and pick it up. And in EWG closing it out here. Could be a finisher as this 1v2 happens from Ping Tao. Ping Tao trying to see what they can do here.
Collapse onto zone 2 for another minute and 30 seconds, and ASE is hungry to pick up even more eliminations, but Zhao Lu coming in with a massive Viper stun. Pulling past Team Wolves with their 10 elimination game here, but still 15 points behind Team GG. I don't think anybody will take the crown away from GG here today. Wolves, unfortunately, hearing me says, hold up, let me fighting here, proving you wrong real quick. Maybe Bow Dodge just comes in and blitzes this lobby, Dobby. There's less than 10 points behind now, and there's still a lot of players left to kill in this lobby. They're now on Fun Plus Phoenix's Leo here. They're gonna pick up the kill.
角就像试金石，让我奔腾向前，带给我剑指总冠军的希望，也带给我前路未知的恐慌。但你不上，怎么知道自己有多强？
因为他一直在等你这边的一个滋养结束。
哎，动到了，给了个百裂，但是双方状态差的可能稍微有点多，还是恭喜。
所有人都说大局已定，但我从不信命。驰骋千里的气概，临渊愉悦的爆发，只要相信自己，就会打开无数种可能。
来啦，这个时候直接拔刀一刀砍下去，好像效果一般，但是还行。
好多人有长魂啊！这一波楚征拼了半天，只拿了1个技能。
获胜时，我喜欢看到大家意想不到的目光，想做赛场上不一样的那个，自成一派，再一次点燃同一个目标。
你实在是太强了，就算阿莎已经开了3个飞行诀，但是好像没有什么回天乏术的感觉。
杀倒了！
用自己的方式一次次的突破自己，创造过令人惊叹的记录，也承受过彻夜难眠的失利。即使带上冠军的头衔，荣光也只有短暂的那一天。我们敢去创造记录，也敢再去打破自己的记录。
射到了，留下来了，百步穿杨，再来一箭，最后还要再推，再来一箭，射到了，中了，还想再来蹦塔里的击败分数是谁的？又是这边的吗？不是，失去了这个。
有扛下战败的勇气，就没有不可战胜的强敌。过程当然不会一帆风顺，但我们只管向前。我一直在等待登顶的时刻，所以再来一次又如何？
这个哇，他好像有奥义了，这个时候差一点就一丝嘛。这边的话再来个7.5名，这一波的话卡西可能要终结比赛了，这边全部晕住。这一波呀，基地现在几百分，就剩基地了，那恭喜！
放弃往往是最简单的选择，每一战对我来说都是一种挑战。挫折只会被更强大的信念逆袭，逆流而上，愈战愈勇。
抓得很差，小伟这边又来了，怎么你抓？但是我队友又怎么样？7.5名，刚才安宇的新时装能招架不住小伟，没开不是2度，甚至是4度。小伟的7.5名要杀死比赛了吗？百炼斩再来，加上一个惊雷事件，现在戴和乔来了，不想这拔刀，所有人都是逼得安宇外面，两边的1v1对战，但甩锅不甩锅，站到了最后一个。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League as we're getting ready to go into our 3rd day here of week 3 now. Wow, what the hell? Where's the time going? It's flying by. But today we are kicking off solos. I'm very excited because this is my first time on solos this entire tournament. And also, this week is a big one because this is the Holoref week. I haven't been in yet to Holoref with the players, so I'm very excited to jump in with these games. I'm joined, obviously, by Moxie. Moxie, hello, and how you doing?
I'm doing good, honestly. It's the second time actually that I'm going to get to cast these players on solos coming onto Holoref, and we are going to be heading over to Holoref on Game 3 and Game 6, the way that all of these layouts are now going to be. The rest of these matches are going to be played on the Mars Isle, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not the players are going to be able to adapt into the map, because the first time we saw solos on Holoref, it didn't really go to plan. We had a couple of players, including Ventus's Reki, actually admitting that they didn't know some of the environmental mechanics that were in play. So a couple of players had a nasty surprise when one of the games had the final circle closing up on the sand cognacs, which if you hit them, they actually partially blind the players' screens. So that was probably a fun one for those players to figure out.
Yeah, it's what I like what I like about what Holoref can bring is, first of all, it changes things up because they're playing 6 games of Morris Isle. It's quite long, the fatigue can set in. It kind of maybe kicks them up and wakes them up a little bit, but also at the same time, there's, you know, a little bit of, you know, it really also takes momentum out for the teams. If like a player's having a particularly good day, then suddenly they're on a whole new map with whole new mechanics. It's going to be it really is going to kind of change things up. And just so you can see down in the bottom right now, there is a bit of a schedule adjustment. Trios match won't be tomorrow. It will be on the 21st. That is because there is a holiday over in China on Sunday. So obviously the players weren't playing and the team obviously want the day off. So understandable, to be fair. But we are getting into how everything will be running. This is the ranking rules. You've been here. You all know how it works, how it goes down. We have 6 game of solos coming up today. And did you say 3 and 6 were Holoroff?
Yes, 3 and 6 are now going to be laid out as Holoroff, and you can see how exactly the ranking works. So the more kills you get, and the longer you survive, the better your multiplier is going to be. And this is something actually that a lot of these players can sometimes struggle with, because in solos, the meta is so punishing. You don't have 2 teammates to kill for you in case you get into a little bit of hot water. So we see some players starve out of mid game and not being able to pick up points on their rounds just because they don't make it into final circle. And when you're running heroes like the Yodo and the Justina, you need to make final circle for you to actually find those picks. Something which you can see is actually reflected in how the leaderboard is looking. We have so many inconsistencies for all of these players because they're playing things like the Yodo, things like the Justina. If they make it to final circle, they can put down 6.2. If they don't make it to final circle, they can put down a big fat 0.
Yeah, and I mean, inconsistency has kind of been the story of this season in both solos and trios. A lot of players who, you know, are very hit or miss, you know, players who have good games and then just like 4 really bad games, so they lose all of the progress they made with that one good game. Like, it's been a bizarre season so far in that sense, where like all of our players are just so up and down, so kind of in and out. As you can see, Zhang Yu is currently leading the charge here at the solos. 45 points is what he's been able to put together, so he has a fairly decent lead over like the likes of Reki. But it's quite tight. It's actually, this top end of the table is very, very close. Like, all it really takes is a pretty decent day from Shah to jump into that top 3 spot. You know, and maybe even contest that first, depending on how good of the day it is. But, you know, there's a lot of names on here that, you know, maybe last season you wouldn't have expected to see. So there's some new names as well, like Reki, who's currently in 2nd for Ventus. It's nice to see these new names actually having a good showing. We have it over in trios with, I've forgotten their name, the JJDB, lots of letters.
JJHRD.
Yes, the one, JJHRD.
The second said lots of letters, I was like, it's gotta be that too.
But like, you know, those guys, obviously they joined recently. They've been having a pretty good season so far, kind of coming back. And it's nice to see the new teams coming in and actually having good showings, because it also makes the players and the other teams and the current like standing people not rest on their laurels. This league is very much not like it's the same names every season. We are in our 2nd season, and it's not the same names. Things are different. I mean, WBG, the champs of the trios, they are at the bottom of the ladder. Like, how's Dubai doing? I actually haven't kept up to that much of solos, but how is Dubai doing? Because he was the solos champion last season.
So he's doing decently. He's not really had many pop-off moments because, again, he's a player who needs to make it into final circle to be able to find the full value of the heroes that he runs. He likes to run that Yodo, right? And the entire point of the Yodo is that you are the one, as the final circle closes in, who is able to pop that ultimate ahead of everybody else, and you can connect all of the slashes onto the players below you while keeping yourself nice and safe. And that's why we're seeing players like Xu Sheng, who was actually the player who took away the last bi-weekly final of solos 2 days ago. He only really had one amazingly good game that allowed him to retain a little bit of the lead. And I think that's why we need to keep an eye on players like Ventus's Reki, because Reki's consistently outputting good games, not amazing games, but good games, because he's able to come in with snipes on the bow. And also on our first game of Holoroff, he actually walked away with MVP 2 days ago, because even though he was running blue armor and a blue weapon in final circle as everyone around him was rocking legendaries, he was able to position himself smartly out of the fray before coming in with a final Yodo ultimate and absolutely sweeping house.
Well, we are just having a look at the players on stage who are all ready to go and play their 6 games for the day. I think it's gonna be nice having Holoroff now in the roster, in the like, not the roster, in the schedule, because I think it really helps, I think, against that fatigue. It also does force, you know, the players who are at the top to kind of change their play style, because it's a very different map. You know, there's lots of, there's obviously the big weather effects that can change things up. There's, you know, different kind of metas. I think it affects solos less than it does trios in that sense. But, you know, there are things that shift and change and kind of make the players, well, keep the players on their toes. I feel, you know, Wu Shen still going to be very strong. Yoto's still going to be very strong in solos on Holoroth. I'm curious what Zipping's going to be like, because I haven't done any casts with Zipping in yet because I've only done trios and she's not seeing any play over there. Actually, I think she got some in the final day of last week and then fell apart immediately. But regardless, we haven't really seen much Zipping in trios, but over in solos, she has been a heavily picked up hero and has had some major impact and changed a lot about the way solos is being played, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of those players too was a Spider, who on his debut on Game 6 on Holoroth, he played that Zipping Ying, and he actually put out 8 kills and 35,000 damage. So it goes to show just how aggressive that hero allows you to be with that F2 version, where you don't have to worry about being interrupted, and you can just aggressively chase for all of those picks, just coming in with the weapon mechanicals, rather than relying on something like that Yodo F ability that as soon as one player sees it gone, immediately leaps in to punish the fact that you don't have any zoning potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just running through the players, as you can see again, Jux stayed on Alliance actually coming out of last season. Had, I believe, an okay end to the season, if I remember right. His most of the season he was, you know, a little bit middling, but I feel like this season, what I've learned is to not set expectations, because we just, every time we're like, yeah, this is how it's going to go. It's not how it goes. The players and the teams changing up a lot. It's interesting to me to see solos is kind of struggling from the inconsistency problems, because it's a bit different from trios where there's new players joining. Like, it's still the same play. You're still playing on your own. So, I think, you know, changes in the meta, new heroes coming in, new maps now coming in, you know, not much of an off time as well between seasons has kind of left these players, you know, trying to almost catch up again. But you can see our players on the lobby. Your boy Mike's in here as well. So we can see what's going to get picked up by everybody here. Bunch of Yotos, Matari, Justina there so far.
That is actually Zipping. Jux is
whoa,
walking in.
My brain didn't work. I just...
The first Zipping you're gonna get to see, as everyone else is mostly going for that Yodo and then Justina. 678 is another player that you really want to keep an eye on when it comes for picking up those snipe swipes, in terms of just coming in for that third party. Not really when it comes to the ranged, but just getting in super aggressively, bagging that pick, and then immediately booking it on out of there. 678 is very good at identifying when to stop chasing after some of those players, which is another problem that these solo players have had. As we can see, that it is going to be Morris Isle that we start off on into the night environment. Holoroth not going to be showing up for at least 2 maps, but at least you got one Zipping to tide yourself over with.
Yeah, what the hell? I was promised loads of Zipping and I get 1. What's going on? I want to see so much of this new hero, and I just don't get it. And like the one time I got it, we didn't even watch her. She just got taken out quietly in the background. So keep our eyes on that. But we are getting onto Morris Isle for our first game of the day.
We're going to be following along with Reki first, who's just trying to loot as quickly as possible. Is on that Yodo, so there's less stress than there is on things like that Zipping and the Justina, because you don't really have that F ability. The F ability for the Justina is obviously good for survivability, not so much for aggression, as we can see Mike and Yoran. Another of these 2 players that you really do have to keep your eye out on. Mike and Spider last week were having Dukes out to see whether or not they would be able to come out on top, but Yoran already coming in with a purple spear is making it a fight that Mike really does not want to take. Pistol shots coming through just to try and chip away at that health bar before the spear can come through and follow up. As Mike has been now pinned down, is taking a little bit of damage, is able to return with a couple of slashes of his own, but Yoran actually swaps off the spear to be able to go into the close quarters. Counter comes on out. Mike going to be using that F ability to keep themselves safe and keep Yoran at an arm's pace, as it is now just that knife trying to get the pick onto Yoran. Breeze comes out from the Justina to be able to heal and reshield, as Mike now just waits to be able to punish the fact that you don't have that survivability tool. As Mike's still trying to land these shots, they're not really finding the kill picks. The good thing is that no player is around to be able to come in for the third party, and it seems like both of these players, without that pick coming through in that amount of time, just have to give up the chase.
Yeah, playing it safe, but meanwhile, Wang Liang has found Dubai. Dubai on the run. Gets himself the armor switch out to try and turn it back around. Wang Liang using that F ability to buy himself some space as the freeze comes out from Dubai. Both these players just going for a light reset. Dubai going to get into the build and look to try and escape away from Wang Liang. Chasing him down with a grappling hook, and it's actually looking like Dubai's got a pretty good movement there. Wang Liang finds himself stuck and will end up paying the price. Spider with the full Dragon Rush now on to Jinglu, getting him nice and low. The freezes are coming in. It's been a while since I've seen the Justina Yoto 1v1s, and I have missed it. The freezes and the F abilities, but it looks like Jinglu is probably going to be going down. Goes for the armor swap, just saves his life just a little bit longer, but Spider will finish this up, and WBG Spider finds himself his first kill on the map.
I told you, Spider is one of those players that you need to watch out for. Is able to go for the full Nezza's might even in solos, as we can see DAY3 getting a knock onto Ace Champion, who will go down to the blue nunchucks. Really moving back over to Mike, who's still duking it out with Uran. We should point out, it's been a solid 2 minutes between both of these players. No one really wanting to give that space. Mike trying to go for the Urang's rage, will be able to land a nice couple of hits off of the back of it. But now has to contest with that Justina ultimate. Immediately going to be popping the Yodo ultimate to give chase to make sure that Uran's not going to be able to dash out. Oh, Uran is a sliver of health. Mike with the bow is trying to find the snipe, doesn't find the shot, goes for the grapple chase instead, pulls out the dagger to try to finish them off, but Uran, enough time has passed that freeze ability is going to be back in play for the Justina, and we go back in with the nunchucks, as Mike still not being able to find the pick. Uran still being able to chase, has been able to get a full reshield, is able to knock Mike out of the fight as well. Mike falling below half, has to use that F ability on the Yoda, but he goes down to Uran's rage, and it's Uran walking away with the turnaround.
That was an unbelievable set of plays to go down. He dodged away on the, he tact dodged the first charge of the Justina rod, then dodged the next one with his ultimate, and then he can't be frozen up, so they run away, catches the slash. I mean, a lot of mechanical stuff just went down. This is why I love solos, because in trios, it's kind of just face rolling into other teams, and it's mad brawling. But this is a lot, solos is very much understanding the mechanics of the game and the 1v1. And we've been lucky not to be getting third party, because third party, it ruins it. Because then someone else comes in. When it's just two people duking it out for 2 minutes and just mechanically outplaying and matching each other, it makes it so exciting. Speaking of which, JJHRD's 678 is currently in a fight with LXY, but Reki's coming in as the third-party tech member, and he's got that musket shot just to chip away at the shield somewhat, but he's keeping the pressure up, and now actually Jux is joining in. It's a 4-man scrap down here. Jux is waiting for a good opportunity to catch out onto 678. 678 pinned into the wall. Gonna pop the Justina roll as he tries to get away. LXY is gonna hold his, but he gets caught by the grappling hook, so he can't actually continue to chase up, but now he has to get away from Dongjing, who's taking the shots at him with a bow. LXY able to get away for now, and it looks like this fight has cooled off and died down, but Dongqing hunting a little bit behind the tempo. The rest of the players will spot them out as he pops the bell, just gets away to safety. 678 somehow surviving that.
You cursed it. You said, oh, no one's third partying, and then immediately we got a whole open house of a fight as DAY3 is going toe-to-toe with a 1v1 against Uran. A lot of damage coming out with that charged up dual blade from the left click. DAY3 going to be able to keep themselves safe a couple of moments away from getting that Justina freeze to be able to go back in for that engagement with the safety belt. Has to immediately pop it after taking the poke damage from the range. Will immediately then just back on out of the fight so that they're going to be able to replenish their health bar. All the while, Uran is going to be trying to hunt onto them, punishing the fight. The counter! DAY3 is going to be able to be entirely disarmed. Uran still not able to find the pick until just now, is able to get that grapple chase. And you can see from the player camera, DAY3 is not too happy with that one, but Uran is very pleased as that fight ended nice and quickly, so he doesn't have to worry about someone coming in for the swipe steal.
And that's the two players sitting at the top of the lobby as well right now. It's only 2 kills. It's been a lot of action, but not a lot of kills that have actually stuck through. So very interesting game so far. We are already now down a single player, actually. It's just Champion who is down. It says 14. That's because someone will be respawning soon. DAY3 being that person. There you go. He's up. But Dongqing now hunting 678 here from JJHRD. And looking to catch him with the counter. That's just it. Dongqing gets it with a poison tick. Not before going out. He's going to be able to heal himself up, so he should be A-okay for now.
Yeah, Resurrection should be available as well, just in the nick of time. As Mike is looking to try to connect onto, once again, Uran is in the middle of these fights, but J-Team Slayer is also pretty close by. No one really wanting to make that first move. Especially not when Slayer is rocking those nunchucks. Hasn't even got the pistol out at the moment. Will swap over to it now to maybe try and find that engagement. But Ventus's Reki has already been able to pick up a legendary weapon. That is not something that Ego is really going to want to contest, especially when it comes through with the Yodo and that dagger. We've all been in a position where the Yodo has just been able to chain combo you with it and immediately just push you back into Oblivion. As Oblivion is going to be something that Mike is trying to land Uran into. Morris Blessing scrappily contested for both of these players, but Mike without that Yodo F not really wanting to use the ultimate is going to give up the space, but Dongqing and Ding Lui are currently fighting over another chest too. Dongqing just having to wait for that Justina F to give way before they can start back into this fight. Doesn't have the Yodo F ability either, so it's just having to use that bow to keep this distance between the two of these players so that they can get it online. Gets caught by the grapple, will have the F to be able to fall back onto, but the counter's going to be able to come through. Dongqing will be able to throw in that F ability to get that weapon back into the hand, but here comes Reki with that knife, swaps over to the musket just to land the final shot onto Dongqing, who's been able to grapple away, but Reki is still relentlessly chasing this player. They know that they don't have the F, they're caught in the bush, just able to tap dodge past those dual blades, and he's juked him!
He's lost him!
Dongqing's gone!
Out! No, he's not out. Reki's chasing him down. How did Dongqing do that? That was insane. Slippery little ferret, able to scurry away to safety. Dongqing looks like he's actually given up. Yeah. Dongqing's done it. What a hero.
Reki has to give it up. He can't put the blinders on when he has a legendary weapon. He's going to be target number one in this lobby for all of these players. As once again, Mike and Uran, it just feels like these two are tied by a string of fate at the moment with the amount of times they've run into each other in this lobby. Mike just trying to juke Uran around this line of sight, making sure that he's not able to find that grapple chase to begin the full fight. As it is going to be Ding Lui once again hunting one of these players, is able to cut them off at the pass in terms of controlling the high ground. Counter comes through. Follow-up damage is there. Dongqing might actually get caught out in this engagement, but Ding Lui actually goes down to a massive amount of damage coming through from the full Urang's rage and has to use the moment to be able to reshield and heal back up, as Dongqing is now caught out by Reki, who spotted the wayward Yodo, as Ego is going to be able to find a freeze and immediate follow through onto Daohui, who was trying to run away from that disengagement. Reki potentially coming in to look for those players who were low around him, not finding that frontline fight that he's looking for, as Dongqing once again has been able to juke all of his oppressors and maneuver himself out of a fight.
So people hunting him down, but Mike able to throw down the F ability to buy himself some space here. Is surrounded by a lot of players, but it looks like actually he's able to scurry away, and nobody's fully committing to the fight right now. They're all aware of each other. Mike on the outside of the building has probably heard these two inside having a fight, as Uran is now just jumping down into the waiting hands of the others, going to freeze himself up to keep himself alive. And Dongqing actually immediately loses his shield from the shots coming in from the range. It looks like the players are just going to back off.
Dongqing's not really in a great position to go for those engagements either. He spent so long running from these fights, he hasn't really got optimal loot. As too is Wang Liang. Normal, not even really blue rare weapons coming out from that player, as Mike goes in with the Yodo F ability, forces Uran away, allows him to be able to get a little bit of a soft reset before moving on to the right side to try and cut off the path of that escape. All of these players very close though. The second anyone gets found out of position or health bars fall below half, we are going to see a swarm as sharks in the water just sensing chum around them. It is going to be Uran knocked to the low ground, has to go for that Justina F, as Mike just waits for it to break before coming back in with that knife. Is trying to get this chase onto Uran, but Uran's just moving away into that open space, trying to make sure that the players around can potentially come in for that third party, because that's what's going to chase Mike away. As we can see, Uran still going into Centra. They're trying to move into Courtyard, doesn't really want to give themselves away, as Mike on the back foot potentially now with the bow swap coming through from Uran. Everyone just on an absolute knife's edge in terms of who is going to be pushed into that weak spot, who is going to be focused down by all of these players in the vicinity, as Dongqing is sitting into the middle of that Yodo F. But in the meantime, all of the action is going down in the middle, in the actual building. As we can see, Dubai actually get concussed out by the lantern that dropped on his head.
That's a thing? I've never seen that.
Yeah. So that's a wonderful thing. Like Celestia and all of these other places, if there's like a lantern hanging above their heads, you can actually knock it down and it stuns these players out.
That's so cool. I did not know about that. Mora's Blessings just opened up and everyone is scrapping for it down there. Mike actually decides, you know what? I don't need it that bad. A lot of Yoto Fs have thrown down to zone everybody away, so nobody gets the fun toys, as Spider from WBG on the run right now, but he may get pounced onto. He needs to find a place to recover his shield and health, and actually with some lovely movement, able to ascend to the top of the tower, and he is going to be able to recover. So Spider, really clean stuff there from him. Curious to see who's actually going to get the Mora's Blessing, though, because there's still a whole bunch of players about, and I think they're just playing it a little bit safer now. As oh, Mike catches him and gets caught himself in return, but with multiple players around, no one really wants to fully commit. They're inside the zone here as Dongqing's going low, going to throw the Auto Ultimate out to keep himself alive, as he's actually just going to use it to try and reposition and relocate into the circle. He's taking a lot of zone damage, though. He's going deeper out.
And they're chasing.
He's actually just killed himself. That was such a mistake.
He's just used his F ability. He's just used his ultimate to be able to reposition. And Dubai just spends 5 extra seconds, does eat the poison splash damage, will be able to heal back up. But that is Dongqing taken out of the lobby when he was sitting joint tied for that #1 spot. And on that Yodo, you're relying on that final circle to come through so that your kill multiplier is at its maximum that it can potentially be. And unfortunately for Dongqing, just trying to prize survival into zone over the players who were around looking for an easy pick meant that you just took too much damage from the corruption, and Dubai is able to follow up.
I am shocked that he actually used that second cast of the F when you're in ult form to jump further out. I thought he'd at least reposition in, cancel the ult, and then just use the grappling hook and try and go away. Like, he was in danger no matter what. He was in a very rough position, but going deeper into the circle pretty much sealed the deal for him. And all it really did was basically just give the kill over to one player instead of someone else instead. But the zone closing up. Looks like we're going to be just outside these compounds for now, as another blessing is spawning up and all the players are starting to swarm into that area. It's going to be quite an explosive end to this game. A lot of Yotos. I mean, it's a lot of Yotos in the lobby. Is our Zipping still in the game? No, they're gone. Oh, sad.
Reki's coming in with a bow. I worry about this. Reki with the bow 2 days ago was an absolute nightmare for these players to deal with. He came in with about 5 different snipes to steal away third parties. And he is just going to be content to let these players scrap over that Mora's Blessing before trying to tag away those remaining health bars. Swaps to the Legendary Dagger, tries to find an uppercut rush onto Jux, but unfortunately has to use that F ability a little bit earlier than was planning, as now we see the Mora's Blessing activate, and immediately every single Yodo in the lobby just throws their F in the middle of the chest so they can try and stunt the movement and ability of everyone else around them to be able to pick that one up. Dubai immediately going to have to try and tap dodge out from Wang Liang, who actually uses that Yodo ultimate, immediately cancels after that first slash, though does not want to find themselves in a vulnerable position, but they are finding themselves hunted down no matter what, and now you don't have that teleport to be able to relocate off of the back of your ultimate. Wang Liang going to be caught by the grapple, has to use the uppercut rush to be able to escape the follow-through damage coming out from Jux. The F ability is now on cooldown, so it will be thrown out, allowing him time to go for that reset. So this circle is starting to close up. We still have 12 players alive in this lobby. That's not a lot of space for these players to start contesting into. And every single time as well, when we've looked at the weapons that everyone's rocking, we haven't seen a lot of cannons. Only now are they going to be able to come out and start trying to chip away at those health pools, bullying players out from those rooms, making sure that they don't get to stay in the shacks with the windows and doorways still open. As Alliance's Jux on that zipping is still alive.
Oh, it is still there. Thank God.
So if you can still see it in action, there's the F ability, making sure that you cannot get interrupted from non-focus strikes, allowing you to go really aggressively into those frontline fights. Ultimate 2 going to be available as well. It does look like it's that second version, so you do have a little bit of a cheat when it comes to the fatal strikes. You will be able to survive one fatal strike when it hits your health bar.
Well, we are 7 minutes until the circle fully closes. We had a water wheel kill, by the way, last week.
Don't get my hopes up.
No, we genuinely got one. It was sick. It was so cool. We finally got one. But probably not going to see it again. I think that's a thing that happens incredibly rare. But it looks like right now, everyone is just going to play it chill. Don't want to overcommit to anything. Yinglu able to just hug the edge of the circle. The major thing right now is, other than trees, there's not really too many places for the players to actually hide behind. And it looks like already some players are getting themselves in a pretty scary position as Dubai has to freeze himself up, as he got himself very heavily chunked out. Is able to recover that shield somewhat for himself, as he's just going to look to try and get further down the river and away from the players that were hunting him. 12 players left, and people are starting to get a little restless as the action is breaking out. Yuran's going to instantly freeze himself. Doesn't want to get caught. He is just going to try and get away from some of this action. But Spider and Yuran still getting jumped onto. Jux on the zipping with the golden armor, feeling very comfortable to go forward for these fights as LXY hunting Yuran down here. Yuran actually gets caught by a grappling hook and taken out by Ego from 17JL as Jux was looking to maybe finish up LXY, but not going to be able to do so, and finds himself in a fight with Spider instead. Jux just going to get himself away for the moment. People are starting to get a little bit more heated. Still got 5 minutes until the circle fully closes up and actually causes a real problem for these players, but now they are playing it a little bit more chill right now.
Oh, Spider. Extremely low in terms of that health. Only blue armor as well. Not really where that Yoto wants to be, especially when it comes to finding the alpha. And he is just caught by a charge slash coming out from that longsword. Immediately has to just go for that crouch reset to try to be able to get the reshield. But Slayer spotted this action, has seen both Yotos invest that F ability to block projectiles, and can now hug the sides of the circle and try to chip those health bars down lower with the pistol to try and come in with that snipe. Not going to be able to find it fast enough. Will then just give back that position, as again we have a little bit of that lull. We're seeing actually Jin has been able to pick up the ricochet shot, so every single projectile is going to be fired triple rather than once. LXY also, when he was running the dual blades, I was seeing the legendary soldered, allowing your pedalful flurry to actually have range on them. But the swarm is going to be something that these players are worried about when it comes to that ranged fight. LXY set up really nicely when it comes to that loadout. Golden armor, swarm, purple knife to make sure they're going to be able to control the tempo of all of these engagements of players that get both close and far enough away. And look at him at the moment. He's just kiting onto Reki, trying to push this Yoto away and into the center of the fight so that everyone is going to see them get challenged and go low, because Reki at the moment is probably the Yoto who has the most loadout to be able to challenge LXY. Bo's going to be coming out from Reki, just trying to chip away at that health. Does manage to find a couple of shots to connect onto LXY, but not enough to allow the Yoto the confidence to be able to move forward and look for that engagement, as now we're seeing the 1-versus-1 attempted. Reki trying to just keep himself nice and mobile, doesn't want to get pinned down into a corner, knows that LXY has this one that he can swap to if it does come to that Yoto being pinned up against a wall with absolutely no escape, as once again it's a little bit of that lull. Everyone just trying to find a little bit of space of their own to be able to keep themselves safe, because LXY is actually taking a fight onto Ding Lu. He has to go for that Justina ultimate to be able to freeze into the player. Uppercut rush immediately has so much follow through damage, and we can see LXY does take the fire tick damage, but with that Justina ultimate still in play, will be able to dash back to safety and look for that reset.
And he's found himself a nice little look to get himself healed back up and reset after that kill. Really nice stuff from LXY, considering Reki was able to kind of force him out from his safe corner. The circle's now closing up. Our 9 remaining players are looking to go toe-to-toe. Jux was actually knocked out a fair while ago now. Didn't really see what happened because he had golden armor. He was very set up on that zipping, but unfortunately for him, he did go down, and curious to see where the circle's going to force the players, because this massive cliff edge is potentially going to be a real problem for some of these players on the low end unless the circle shifts the likes of Slayer off this high ground. If Slayer's forced down, then there is going to be a problem. Yes, he did catch out the clang there onto Spider atop the building. It's just going to recover some of his armor, but he's getting caught. Every time Slayer tries to heal, someone jumps on him. He's going to be able to get that heal off this time. Should be A-okay for a full reset.
This is a problem. Everyone's now seeing that he's used that Yodo F. Spider comes in with the greatsword to be able to propel himself into that close quarters fight. Charges up the scale rush, is able to immediately baseball bat a player off the cliff. It's Mike who gets batted a home run out of the zone and has to now claw his way back into position. Will be able to get the reset. No one taking advantage of the fact that Mike, without that F, is still going for that replenish. Will still have that cooldown to be able to put into his side if he needs to use it for a heal. And now we can start to see is able to tap dodge out of the horizontal charge strike from the longsword. Immediately follows it up with an uppercut rush into LXY, forcing that Justina freeze to come out very early on. As this circle is starting to get really tight knit, we still have a lot of Yodos available as everyone are going for that verticality play. Jin has to pop the emergency button, immediately gets sniped out by Spider with the bow though, and suddenly we're back to an absolute panic rush as every single player on the low ground knows that they are going to be vulnerable to that Yodo ultimate when it starts to come through, and it's the floor is lava. LXY just using all of this verticality to try and keep themselves in motion, but they're getting pincered out by two players. Mike from the low with that greatsword, just waiting for the freeze form to come through. Unfortunately, it takes tick damage as well from the fire, so LXY just having to exhaust their supply of grapples, knowing that they need to save the Justina ultimate to be able to survive when the Yodo ults start to echo out. As Dubai is just waiting, biding their time. Reki likewise trying to look for those players, force them into that open space so they're not going to be able to hide in natural cover when the Yoda slash starts to occur. Mike charging up that greatsword, just making sure no one can get in close to him. It's got the flame tick added damage as well, so the Justinas can't even try and punish him. He's sitting on so much of this utility. He's going to have an absolute field day when the circle starts to close up, as everyone around him is just having to scrap in with those grapples. Yodo S come through, knocks Mike out of the zone, still holding on to the ultimate, waiting for his time to shine. As now we're hearing it. There's the Yodo ultimate coming through. The Justina freeze catches everybody, but it's Mike who's taking full advantage. Mike comes in massive. Spider's going to be able to do a massive amount of damage. Wang Liang going for that Yodo ultimate last though, but it's Reki who's going to be able to come out as the last survivor. This is what happens when you have such a closed-up space and 4 Yotos left.
What happened? That final circle was just like, there was like 8 or 9 people and then one. Like, that game ended in like 20 seconds. That was chaos. It was pandemonium. I love it. That was brilliant. And why I love solos.
We saw Mike go for the ultimate and we thought, okay, this is going to be massive, and then the Justina freeze comes through and we're like, okay, this is going to be even better because Mike was able to escape the freeze by using that after initial slash to teleport out away from the Justina and catch onto those players stuck in that freeze form. But then we just hear the echoes of every single Yoto remaining in the lobby popping that ultimate, and it's such a gamble when you go for the Yoto ultimate first because you have to guarantee that all of your slashes are going to be able to connect onto those players. Otherwise, you're just doing someone's work for them. And that's really what happened for poor Mike. He comes in, first slash connects onto practically every single player below him, but then he doesn't manage to connect the following 2 and 3 slashes in time because he has to use that teleport to disengage himself from the fight, and everyone else takes advantage of all of the players who are low around them and open up with Yoda ultimates of their own. And poor old Mike is just there being like, I did a lot of work, guys, but you took all the credit.
That's because he didn't have the brush. He didn't have the broom two-hander. So, unfortunately, wasn't able to sweep up that game. That was... That game was so bizarre. It was very weird in the sense where there was not any third partying really going on. Most of the fights were just straight up 1v1s. And like skill checking each other, and then we hit a lull, then we had some fighting again, and that's when the third party started. Then we hit a lull, and then the final circle is just everyone dies at once. Like everybody just got knocked out at exactly the same time, because the problem is they were in the circle, The Yoto got them all over. Everyone just ticked over, and it was kind of like who chipped them last. Unbelievable final circle. I'm curious what the points are going to look like. That could be quite a close game. Ego was the winner, but I don't know by what margin. I didn't really see his points prior to that, so he must have just got a whole bunch of kills at the end of that fight. But yeah, that was a very bizarre game. It was weird because I really didn't know who was winning, and even though I now know who won, it still felt like I don't know who was winning. Like it was a very peculiar game.
I mean, it's one actually that we're starting to see the tempo start to pace through when it comes to solos. The first match of the day is very hesitant, very cautious, very much the players wanting to get comfortable on stage and also feeling each other out, wanting to see whether or not they're going to run into the Yoto, so they know that they have to hold on to that F ability and have that ultimate as a getaway card if need be to go toe-to-toe with the other Yoto, or if they're going to run into something like the Ziping, which immediately has an entirely different win condition. She's so strong at controlling the neutral when we just have normal things of the weapon mechanics rather than coming in super aggressive and zoning you out with things like that Yoto survivability and then the Justina sustain, where you have to worry about the long run. If you actually are able to push them into using that freeze from early, do you then have enough follow through damage to be able to pick up that kill faster before a third party comes through? And it is going to be Ego coming out number one, picking up 4 kills in that final circle. Reki going to be picking up second, and Spider, another one of these players that I said to keep your eye on for WBG, is going to be able to put themselves into third. Despite coming in with more kills, they went down slightly sooner than Reki, so the kill multiplier isn't as good.
Yeah, Reki getting that ranking point 4th was basically what secured him second there. But overall, quite a close game. Mike, 4.6 points himself in 4th. Then you got Wang Liang, who is literally 0.1 of a point behind him. It's a very close game, number one. Obviously, the likes of Jinglu, Jux, 6, 7, 8, and Champion probably going to be pretty disappointed with that one because they didn't even get a single point. I mean, neither did Jin. He just got half a point. But even so, you know, not able to actually progress their score forward at all from that game. So now they have some work to do going into game 2. But yeah, it was a very bizarre game, but it keeps up with the rest of what we were expecting out of the solos, because solos have very much been a game of everyone being inconsistent and everyone being very close to one another. But here you go, Ego, the MVP from that previous game. Not particularly kitted out in the Soul Jade area, but 12,000 damage, 4 kills, 4 counter strikes as well. Pretty even spread there from Ego.
I tell you what, pour one out for good old Mike, because I would love to see how much damage he actually did in that final circle. It's just that Ego was able to get those taps onto the player's chip down low enough. And like we say in Naraka, especially when third parties come through, it doesn't matter about the percentage of damage that you do to a player's health bar. As long as you get that last 0.1% on the bar, you get the credit for the kill. And it's something that players have taken drastic advantage of. And I think that's another reason why we see players like 6, 7, 8 towards the lower half of the scoreboards today. 6, 7, 8 is very adept at taking advantage of third-party engagements. He likes to let other players do a lot of his work for him and then comes in with all of his utilities intact to just bag away that kill and then relocate. So players like 6, 7, 8, players like Champion, and also Alliance's Jux to a certain extent, who like to play smart and play the long con rather than bursting into motion in terms of those 1v1 mechanicals, are going to struggle if the game starts to hit that slow lull even when the first circle is in play, because they're not finding those players to be able to scavenge picks off of.
Really clean stuff though coming in. I'm curious if we're going to see, you know, more than just the Yotos in that first game. Like you were saying, the thing about Yotos, Yoto plays for Final Circle. Yes, there's great 1v1 capability because of that F ability. And today, I think in that game, it felt like it was less punished, because typically when you do play the Yoto and you're 1v1ing, you're quite happy because the F ability is great for the 1v1s. But obviously if a third party comes in and interrupts you using your F, then suddenly you have no safety to recover your shields. But mostly it's that big ult in that zone control that you can buy in those close tight-knit final circles is why the Yoto comes up. But not everybody can utilize that, and that's the thing, is you have to figure out what else you can play. Hence why Justina's showing up so much more, because it's a little bit harder to punish the Justina when she either freezes herself in those final circles or just in the earlier skirmishes. Doesn't have quite the same like burst capability of the Yoto to be able to like just AoE down the entire lobby like we saw at the end of this game, but I'm gonna be curious to see, maybe we see some more zippings coming up. Maybe we start to see some Tarkas again, seeing as the Justina has been showing up. So, you know, we also had Wu Shen's at the end of last year. There's a lot of heroes who were starting are capable, I think, of showing up. So I'm curious what game number 2 is going to look like on that front.
Yeah, Wu Chen's really good when it comes to blocking those projectiles, which again is great for cancelling out the impact of potential third partying. But with how passive and hesitant most of these games are playing out for games 1 and 2, we don't tend to see the Wu Chen until a little bit later on in the day, where you need him to come in with things like those Soul Blade blocks, so that when the third party does become a thing, when these players do get aggressively out looking for those spacing, looking for those picks, the Wu Chen is going to be able to nullify most of the impact. Because something else that we didn't really see when we headed into all of those lulls and towards that final circle was cannon fire. Another thing that tends to chip away and punish players, pushing them out of position, meaning that when we hit final circle, we only have a good 4 or 5 players left, rather than the amount we saw in that lobby, because the cannons weren't really a thing. The bows and the muskets and the pistols, they were being shown for sure, but it's not the same amount of splash damage, where the cannon can actually cancel the impact of the Yodo F ability just with the splash damage that's available.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. The Swarm as well showing up was quite cool. You know, we don't really get too many of those in the trios. I mean, we don't get too many of those because they only appear in more as blessings, so can't quite always come across that. I'm curious what game 2 is going to look like, what the tempo and the play of the game is going to look like coming into the second game. That's going to be very interesting for me. Are the players going to be a little bit more hungry to look for those third parties? Because when I look back to like Mike last season and why he was like the player to watch, was he was just so good at taking fights and jumping in and third partying fights, and then just getting like a phenomenal amount of kills every round. So it's interesting to see, you know, him play again a little bit more passive, a bit like the other teams who are sitting back and you know, not really doing too much. And maybe that's because there's been changes to the meta, but at the same time, like, I feel like they have a less of an excuse for like the trios teams, because the trios teams is roster shuffles, kind of getting prep with each other, not having enough time to like prep and play with each other. The solos, you're playing on your own, so you're not really like, oh, I need to make sure that my monk player, I'm uncomfortable with when they like go for transforms and stuff and understand communication. You're playing on your own. Mike is still on the same team, he's still the same player, so, you know, for me, he feels like a player who should be playing well. And yeah, he didn't play bad this game. He did get, you know, a little bit cancelled out because everybody just took all the work he started up. But yeah, you know, expectations are high for players like Bike, players like Dubai as well, who really didn't have a good game either. Dubai is the solos champion. Nothing's changed. It's only been like 3 weeks since he was crowned. Well, it's more than that now, but 3 weeks at the beginning of the season, so 6 weeks ago, since he was crowned champion. So, you know, he should still have that momentum with him. So I'm going to be interested to see how that looks going into our second game. And, you know, I think I want to see some consistency. I think for some of these players, there's really no excuse not to be consistent at this point.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason that we're seeing so many inconsistent players too coming out from all of these players in terms of the points that they're able to pick on the leaderboard. And yes, even though, you know, solos don't really have synergy that you need to have with your teammates, you do have a little bit of a change of pace that these players have to contend with. A lot of these players are used to going very aggressively, looking for as many players as they possibly can in the first circle so you can take full advantage of the resurrection. That's why we're seeing the Yodo coming in really big, because things like that ultimate that can cleave through those fights and instantly pincer onto those players who are low health and allow you to be away from the fight while still having a massive amount of impact with it, and an escape tool on your belt too. Now that we're seeing that lull, we still have a sort of herd mentality. Season 1 had all of those players going aggressive, and everyone would actually go for that aggressive play because everybody was doing it. Now that we have that lull, no one really wants to step out of line, because if one person goes against the board, everyone's then just going to punish that outlier. And as we head into game number 2, I would be very surprised if we see any sort of movement away from that pacing. But we have a little bit of a different change of pacing here. We are going to have a little bit of moments for these players to be able to recoup themselves and refresh. Don't go anywhere after the break.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second game of solos, and interesting game to start us off. Everyone, we were just talking about it in the break. Everyone is just waiting to the final circle to actually do anything, and I'm not sure if that's really the way to be playing. I think if you think back to the like the beginning of last season, there were very aggressive starts to solos. Like people were just throwing themselves at each other. I mean, in solos we were having games ending with 15 minutes left on the timer at some points because people were just going so ham. And part of me thinks maybe that should be what some of these players who are lower down do, is they just look to go for fights constantly and put those points together. Because it doesn't matter. Like if you're getting a kill multiplier of 1.6 on one kill, you're getting 1.6 points plus your placement. Yeah, but like that's not really doing much when if you can get like 4 or 5 kills early and then you get like a 0.5 or just, you know, a smaller multiplier. So my eyes are on the players to actually kind of pick up the aggression going into this next game. I really want to see it.
So the problem though is that, again, in season 1, the reason why we saw so much unparalleled aggression was because everybody was doing it. So it wasn't a case of one person's out of position, one player's going against the grain, one player's going super aggressive while everyone else is playing really defensive. Because if only one player does it, everyone around them in the vicinity is going to see that player out of position, that player going too aggressive, and they're going to punish. And this was actually something we saw 2 days ago. Whenever one player would go stupid bonkers into the wall aggressive, every single player would then just meet in the middle to pincer down and pressure out that one target. And then the second that that pick actually got found, they wouldn't stick around. They wouldn't try and challenge the players around them. They would just disengage. And it's something that I think all of these players are very much aware of. And especially because we have a massive amount of Justinas and even a couple of showings of Zipping, the survivability that is there for those players in the 1 versus 1s, and also if you're being chased down by multiple players, means that it isn't really worth giving up your position and putting yourself in that dangerous spot of potentially being the one to be pressured out when you look for that third party.
Absolutely. Eyes definitely on, you know, I think Mike, after, you know, an upsetting end to that tale of that last game. Ego, obviously the current victor from the previous game, able to kind of capitalize on what was basically set up for him by Mike, to be fair. Mike, you know, did a lot of damage and then, like you said, had to kind of teleport out early, and Ego able to punish them, punish the rest of the lobby and pick up a whole bunch of the kills there for himself. See, everything is up for him right now after the end of that last game. Dubai, I've definitely got my eye on as well. But is he in this lobby? He's not in this lobby. I'm having a brain fart. Wait, was he?
No, Dubai is in this lobby.
He is in this lobby, yes. Okay. Obviously, Dubai I have my eye on. I had a real brain fart there. Because, you know, he is the solos champions. And yes, the thing is he's the solos champions of a different meta. And that's the exact same thing I'm seeing over in trios, is the way the teams are playing is different. So are you good at that meta? Or are you good and capable of adapting is going to be the key thing for me coming into this, into these games. And kind of, I think we're on week 3. We're on the tail end of week 3 as well. Like, the players should be warmed up. They have every reason to show us that, you know, they are on the top. And wow, Slayer, not really playing into your name there with an average kills of 0. Maybe that's a typo. Let's hope, because if that's the case, Slayer, he has some work to do to prove himself now, because that is not good.
Yeah, this is the thing, like we were saying though, because you're not really finding those fights when we get into all of the circles before final circle, some of these players who get knocked out of those lobbies aren't going to be able to come in with kills. All of these players are playing into that final circle, and if you don't actually survive until final circle, then you're not putting rounds on the board. That's the reason why we're seeing so many inconsistencies in all of the leaderboards when it comes to the points that they're able to put up per game. Some of these players will swing between being able to pick up 9.5 to immediately bat back to 0.
Oh, here we go. We are into our second game. We'll see what the hero select is going to look like and what everybody is rocking in this second game of the day. A lethargic start to the last game, especially when you have a lot of Yotos. Maybe we'll see things a little bit more aggressive. As oh no, that's a line of Yotos.
A whole lot of Yotos, just as far as the eye can see. We could still potentially see the Justinas coming through. I would adore to see Ataka just to throw a little bit of a curveball into the mix.
Oh,
two Zippings. Pick rate's been doubled. from from the last lobby. Potentially we could see even more as these players don't really want to exhaust all of the times that they can play that Yodo. They do want to be able to have a little bit more of a diversity when it comes to those hero picks, as it's going to be four zippings into this lobby. No Taka, no Takeda, unfortunately, no Wii-chan either. But
is there only one Justina?
I think there's two. That's something that we sort of expect to see coming through, but Justine's like a little bit harder. She's really good at sustaining. So if you want to play for that final circle, you have a little bit of a better survivability, right? As well as being able to survive the chases. The problem for the Justina is that when you activate that freeze bomb in the middle of a chase to be able to replenish your stock, you're immobile. You can't move, and it allows your chasers to be able to catch up to you, as opposed to the Zipping, who can constantly, with that F ability of the shield, be grappling away entirely uninterrupted, allowing her to be able to survive the chases. And I think it was actually Sha 2 days ago was able to survive like 6 players tailing him on a Zipping for about 2 minutes.
Well, here we go. We are into the game for number 2. Ego, eyes on him, has got himself that new great sword for himself, and just gonna head away from all of the other players. Doesn't want to get caught out as Mike now on the Zipping is being hunted down by Jin, but is actually able to put some distance between them and is gonna be able to get away. It's a little crazy. These players, you know, who I would have seen taking fights at the beginning are not taking those fights. Yes, Mike is rocking the grey armor, but looks like he's doing the run back. May find himself called out here by Jin or Wang Liang, and Jin's quite happy just looking for armor. Shang doesn't actually care at all as Wang Liang also moving away. We're going to cut over to Ego, who's in a fight with 6, 7, 8, and instantly able to jump in onto him, catching the grapple to stop him from getting the revives off or the heals off, as 6, 7, 8 now in trouble. Ego also being hunted down somewhat here. 6, 7, 8 may just be poached from the side of nope, not going to be enough. Champion's unable to do it. Ego now finds himself in the 1 versus 1. Champion able to hold firm and get away. Now Ego losing quite a lot of health as Champion chasing him down with that musket and the purple dual swords, being very, very comfortable to take these fights.
Mike as well wanting to take this fight against Action, who is currently just trying to keep themselves nice and safe using those rooftops to be able to break line of sight so that grapple can't be able to connect onto that Yodo's receding back. But Mike is doing a very good job of being able to keep pace, at least was. Is now going to see that the fight takes a little bit too long to be able to finish and will go for loot. Sustainability rather than risking getting that third party is Slayer. Oh, the loot wasn't there for him. He will be not eliminated. He will be able to get rest back up, but it's definitely not a start that Slayer wanted to have, as Action has now been caught out, takes a massive amount of damage, shields entirely broken. Mike not able to finish off that last 50% of the health bar, goes in with the blue dual blades, wants to try and find a pick onto this, doesn't actually go in with the charged left click, looks instead for the right, is going to take a little bit of damage in exchange, swaps over to that pistol, then not finding the shot, immediately just grapple check, chases onto the close distance so that he can look for the blade. We hear the clang, we see the charged right click. It isn't enough to be able to absolutely rip into Action's health bar though, and Mike now again another clang goes in, trying to come in with that left click, activates that F shield for the side of the Zipping so you can't get interrupted and go straight in to try to chain those combos. Will be able to catch Action, immediately forcing the Yodo to go for the ultimate, isn't able to tap dodge out of the first slash, waits with the ultimate on the side of the Zipping to be able to heal through the second, takes the third straight to the face. Action with the TP straight into the F, not gonna be able to find the pick in time, as here we have Jux from Alliance coming in with the third party. Mike has been able to survive long enough for the F ability of the Zipping to be able to come back online, and now again it's Action in the precarious position of being hunted down. He's pinned up against the wall. Jux will be able to find the pick with the nunchucks, and he's sticking around. Yodo F ability so he can go for that reshield replenish, and Mike can't punish the fact that the Yodo had committed so much to be able to find the pick. And like I said, we see those players converge on one player who's below half, and then they just scatter.
That was chaos of a fight, actually. Is Dao Hui hunting down onto Reki. Yes, he has, I think he's got the bouncing shots on the cannon. Was able to use one of those, but for now, a little bit more action with multiple people in this game versus game 1, sorry. There's Dao Hui a couple of shots thrown at him, but he is going to just decide to back off as Dongqing chasing down Mike here. Mike looking to try and take this fight, but his health bar is going low. He's going to pop himself the F ability just to try and get away. Gets himself back on top of the building. Dongqing keeping it up with him potentially here. Goes to the scale rush, and Mike able to recover some of his shield and some of his health, but Dongqing with the purple katana and purple shields definitely better equipped right now than poor old Mike, and Mike is just trying to give him the slip on this building. Looks like he's able to do so as we cut over to Reki. He's in a fight now with Dalhui, and Dalhui's shield very, very low. Reki looking to try and finish him up here, but it looks like they're going to keep the pressure up for the moment. Actually, Dalhui gets the uppercut now. Dubai's coming in, and the third party very much a thing in this game number 2. Unlike game 1, players are feeling a little bit more comfortable to jump in and be that third party nuisance to the teams.
Dalhui falls extremely low. The Yodo F ability already exhausted. Reki is going to be able to potentially poach out that pick as Dubai's trying to finish things off. Dalhui having to pop the emergency button of that Yodo ultimate will use the first flash, the second to be able to TP. Already falls extremely low, has to use the third to be able to try and escape, but Dubai is chasing with a Yodo ultimate of their own, catches the exit of the Yodo. Dalhui goes down. Dubai now going to try to just escape out of that mix. Does not want to go toe-to-toe with the Zipping, knowing that the ultimate is going to be there, as it is Reki able to just keep themselves with the spoils of war from the Ken, as 678 now comes in to try to push onto Dubai, who had just used that ultimate. 678 still holding on to one of their own F ability, going to be invested. Jewel Blades coming through with that charged right click to be able to absolutely mincemeat into that health bar, as Reki now replenished is looking for those players. He's heard the commotion. Champion falls extremely low, tries to go for the vertical strike of that longsword charged up, not going to be able to find the connection. Extremely low, has to dash back into the zone because of that Yodo F ability. Tries to use the tree to break line of sight, but gets stunned up, and it's going to be Spider with the snipe. Ego did most of the work, but Spider comes in with the pick.
What a steal from Spider. We're seeing this so many times now. The players, while styles have changed, one thing that I think has improved is just their aim with the bows, man. There's been so many clutch shots this season with those bows. I love it. I'm so happy to see it, but cutting back over now to Reki. He's hunting 678. Not actually going to be able to find him. Looks like 678 is able to get away, as Mike now finding himself in a quick skirmish here with Dalhui. Does still have his revive if needs be, but will be timing out fairly soon. So it does need to be careful about that one. Slayer also in the area here. And Slayer with the purple armor and purple weapons, feeling very comfortable, as Mike immediately going to find himself absolutely ruined. Able to get the armor swap out to purple. Thanks to the Mora's blessing there. And that was just enough to save Mike's life, I think.
Yeah. He would have been absolute mincemeat. Yodo F ability coming through from Dalhui to make sure that Mike is not going to be able to try to grab anything else from that Mora's blessing. Mike now trying to get this connection onto Dalhui, knowing that the F is not going to be there to zone out for the Yodo. But the third party could come through. J-Team Slayer looking for this pick. Dalhui doing a very good job just with the charged strike from the katana to try and keep this space. Finds the uppercut into the juggle. Is able to immediately connect onto another slash, but Slayer with the Zipping shield will be able to escape and look for that reset, as now Dalhui caught out of position is the one that every single player has turned their focus to. Has to use that Yodo F ability to be able to keep themselves safe, but is forced out of it on the side of Mike. Tries to tap dodge back into the F, is immediately pushed away, as Dalhui on an absolute sliver of health is just being tracked down by every single player in the area. Mike will be able to find him with the nunchuck, and are now unfortunately going to be in a very precarious position themselves, because they're the ones caught out of position. Will be able to use the grapple to be able to disentangle themselves from that situation. Has the shield as well in case anyone tries to chase, but even with the picks that Mike was able to find,
he's done it.
He wasn't actually able to find an upgrade in terms of the weaponry.
Mike's the first player here in the Nbpl to earn 1 million damage. He's dealt 1 million damage.
Sheesh.
That is unbelievable. That was what that graphic was for everyone at home who Can't read Chinese. I was pre-warned that might be coming up in this game. Mike with 1 million damage total across a season and not even a half. A season and like a third. That is phenomenal coming out from him.
That shows how aggressive he was as well in Season 1. He would look for those fights, he would take them, and he would win them. That is why we have a lot of expectations on the player.
That's competing with the trios players, where there's just more people to hit. That's competing with I can't remember his name. The guy who the guy who was playing solos and trios. Like that is how he was playing half the games of Dongqing and he still did more damage.
Well, speaking of Dongqing, he is actually on the receiving end of a couple of slashes from 6, 7, 8. Yodo ultimate is going to try to come in with that katana. Doesn't manage to find the juggle, but will be able to find that pick onto 6, 7, 8 successfully. It's not the million damage, but hey, it's a point on the board, and if you're able to survive long enough, it's going to be a really nice kill multiplier to come through. As now Ego, our previous winner from map number 1, is looking to connect onto Xjin, who unfortunately is also being pressured by Wang Liang at the moment. That Yodo in a really tough spot, has to drop the F ability to be able to zone this player away from them. And Wang Liang can now come in with a Yodo ultimate, tap dodges out of that first strike coming out from Action, who uses it to be able to relocate, throws out another one to try to push onto the backs of their oppressors, knows now that they don't have anything to zone when this player starts to hunt them and just has to break line of sight in the buildings, but they are being hunted down relentlessly, and Action will go down to Ding Lui, who's able to come in and poach out that pick, as we still have a scrap going through into the shack. Ding Lui with the Yodo is going to be able to go straight into that F ability with the freeze, but still not going to be able to find the follow-up pick, as unfortunately you just get knocked back, and does have a second dash, will be able to grapple through, but Ego now has turned their attention to the Justina and moves forward for the 1 versus 1. Nunchucks come through, but Ego is able to come through with the uppercut rush on the dagger a little bit faster. There's the Justina, and it is going to now have that freeze form already invested. Ego can try to look to punish the fact that there is no cooldowns available, goes in with the Yodo F ability to make sure you're not going to be able to grapple away, but is able to find the pick just in time.
We are losing players at a crazy rate, actually. Yes, there's still revives on a few of these players, but even so, this is a phenomenal amount of players actually getting knocked out early. We might actually be in for a high-tempo game, Moxie. This is what you love to see. And this is what happens when Justina's aren't in the game. I'm going to say it. Justina slows the tempo down so much. So taking the Justinas out means the game is way more explosive. I love it. I absolutely love it. As Wang Liang is finding himself in a fight right now versus Ego. Ego, if he gets taken down here, he's not out. He does still have his revive, I believe, but the time's running low. No, Ego's down, and Ego is eliminated. 7 players left in this game, Moxie. It is going to be a very, very fast tempo game.
Yeah, Mike as well coming in this time around on that zipping rather than the Yodo wanting to play for survivability. Immediately going to get all access to that Morris Blessing. Has to worry about Wang Liang coming in to potentially cut them off. Ooh, beautiful shot. Comes out on that bow. Doesn't manage to chip away that health just as much as Wang Liang wants. Mike still, though, going to be spooked away, allowing Wang Liang to potentially come in with the scraps of the chest. Still taking a lot of fire from afar, as Reki with the cannon is now actually going to musical statue their way towards that Morris Blessing. Everyone just making sure to exchange turns and being able to root through that chest, as Dubai is rifling through some of these buildings, trying to find a connection with this grapple onto one of the players that they're chasing. It is Dongqing, one of our players who plays both the solos and the trios in both Season 1 and Season 2, gets caught by that grapple, will be able to mostly lose that tail through the buildings. However, we can see Dubai very hotly behind them. It is the Bane's Breath coming through, making it a little bit harder for that Yodo to be able to connect successfully onto Dongqing. Dongqing has actually been able to use that that Bane's Breath to be able to lose their tail and get a full reposition, as Dubai not being able to follow that Yodo now satisfies themselves for looking into the Zipping. App ability comes through straight into the Flamer, punishing the fact that the Zipping doesn't have survivability in terms of being able to sustain through the tick damage of the Flamer, but Mike comes through with the steal onto Slayer, and Dubai now just has to try to be able to escape this engagement, because he knows he's not going to be able to sustain through any survivability that is there for Mike, especially with that ultimate available. You just don't have the damage to be able to burst through it.
Mike, I actually thought he was going to get himself another kill there. He's currently tied with Dubai on the kills right now in this game. And we have 6 players. We have 6 players left. It has been a chaotic game so far as Mike is getting himself situated and set up. And when you have 6 players at this point in the game, typically it should mean that final circle isn't quite as long-winded. Because either everyone just sits by and just like trades long range, but no one really wants to force anybody out into the open, or they all just gentleman's agreement and brawl as if it's the final circle just to speed everything up.
Here's the thing though, we have 2 Zapinks left in the lobby, everyone else is a Yodo. So we know that Yodos, when it comes to their ultimates, they want the space to be as enclosed as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see everything start to slow to a little bit more of a hesitant pace. Players wanting to hold on to that ultimate, not having to use those cooldowns a little bit early, as we can see the ricochet strikes coming through from that cannon fire. A couple of those players wanting to try and take that high ground. Morris Blessing now going to open up as well. Dubai instantly coming in with that flamer. Absolutely char-grilling Reki's health, forcing him to relocate. Still going to be able to have that ultimate, but he is being hunted down by Dubai now. Half health, half shield. It's going to be really tough, but that's the thing to be able to survive. There goes the ultimate and the shield laid over the top of each other just to try to survive this fight. Maybe let it last long enough that players try to look in for that third party as Dubai swaps back into that flamer and then straight back into that dagger, just trying to again chip through that health, punish the fact that you don't have any heal left over on the side of Reki, having used both the F and the ultimate at the same time. As we can see, Reki just trying to move away from Dubai, but it's putting you right into the crosshairs of every other player in the lobby. Is able to find the verticality with the grapple, but now you're going to be contesting this high ground because Mike is there, but it's Dubai who comes in with the flamer. Spider's still going to be able to find the steal with the last shot coming through on the dagger slash, but that flamer is so hard for these players to be able to push into, and this is why I think we're probably going to see a ranged fight start to come through, as everyone acknowledges that they just cannot collapse on top of that Yoda, not when that flame is in play.
I absolutely love it as Dubai now going to cook Spider within his own F ability. Going to throw it down. Is going to be able to get away for the moment as Dubai being chased up, and we expected this to be a slower end to the game. We thought they'd chill out now because of the fact the Yotas want everyone to be grouped up. They're just grouping up anyway. Everyone wants to just fight constantly. I love it. This is what I missed about solos. It's the aggression.
Yeah, none of these Yodos are ulting though, because they know they need to save that ultimate to be able to last so that they can play off of another Yodo's ultimate and just get that last slash to connect onto those players while not opening themselves up to be contested when they use that first slash and then become in that vulnerable state. As we can see, anti-ultimate area now going to be in play, making it that all of these players that if they want to use the ultimate are going to have to be playing outside of it, as Dubai again just being an absolute
He's got the meteor
danger with the meteor and the ricochet strike onto these cannon shots, able to just snipe out Spider, making sure that he's pushed off of the low ground onto that high, making him a little bit more of a target and funneling him into the crosshairs of all of these other players sitting up on those cliffs. As poor Spider is looking for a home, but everywhere he turns, he's just being hammered with so much damage.
Yes, poor old Spider trying to just find himself a place to go, but everywhere he goes, there's someone sitting around. There's a no ult zone, half in the circle, half out, which he could go towards, which would keep him safe from, you know, all of the ultimates that could come down. But then he doesn't have the option to panic ult if he does find himself caught out. 6 minutes left and 5 players left. There's a lot of space right now, and I think that's the big thing, is no one's really going to be fighting just because of the size of the zone that they're fighting in.
The way it's set out too, like you've got high ground and low ground, you've got a little bit of natural cover to be able to tap dodge out of those Yodo slashes and get yourselves behind the cover so that you don't have to worry about the ultimate. And it does mean that these Yodos are having to be just a little bit more hesitant. As we can see, everyone just trying to keep themselves safe, not wanting to take the fights, not wanting to have to burn through their resources. Dubai, when it comes to soldiers and armor, pretty set up, but when it comes to weaponry, not the best loadout. That cannon can do a lot of splash damage, but you're not really going to have the burst damage in terms of the close quarters melee weaponry to be able to follow up on the chip. And instead, you're really risking putting yourself into doing that place that Mike had on game 1, where you do like 75% of a health bar, and then someone comes in and is faster with the melee weapon to be able to find the pick, and that someone could potentially be Mike or Spider, as Mike does have a really nice legendary spear at the moment, and Spider has been absolutely dangerous when it comes to getting in with that dagger. As the slowdown is here, again, cannon shots just ricocheting from Dongqing, trying to push these players out of position so that you can then move in with something like the dual blades or take up that position on that high ground. As everyone just looking to try and find that weakness, it does seem like Wang Liang is the outlier at the moment, is having to just try and crouch crawl their way out of this barrage of cannon fire that is being put upon their backside. Dubai now has chased them up into the high ground, will be able to get a connection on with the grapple, but gets pushed out before they can find the follow through. The cannon's going to come out, but Wang Liang once again just stuck on the edges of the circle, takes a cannon shot right to the face. Now every single player has noticed that he's out of position, has to just go up the entirety of the cliff, and it's going to be right into the flamer damage coming out from Dubai, who once again is going to be playing for that close quarters. There's the Yodo ultimate from Wang Liang. He has absolutely no other way of being able to escape this entanglement, as Spider actually goes down low, will be able to scamper away from the majority of those blades, but now Wang Liang coming in with that F ability has been able to poach out their corner, but gets stuck in the Fey Blade, ricocheted out of their F ability, and now without shielding, with hardly any health bar, has to go into the shack, will be able to use the bounce back to try to get through the window, but he gets caught on the ledge, and it's going to be Mike with the spear who's going to be able to pick him out, and suddenly this is horrible for all of these other players, as Dubai with that flamer can just absolutely barbecue everyone stuck inside.
Dubai is terrifying with that, as it looks like he's hunting Mike as well. Just got that blue dagger like you mentioned. Mike, very geared up actually, could just go for this with him, and he turns around somewhat onto Dubai, but Mike eats a cannon shot straight to the head as well, as is going to be able to dodge away for the moment the clan comes down. Dubai gets countered. He's been bobbed back. Has to throw the F ability immediately. Mike's losing a lot of HP. May have to throw the ult down. There it is. Gets himself a little bit of healing. A little bit of recovery for himself, and Mike now just going to go for the reset and not fully commit to this final action, this final kind of bout of killing, but everybody is all grouped up already as if the circle has closed, as Mike taking a couple of tower shots there, a couple of cannon shots there from Dongqing, wrong game, is able to get away for the moment as Mike was spotted out by Dubai with that flamer, but these cannons doing so much damage as we're kind of in that Buccaneer phase. Everybody taking the cannon shots at each other.
Everyone just wanting to play now for when the circle closes up entirely and ensnares every single person into the vicinity of those Yoto ultimates being absolutely massive. We still have one zipping in the form of Mike should be able to have that ultimate to be able to sustain through a couple of those flashes, but when it comes to multiple Yotos, you're not going to be able to survive the full ultimate, as Spider goes extremely low, has been able to heal back up in the middle of the F ability. The Dongqing with the legendary soul gate of the dual blades is going to be able to connect the range, force them outside of the zone, and pick up that kill, as immediately swaps over to the cannon to make sure you cannot be contested, and Dubai now and Dongqing working together in tandem to bully out Mike so that the zipping is not going to be able to survive. F ability already forced, the shield is in play, the focus strike comes through from Dubai, you are able to knock down the zipping, and that opens the door for Dongqing to come in, tries to go for that dual blade, isn't able to find it, has to swap back to the cannons, looking to land that splash damage. They have to connect this on Mike fast, otherwise he's going to be able to sustain through it. Yodo F ability to entirely make sure Mike has absolutely no way of escaping, has to just grapple straight into the other Yodo, and now it's a Yodo versus Yodo, but Dubai is extremely low, has to throw that F ability, will be able to pick up the re-shield off of Mike's corpse, and goes in for the pick. Dagger versus dual blades, both of these Yodos have the ultimate, none of them wanting to go for the pop of it first, as Dubai comes in with the flamer to chip away that shield, then goes in with the dagger and the uppercut, but Dongqing able to chip away the health, forcing Dubai into using the Yodo ultimate. Dodges the first strike, dodges the second, both of them to reposition, but it's Dongqing coming out on top, is able to collapse onto the head of Mike, and it is now going to be Dubai able with that legendary armor.
Oh no, the flamer has done it!
The flamer comes through! Dubai with the quick swap off of Mike's corpse, able to pick up the armor necessary to sustain through that final fight, and you can see the sigh of relief in that Yodo's eyes, because it came down to the absolute wire. But we said that that flamer was going to be absolutely crushed from the final circle, and my goodness was it.
That's more like it. That's the solos I like to watch. That's what I wanted. A very, very aggressive game where a lot of players were knocked out incredibly early. And I mean, again, it was just there weren't many Justinas. And it's like, when Justina's in the game, she really slows the tempo down because of her like survivability, her escape tools with her ultimate. It was really nice to see, you know, a lot of Yotos, a lot of action, the zippings as well. I feel sorry for Mike. He was just decided by the other teams that he was going third in that game. They were like, yeah, Mike, you know what? You're not taking second or first. We are going to work against you to take you out. But, you know, still a very good game. Interesting that they all picked Yoto for the reason that, like, we want to make it to final circle and have lots of damage. But because there were no Justinas to counter those Yotos, they all just killed each other early. So there never was that big ult moment right at the end. There was just ults thrown down in the 1v1. Like you said, there were a lot of Yotos with ults in that final circle with like 5 players, but no one was willing to throw them down because it was too spread out. But then they just didn't use them. They just didn't get the opportunity to use them. So it was a really, really explosive game. That's what I like about solos. I want to see those hyper aggressive, those chaotic and crazy games.
Yeah, the problem as well is that even though that circle was like really good for a lot of those Yotos, once you actually throw that ultimate out, you don't want to be the Yoda that ults first, because that slash, that first slash is just going to be tap dodged through. And then what's going to happen is every Yoto who's around you is then going to pop the ultimate, and they're going to use it to chase you. So you can use the TP to be able to relocate, you can use it to try and gain a little bit of verticality, but because you were the one who actually ulted first, you're suddenly in that vulnerable position, whereas all of those Yotos can then play really reactively and collapse in onto you. And we saw all of those Yotos making sure that they didn't go for the ultimates even to be able to scale the cliffs. Instead, it was going for the grapples. They didn't once put themselves into a position where they could be taken out, even to the point where they put themselves into areas where they would be taking splash damage from the cannons because they knew they would actually be able to heal through that and survive. Whereas if they get picked out when they're in the ultimate, they're just dead. They're not going to have the kill multiplier that they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bizarre game. A bizarre game, but the kind of bizarre games I like. I genuinely thought we might be ending this game with like 5 minutes left on the timer. We've had that a couple of times in solos where like the lobby's just so aggressive, but it ends early. I think the players realized we need to put a break on this because I could take first. There's still like 6 of us left. I'm not going to throw it for that, but let's have a look at the overall standings. Dubai with 13.6, and even though Mike was picked on, he does take second in the group, and then it's Dongqing who was third there. Kill spread still fairly decent. Well, score spread still fairly decent, but definitely a little top-loaded towards the upper end of the overall standings, and Dubai's going to be feeling happy with an almost 14-point game.
Yeah, Dubai is one of those players who he's so explosive when he makes it into that final circle, right? This is a player who we have a lot of expectations coming off of the back of Season 1, where he proved to be one of, if not the best solo player in terms of the region. And coming into Series 2, we were expecting that same explosive start for him. But just as we saw in Season 1, for a lot of these players who had the expectations, players like Mike, players like Zhao Hui, players like Wang Liang, they would have really good games, but they wouldn't be able to pull them off consistently. And I think that's something that we need to see still from these solo players. You can have a great game, but you need to be able to pull it off back to back if you want to have that #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really clean stuff coming in. And Daohui, Yoran, and LXY, unfortunately, a 0-pointer for them. Oh, and Jin as well from GBL. Slayer finally got a kill. Woo! Good job, Slayer.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he got a ranking point. Oh.
I hate to burst that
Come on, man.
but no,
wow,
no, Slayer didn't.
31k?
Yeah.
That is phenomenal. Keep in mind, like, that's better than some trios players. And when you're like in trios, you're hitting a lot of people because there's more players, there's more people to kill. There's a lot more fighting in the earlier and later stages of the game. To match like a trio player's damage, I mean, that is bonkers. I know Mike did hit 1 million total today, but even so, really, really clean stuff going in from Dubai, and pretty geared up as well.
Yeah, look at the range as well. Like, he was able to pick up 7.1k damage off of the cannon, and likewise 7,129 damage off of the flamer. So he was really adept with the dagger, but he was letting the ranged weapons do the majority of his work before coming in either with the Yoda ultimate or with the dagger to be able to chip into those health bars. And it's actually something that we've heard from the players themselves, where they admit there's a reason that they go for those quick shots onto the cannons, because they're able to land one consecutive shot of the cannon directly onto a player, and then they can move in with the melee because it makes sure that the fight ends faster, so that the danger of that third party isn't as brutal as it is in some of these fights that go for so many seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very fun game. I'm excited because obviously next map we're shifting things up, things are changing, moving over to Holoroth. I'm curious to see what that's going to do for the game, and how that's going to change the tempo of the day, I think, is the big thing. Because, you know, I feel like people were finding their legs over on Morris Isle, and now they've got to switch map entirely. Do they keep that pressure up? Do they keep that that kind of momentum that they've gathered from those first two games? Or is this going to almost be, you know, an uneven surface they're now stepping onto, something which disrupts them and catches them off guard? You know, there's a lot of new things on this map, and like you were saying, some of the players earlier on the week talked about how they haven't really had that much time on it, because there was only like 3 weeks in between season 1 and season 2 starting, and then 2 weeks. So we had like 5 weeks basically between like season 1 ending into going into Holoroth on season 2. So they haven't had much time with it. We saw people getting taken out by traps in the show match we had during finals, but the real attention for me is going to be, you know, what does this do for the game? I'm like, what does it do for the players' momentum?
Yeah, I mean, it's also a gamble too for a lot of these players. Holoroth is very large, and the loot areas, the really prized loot areas, are very closely knit when it comes to where you want to be dropping. And there's obviously the big question up in the air of Salvation Podium. Do you drop Salvation Podium and try to scrap over control of those 4 statues so you can guarantee yourself, as soon as the game begins, pretty much legendary or better armor, legendary weapons as well, which is something that we've actually seen in the games of Holoroth. The players who were able to get onto that chest immediately didn't have to contest Morris Blessing, so were able to survive just off of that drop all the way into Final Circle, and just became absolute brutal monsters who would bulldoze with the power of the weapons that they had over every single player in that path.
Yeah, I mean, it's things like that that like really change like the playstyle, because it's very different. Like in normal Naraka, you can get, if you're lucky, from loot like those legendary weapons. You're not going to do that on a Mortal War. So it's like being able to actually get that to start the game off pretty much guarantees you a solid game. Like you have to play that bad not to win every fight you go into. When people are still rocking blue weapons and blue armor, if you're rocking up with like just pure orange, pure like golden gear, like if you're losing that fight, that is a big fumble, and you know, whoever gets it then is probably set up to take the whole game. So it's going to be an interesting one, kind of going into that one. I'm very excited. I'm very excited by this next game, because it's my first time casting it, not in a show match, and I was not prepared for the show match because I found out early that we were doing it, so I didn't really get time to research and learn the map. So I'm gonna be excited. I haven't really seen too much of the weather stuff as well going down, so I haven't seen a heavy snowstorm. I'm curious.
Oh, the heavy snowstorm is mean. There's a little bit of a mechanic, basically, where if you stay in the snowstorm for too long, you get a chill meter, which if it goes too high, it drains away your ultimate charge. Oh, that's crazy. Well, hopefully we get that one. I want to see that. We're going to throw to a quick break, guys, and when we're back with game number 3. We're dropping on the new map. We'll see you in a moment.
Morris Blessing with Draco Storm has descended, and the long-awaited NAD crowd has come to claim it. Just as Morris Blessing was about to unlock, the NAD trio was blown away by an explosion. Who was sneaking around in the dark? It turned out to be XCG's NiHQ, who was sitting on a high platform manipulating Ballista. Poorly conditioned NAD had to retreat in suffering. In the end, XCG cleverly utilized Ballista and easily captured Draco Storm. Ballista is a powerful strategic weapon that has been around for a long time on Morris Isle. In the current meta, the Ballista has a range of 100 meters, and the crossbow it shoots will cause a 4-meter radius explosion to the target location with a damage of 600 and an incendiary effect that burns the target subject by 40 points of HP per second for 5 seconds. Furthermore, if the crossbow arrow hits the target right in the head, its base damage will double. In addition, crossbow arrows are affected by attributes such as long-range resistance and general damage reduction. Finally, here's another tip. Ballista's crossbow arrows also receive a bonus from Desperation. We can choose to set up the Ballista on the plane or a high platform, which has a better view and a more comprehensive striking range. So wisely using the Ballista on the high platform can play a significant role in a game. Before shooting Ballista, we should open the map and mark a distance of 100 meters to get a good grasp of Ballista's range. Then, use the right mouse button to aim and let your prey have nowhere to hide. Although Ballista has enormous power, the maximum reserve is 6 rounds. A weaponry chest only contains 3 crossbow arrows, so the consumption of the weaponry chest will be massive. Special reminder that Master Tianhai's The Divine Bell can also reserve the shooting crossbow arrows. So, you need to be a bit more careful before facing him.
We're back, baby, and we're getting ready to go into our third game of the day. We're switching things up. We're dropping in on Holoroth. I am very excited. It's my first time getting an actual pro game in on it. And it's solos. And I love solos. Solos are my favorite. I've always, I love the skill expression you get in solos. This map as well, you know, a lot of funky stuff can be going down. I'm excited to see how this is going to be looking.
Yeah, and I mean, we do actually have to talk as well on the fact that for some of these players, it's going to be the first time that they're dropping professionally on Holoroth, because it was groups A and C who actually went toe-to-toe in solos 2 days ago, as opposed to groups B, who have not yet been able to experience Holoroth in terms of that solo meta. So for them, it's going to be very, very new, and it does give a little bit of an advantage those players in the C group, players like Reki coming off the side of Ventus, who actually walked away with a win, an MVP on Holoroth on game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I want to see the snowstorm. I want to see there's so many things I want to see. I'm curious, you know, like you said, our players could just be dropping down on all the same spots, and we might just have a crazy game that ends quick, because like you said, a lot of the good loot is close to each other, so we could see a bunch of people taken down early. Obviously you have the revive, so you know you won't go down, but like you could just run into the next one and then just get blitzed by whoever won that last zone. So I'm excited to see what this game's going to be looking like, and you know, for me, it's my first time jumping in with the professionals. I'm curious to see what it's going to look like.
There's also a lot of soul altars really close to the highly contested loot areas where these players could drop. And something that I've actually experienced, I don't know if we'll see it in professional play like this, but whenever I play Holoroth and we drop in somewhere like Imperial Village, if we go down immediately to a team fight, all of my squad then immediately want to respawn right in the middle of where we just got down, which I don't feel was a very good idea, but it does mean that you can very quickly get a lot of really nice high-tier loot, even if you do have to burn that resurrection very early on in these games, allowing you to go for those very quick contests. And when you are playing things like that Yoto, you are looking to start those fights aggressively and finish them quickly. As we can just see 6, 7, 8 on our screen. Another one of these players who, not having the best day when it comes to day, he's very strong when it comes to picking up those third-party picks. We are seeing a lot of these players going a little bit more isolated in terms of the engagements that they're looking for. I would expect Holoroff is going to be a little bit more hotly contested, since you do have those very enclosed loot spaces, while not also having to take into account where you want to drop in terms of loot, but also whether or not you want to deal with the environments, the different biodomes that are available in Holoroff. The last time, actually, of the 2 games that we've seen in solos, the only time that we've actually seen Salvation Podium being contested, it was just a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. For me, my major thing is I don't really know what expectations I have. You've obviously got a couple of days on it now. For me, this is very much, I feel, almost akin to when I started on this league, and I didn't really know what I was doing. So I'm excited to see, what's going to go down, because I'm going to be learning a lot of this map as well with people. The only thing I'm sad about is we get only 2 games a day on it. I'd love it if we got every other game, we changed map. Maybe in the future. I think for now, also, I think it's mostly just letting the players learn the map and kind of get it down. I think if we did every other game, it really forced them to have to put more time in. Maybe next year. I'm going to recommend that as an idea for next year. Yeah, I kind of, my brain fell apart there, and I totally forgot where I was going with my point. Hey, it's Reki. Look at him. Average kills down, 1.6.
Yeah, Reki is one of those players who is just very strong, both when it comes to the third-party steals, but also when it comes to the 1 versus 1 mechanicals. He's very adept at being able to survive into that final ring. And I would honestly say that Holoroff is a little bit more punishing when it comes to that solo play over Morris Isle, because with Morris Isle, you don't really have to worry about the different biodomes. You can save your utilities, but literally the mechanicals and trying to contest things like the Morris Blessings. When it comes to Holoroff, you talked about all of these weather environments. The snowstorm especially, if a snowstorm hits towards the northern part of that map, you want to be near a campfire. Otherwise, you're going to be taking that chill impact that we talked about. The only way that you can really stave it off is if you're either able to find the debuff cleanse item on the map repair, or whether or not you're able to find yourself onto a campfire. And that is immediately going to throw another spanner into the works of utility management, because if you're something like a Yoto, you're going to have to save the F ability to be able to control a campfire.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking over at Dubai, who's actually the current winner of he's the current champion of solos. Won that last game as well. Expectations are high for this guy. Joining MPG. What team was he on before? Because MPG's a new team, right?
MPG, I think, actually changed their name. They were YZ.
That was it. That was it. That was it. Well, here we go. Game number 3, dropping into the new map. Let's see what this is going to be looking like. What is the hero is going to be getting picked up? I want some crazy stuff. I want some wacky stuff. I don't want to see Yotos and Justinas. I'm going to be very upset with all of you lot.
We had a Takeda. I will say, we had, I think it was 4 or 5 Takedas on the first game of solos in professional play. It didn't really work out. The players in the interview actually confessed that they didn't really know what would really work on this map, and Takeda was a sort of shot in the dark of. He has a lot of mobility when it comes to the ultimate, as well as having that mythic grab to be able to control the neutral.
Oh my word!
But it is just already a royal flush of Zaping.
There, lots of Zaping. Let's see what the next 4 is going to be. Oh, can you imagine a whole Zaping game day?
We could see it.
Oh,
no, there we go.
Let down. Oh, Mike. Mike, you let the side down. Everyone's going Zaping. Mike, did you not get the memo?
Okay, there we go. We've got 2 Yotos.
There is so much Zaping.
Yeah, it's a lot of zipping, and honestly, like, she's really good at sustaining, and she's also very good at being able to use that sustain while she's mobile. This is something that we have seen, again, those Justinas get punished when they go for that freeze bomb. We see the players just wait for them to come out of the freeze bomb and then just saving, charging up the attack. Sometimes we actually see the Justinas having to cancel the freeze bomb early so that they don't fall into something like a charged up left click of the dual blades, which is just going to absolutely mincemeat through their health.
I think there's
the
12
on this
zippings.
map, yeah. The ping on this map is just extremely strong because you can challenge the verticalness, you can have a lot of control in terms of the neutral, but you can also sustain if you want to try to bruise it through some of the hotly contested parts of this map, especially when it comes to when you drop out early and you need to find that loot.
Well, here we go. We are on to the map, starting it off already.
Wang Liang got hit by a roller. He got hit by a roller. He's going for the glyphs at the moment. This is Salvation Podium. All of these players now scrapping for the control of that chest.
Yeah, it's Xiaohui actually and LXY who are fighting it out for it for the moment. A lot of sustain, though, between the two zippings going toe-to-toe as LXY just slowly but surely healing himself back up and is going to get caught by the grapple. Xiaohui keeps the pressure onto him for now, but they're not going to completely commit. Catches him with the uppercut into that downward cut, I guess, as well, as they're turning the statues, that's the word I'm looking for as well. But LXY will go down. Xiaohui able to pick him up. And I think, yeah, there was someone below him as well.
Wang Liang, yeah. So basically, there's a cavern underneath Salvation Podium, which when you walk around the walls, it shows you the glyphs of the directions where the statues need to be facing. It also has really high tier loot. So Wang Liang is already rocking purple, which means that he's going to come back to the top of that podium, know exactly which way the statues need to be, and is going to be able to punish that Ziping, who's already going to have burnt through her resources in terms of the 1v1 she had to go for previously. Beautiful counter.
Oh.
Comes through from Spider. Mike going to be able to not find that pick, though, as the F does come out from the Ziping to try to chase on to Mike, who does not yet have it. Has to go for that freeze bomb, doesn't have the ultimate, and Spider now will try to chase on to that Justina with those dual blades, able to immediately find the pick before the third party can come through, as Reki was putting into position to be able to pull that one off. F will come out so that Reki can get a replenish and steal off of those cairns, as we can see Xiaohui now going toe-to-toe with Wang Liang, who is rocking a purple weapon. Xiaohui seems to have been able to see off that Ziping on top of Salvation.
Well, Spider now being jumped onto by Reki. Reki will wreck his day and take him down. Able to pick up his first kill of the game as Dinglu is in a fight with Champion, got himself the purple dagger as 678 also joining in, and Dinglu is going down. Who's going to be able to get his loot is the real question. 678 losing a lot of his shield. He's going to get joggled up in the air, taken down, a bit of healing coming in thanks to his abilities, but that's not going to do too much as he's being run low, run down. The grapple stays on. 678 eats a bow shot to the back of the head as well on the way out. Pops the ultimate to try and keep himself alive. Gets the counter off onto Champion and may have just turned the tables. Champion drops his weapon. 678 actually not feeling the fight and it's just gonna leave.
Yeah, able to get that knock, making sure to push out that Justina freeze, allowing him to be able to escape that fight, as LXY is going to throw in that Ziping ultimate. Ego is going to throw in an ultimate of their own. LXY going to be able to survive just long enough, but Ego now coming in with the better health, but will be able to find the pick onto LXY with the nunchucks. The rest will be that. They will be able to come back in off of the back of a soul altar, but it's not how you want to start, already having burned through that in the first ring, as Reki now looking to try to push on to Mike, who does have those dual blades, charges up the scale rush as we move over to Wang Liang versus Xiaohui. No one going into that rising sand weight, not going to be able to go for a little bit of a jump rush. So Wang Liang will be able to find Xiaohui with that dagger, as Mike has been able to push Reki into forcing out that F ability early. Does have the freeze, does have the ultimate, not yet going for it. The dual blades coming through with the charged right click, immediately into the charged left click. Reki not able to get the parry. It doesn't have the blue focus circle to show it, but Mike is able to find the parry that time. as Reki forced to pop that Yoda ultimate extremely low, will be able to reposition. Mike pulling out that Justina ultimate, not wanting to take those slashes, knows that they have to go! Will be able to snipe out Reki after exhausting that first slash. You become vulnerable in the air, and there is Mike coming out with the bow shot snipe to entirely shut Reki down, as XX Jin is now the one trying to control Salvation Podium and potentially pick up a chest as Wang Liang moves on to the Ballista. This is something that Hongplay actually struggled with on Game 6 2 days ago. He got sniped out by this very Ballista and went down when trying to control the statues. No one really going for the right direction at the moment.
That was a bit of fun. I haven't actually seen anyone get to the loot yet, so a lot of people dropping there early, but just constant contention as Ego and Jin in the middle of a fight right now as Ego goes underneath the archway. I have to admit, this map is gorgeous. Like, I like Morris Isle, but this map is really pretty, like, by comparison. I love the biomes and, like, just the vibe. Like, all of the buildings are just super clean. I really like it. Oh, Slayer! I think we've seen this before from him, getting slayed himself. Jux should just be able to finish him up. The sustain will not to do enough as J-Team will now lose Slayer.
Oh, he's out.
And we've lost 3 players.
Oh, Slayer again fails to come in with a kill and gets eliminated super early. There we go! Wang Liang. It took a while, but he had the glyphs in the right direction. He is able to open up that chest. Doesn't manage to pick up legendary armor or a legendary weapon. It's XJin who's going to try to push in with that shield. Has to go outside of the zone to be able to lose his chases. He's being pushed onto by 2 separate players. Ultimate comes out from the zipping to be able to get a little bit of that healing, allowing him to pass through that zone without taking a lot of corruption damage. But 678 is actually wrapping around for a flank. Will be able to connect a grapple. Not going to be able to find the follow-through damage as he was able to juke him with those building structures. But 678 still looking for this pick with that grapple. Still trying to chase on as Wang Liang picks up the legendary jewel blades off of that chest and now comes in to absolutely massacre Ego.
No.
Juggle into right click and even through the zipping ultimate. The legendary jewel blades do enough damage to get the elimination.
That was disgusting from Wang Liang, actually. I mean, jewel blades do a lot of damage. Jewel blades are a very, very strong tool and something you should be very scared of. But damn, still catching them out as Dongqing right now is hunting onto Jin, looking to try and take him down. Jin just avoiding away for the moment, but the grappling hooks are going to start to come in. Looks like he is able to buy some space, and somehow Xin, able to get away from everybody else who was hunting him down, is able to avoid it as Mike gets himself into a treasure room here. He's inside the zone, so he doesn't have too long to do so. And this is taking him a long time to get in, but there we go. He's going to be able to gear himself up. Legendary dagger. That's a pretty big one. And, yeah, he's pretty good now.
Yeah, purple armor, legendary dagger, decent bow as well as we cut back to Wang Liang, who's actually having a little bit of trouble. There's the ballista!
The ballista shot!
That's Wang Liang! So much damage! He takes the second one! He's burning, will be able to pop just in time. That zipping ultimate to be able to save him as Dongqing almost came in with the massive upset. Wang Liang extremely low, will be able to get himself out of harm's way and go for the replenish, retaining the legendary dual blades. But he's not going to want to pressure out that ballista any longer as we move over to Jux, who has tried to pressure out on top of this castle. Dao Hui, who's now having to go for a little bit of a run around the walls of Matab. They say Naya, what is it? Scalable. But everyone really has grapples, so they don't really care about how high the walls are. It is just going to be an absolute massacre as well, with Spider coming through with those dual blades. Is able to come in with that charged up left click. Dubai eats so much damage, has to go for that F ability to be able to escape straight into the ultimate to try to survive. As Spider is still hunting. He's got him locked against the wall. There's hardly any place that Dubai is going to be able to run to. He's just able to maneuver himself around as Spider now activates that F ability to be able to aggressively chase after with the blinders on, not having to worry about a consequence of a third party, as there is the second shield coming through on the side of the relentless zipping. Dubai trying to just grapple away. Spider still chasing, but but enough time has passed that Dubai should be able to have a little bit more rage in the tank to be able to go for the heal if he even needs it. He gets stuck on tower though, and now he's being pushed onto still by Spider. Has to go up, gets caught on the attempted shift up, takes so much damage from musket shots as well with a third party coming through from Dalhui with the cannon, and he's able to snipe it out with the pistol.
What a snipe coming in. Able to survive it. Well, sorry, not able to survive it, but able to steal it. Really, really nice stuff there. 14 minutes left as, we cut over to Mike. He's found himself a counter with that legendary dagger, doing a whole lot of damage. Jux actually decides to step away as he is being chased down. Has got the healing thanks to his F on at the moment, but Mike not willing to give up what he just set up, but Jin wants to steal this away. Jin wants this kill as Jux, he just wants to survive. He just wants to get away, but Mike is not letting him, staying hot on his heels, catches him with a grapple, got the legendary dagger, and Jux is going to pop the ultimate to try and heal himself up. Jin catches him with a knock-up. Dalhui with a pistol, looking to snipe it away, getting everybody low, but not low enough to get the kill. Jux is healing up a little bit more. Dalhui finding the snipes as he recovers, as Mike keeps the pressure up. Now he's got legendary katanas. Where did these come from? He's keeping even more aggression up. He's going to pop the ultimate, going to freeze Jux in place, and he's going to have the kill stolen away by Jin, but he will find revenge and take him down, or will he? Because Jin's running out. Jin's getting the healing off as Mike is keeping the pressure up. They jump up the wall. Mike trying to keep him up and trying to keep on to Jin, but Jin's being chased by more than one target. Mike can't afford to lose another kill here, sliding in with the grapple, with the katana. Mike is able to secure himself the kill onto Jin, and now he may just turn around for Ego. Ego sees that, sees the legendary weapons and goes, nope, and runs away.
Spider still looking for a pick onto 678. 678 not able to break through that zipping F ability. The shield is too strong, and it is going to be a reset for both of these players. As we see 678 still wanting to try to take this fight. Spider still wanting to stay up close and personal with the nunchucks, is looking for that chase. Zipping F ability so that Spider's not going to be able to break through it just yet, but the meter dump comes on out, and it is going to be 678 caught in a little bit of a juggle as Spider now looks for that chase. Isn't able to find the pick in time. The zipping ultimate comes on through, but Mike has now joined the fight and is looking to steal it away with those legendary katanas. Doesn't manage to find it. Spider is able to claim their prize, but now it's going to be Dongqing in a very aggressive position with those legendary dual blades. Isn't actually chasing after those players, is looting the Ken first, and then moving on to punish Mike with the Flamer. Oh, Dongqing, it feels like we're all the way back on map 2 of Morris Isle as Dongqing now looks for that chase. The grapple comes on through. Mike not able to juke them around the corner, goes down to the dual blades. And it's gonna be Dongqing looking extremely set up. Can potentially now move in with the legendary katana and dual blades to be able to swap between. As we can see, anti-ultimate area going to be in play. As Dongqing hasn't actually moved with those katanas, is still holding on to those dual blades. Looks to try to take this fight up against Spider. Has to use that F ability of the shield to be able to survive and make sure that you're not going to be interrupted when it comes to trying to grapple away. But Spider is now chasing. He knows that that utility is going to be off the board, and for him it's just about to come online. He can aggressively push into this. We're seeing the ultimate come through from Dongqing to be able to survive as Spider goes straight for the face, and everyone in the area has now seen Dongqing falling extremely low. The snipe could potentially be that Dubai looking for that chase with dual blades of his own, as Dongqing still somehow able to survive as champion now joins the fray with the cannon fire coming on through, and still Dongqing able to make it out alive.
Still able to survive somehow there for Dongqing. Getting out as everyone else is still keeping the pressure up. Dubai being hunted, has got himself that F, just keeping him okay for the moment, but is now timed out as needs to grapple. Gonna get jumped onto by Spider. Spider knocks him down. Dubai has to pop the ultimate to keep himself up. Counter comes in from Spider, and Dubai's health bar is obliterated. The healing, the sustain is keeping him alive somehow. The Spider tries to jump back down onto him. Can't quite catch him out for the moment, but it doesn't feel like he's fully away with the grappling hooks and all of the interrupts. Spider actually went into the trap there as the spike trap did hit him. Got him low. Dubai very close to one himself, but isn't going to trigger it and is able to heal up and recover as... yes, there you go. If you are airborne, once you're by the trap, you get hit and there is a cooldown. So there you go.
Yeah, 12 seconds. 12 seconds for a reset.
I see. So on the first, oh my word, champion straight to the head. On the show match when we first saw this map for the first time, it came down to 2 players. And one player just stepped on one of the traps on the floor and died.
No.
It was so funny. It was such a funny ending.
Chunk of damage. You don't really think that they're going to do that much to get health bar, but they really do. And they flip you airborne, so you become even more vulnerable to those other players around you. As we can see the ballista in full effect. We were talking about this a little bit before the break too. Just talking about the ballista that's available on Holoroth. One of the ones that you tend to see is normally the one most in use, the Plumed Temple, but it is actually the...
Oh, Divine! It's this one. It was this one on the floor. There.
Caster. You spawn?
Don't do it to Pi.
He's able to grapple over the second.
Oh my word. Come on, man.
Yeah,
they know these traps are here.
Really changes up that tempo because you have to be so careful of all of those environmentals. As Morris Blessing is going to be online, it does seem like Wang Liang was able to immediately just pilfer that one away, got that legendary armor. Doesn't really have the best setup when it comes to weaponry, though. So it's going to be good for sustainability, but not so much when it comes to outward aggression, as Dongqing sitting up on this ballista has to give a little bit of positioning away with those strikes coming on through, not wanting to put themselves into a position where someone's just going to be able to grapple up on top of them and then immediately moves back in. But every player has seen the shots come through and is wisely sticking out of line of sight. The problem with the ballista is, unfortunately, while you can go round and round in a circle, you can't really tilt it. So if you're directly below it, the ballista is virtually useless. Unless you try and grapple towards it and get caught mid-air. Then
Dinglu
that's
just got yeeted.
Style play.
That was horrific. That was really horrible.
And now Dongqing just goes down with that flamer. All of those players now going to try and take advantage of the fact that he is off the ballista, but it's only going to be temporary. And then he immediately uppercut rushes them, so they're going to be airborne longer to be able to come in with the flame and absolutely char-grill their health. What would have just been 50% becomes an entire pick potentially, but Champion snipes it away with the cannon.
Oh, that's not going to make Dongqing happy. Dongqing actually decides not to go to try and finish the kill. He wants to get back up his tower, but Champion able to steal that kill away as Dingley able to pressure him somewhat, but will step away. They've still got 10 players left in the lobby right now. And I've actually not seen the snow zone yet.
Unfortunately, yeah, gonna say it. It's a shame. Snowstorm only occurs in the northern parts of the map where there is snow on the ground. We could see the sandstorm though.
But no one dropped there whenever I've casted it. I've never seen anyone there.
Nbpl, it's a little bit tricky because there's a lot of these traps, like bear traps on the ground, which basically mean your movement is stunted entirely, and if you actually walk into them, then your position is given away every 2 seconds for 30 seconds.
Oh my word, what?
Yeah.
That's nuts. Oh, Champion's dead.
Champion is dead, and Dongqing will be able to pick that one up. A little bit of revenge coming in through as Wang Liang now moves in for a flamer move of their own. No one really on top of the tower at the moment, and Wang Liang is going to punish the fact that all of those players could just push onto that flamer and take a lot of damage and then start to scale on through to be able to push onto those players' flanks. We'll take a couple of pot shots from the bow, will be able to keep themselves mostly airborne to be able to negate the majority of that damage. As Spider extremely low at the moment, has to use that zipping F ability to be able to reshield themselves. Is trying to stick on towards the edge of this ring so that they're going to be able to conserve all of their resources until we see the zone start to close up even further. As there's a little bit of a lull, the fact that the zone closed over the ballista does mean that all of these players have now been displaced.
Yeah, everyone was trying to fight at the bottom of there in case anybody got up and got an advantage, but now they've been forced away. They probably all feel a little bit more comfortable just to move off for the moment. But Wang Liang, Golden Flamer, Grey Dagger. Bit of a weird loadout. But Maisie hasn't been able to find a better weapon yet, so it's going to struggle somewhat on that front. And here you go. The big problem is his damage comes from his flamer, not his melee weapon. So he is struggling somewhat now as Jin is going to look to run him down. Wang Liang's going very, very low. He's going to be able to pop away. Has got his ultimate if needs be to keep himself sustained up. He is going to just go for a heal. Try and recover that shield as Ding Lu, I thought was going to jump into the action there and look to finish him up. But everybody is just starting to fight very close to one another. But no one's fully committing except for Jux. Jux has found himself a nice corner. Oh no, he's been found! And he's been countered! Jux! Not what he needed. He's been juggled against the wall. He's being flamed. He's being cooked. But Dongqing now being punished as well by Jin. Jux being hunted down. Dongqing not deciding to go any further. He's just going to leave Jux alone.
Jux able to survive the caster curse. I felt so bad. He was entirely unspotted, and then suddenly his position is just given away, as it is still going to be a little bit of a dangerous position for all of these players to be in. If they get close, Spider will be able to get the snipe with the pistol onto Ding Lui, as Wang Liang once again with that flame is doing a massive brunt of this damage, but with that normal dagger just not able to land the melee hits large enough and fast enough to be able to follow through when those health bars get chipped down. This is actually something that we spotted out 2 days ago. Wang Liang really does just have that comfort pick of the dagger to the point where we would see him taking blue daggers into the final zone again and again. Finally swaps over to a greatsword to be able to try to punish the fact that this final zone is shaping up to be a lot of verticality punishment. So if those players have to scale up into the greatsword swings, they're just going to be punted back down and you can control them. So just bouncing them back between the low and the high ground. As Dongqing still looking to be one of those players set out for this lobby. Does still have legendary weapon, not legendary armor at the moment. By moving forward with that zipping F ability, just trying to pressure some of these players out into the open so that you can open up with that bow and then move in with the spear to be able to punish and land a couple of shots. As Wang Liang just playing on the side edge, trying to bait these players in so that the greatsword can push them out of the zone.
Well, speaking of great daggers as well, Jin actually still has his as well. Is avoiding away at the moment versus some of these other players. So everyone's getting nice and close to one another. The circle is forcing them. There's a lot of cover. There's a lot of verticality in this final circle. That is going to be causing a very interesting end. But all those flamers, I think this circle's going to be... Oh, Jin! He didn't realize! He didn't see Dongqing on him. And now he's getting half his health bar lost. Is able to recover. Pops the... I think that was just his F. But Dongqing is sticking on him for now. Is Jin. Oh, that was unlucky.
Dubai as well, hiding a little bit closer as that circle starts to close up even further. We have a canyon right in the middle, but none of these players really wanting to put themselves towards it, because if you get caught out with a Yoda ultimate there, you're not going to be able to escape out of those slashes. As we start to see that lull falling in once again that we saw in the previous game, no one really wanting to pop the ultimate first of all. Still 8 players left alive in this lobby. This space is about to start getting a little bit too small for all of these players to be able to operate. Wang Liang with that greatsword just charging up with the extra AoE splash damage that you're going to be able to get, as well attached with that Soldier legendary available for him, wanting to stay away from those flamers, activates that zipping F ability just to make sure that no one's able to push into him before potentially looking for a scale rush into the melee fray. Immediately goes in with the uppercut, but Jux again gets caught out of position too close, is able to get the ultimate offline in time.
Oh, he's down.
Go down to Daohui, who comes in with that dagger though, takes advantage of the fact that the ultimate, it does great for healing, but it's a very slow, steady stem of healing. It's not really the best when it comes to just being able to burst heal your health bar back to full. You'd much rather rely on the fact that you get 20% healing effectiveness additionally to the normal that you gather from things like the reshield. But it is now going to be Daohui coming in with that bow, potentially looking for a snipe, immediately going to be punished for having the head up in the clouds though. Will be able to retain their position up onto that high ground, pops out that zipping F ability, still looking for the snipe. Dubai is the one that all of these players have identified being in the middle, but here come the flamers. Wang Liang moving in with that greatsword, trying to push these players out into that zone so they have to walk back into the flamer. Has to be careful. Daohui at his back could potentially be his undoing and will have to grapple up and play verticality as all of these players start to look for when they can activate that Yoda ultimate. No one wanting to make the first move though, knowing that if those flashes start and they're not able to find the pick fast enough, the flamers will be able to get the follow-up damage and poach away the pick.
How do we end here at the statues once again? Where it started is where it ends. Dongqing just rushing for everyone, blitzing some health bars down, able to pick it up as well. Gets himself up to the top of the high ground. Comes in with that flamer, going to be cooking everybody, but he's interrupted somewhat. Switches out to the dual swords once again, and now we're down to the 6 as in comes the flamer. Everybody's going low, and Dongqing is looking to finish up Wang Liang, but he's not going to be able to hold fast for now. Spider coming in and takes it all.
Dongqing may have gone down before the lobby could end, but he may very well, there it is, be MVP with the amount of kills he was able to find. Legendary dual blades. There is a reason that when Rune and I talk and we banter between which weapon we think is the most meta, both of us agree dual blades comes out on top even with the amount of space and zoning that the katana has. The problem for the katana is that when you actually charge up those strikes, you have to be very immobile. With the dual blades, you can literally run at them with the charge up left, charging through, and that's exactly what we see Dongqing do, and he takes full advantage, pairing it with that zipping, activating that shield so that you have that continuous AoE healing, and not only that, you know that you're not going to be interrupted. So you can literally just sprint into their faces with your dual blades being charged up, and there's not a darn thing they can do about it, because you also have to remember the dual blade left click charged up is the only charged up attack in the game that doesn't actually have the blue focus circle around it, signaling that you can counter it. So when it gets to that hectic position of the final circle and those players are looking at everything around them rather than just one player sprinting at their faces with a dual blades, they're not going to be in a position to be able to pull off the counter, and it's something that he plays absolutely beautifully.
That was it was really powerful. You kind of forget the strength of that weapon, and you know, picked it up early. Was that off the puzzle? I feel like that was off the puzzle. I can't remember now. I think he got off the puzzle, and we ended at the puzzle as well. Like, amazing. Like, almost, like you talked about fate in the second game. There was a lot of fate going on in that one. That was really great. It was very different from what we've been seeing on the other maps. Obviously, earlier good loot coming in. The map it yields better crops to harvest. All of the players kind of running around pretty geared out fairly early. We did see people like Mike getting knocked out very early in the lobby. So, you know, people like that obviously not putting too many points together. I'm excited to see the overall points at the end of this game and see where we're sitting on that front. But that was a killer game. And you know, again, it breaks things up because now we have 2 more games of Morosai before we come back to Holorov. And you know, I think going back onto Morosai, it's like, okay, now I've got to remember what it's like to play with actually worse equipment early, because I can't just guarantee I'm going to get myself a legendary sword to start the game with. So, you know, it's going to be definitely, because of the way the map works and the way that the loot works, it does change things up heavily here. But here we go. We got the overall standings for this game. Obviously, Dongqing is the victor of the previous game.
Is that 8?
Got himself 8 kills. A score of 14. Spider with the 4 kills, but with the great placement was able to put himself up to 10th there, and then Wang Liang in 3rd.
Dongqing once again showing why GD is one of those teams that you have to watch, coming in with 8 kills. I cannot wait to see the overall damage that the guy has been able to do. The last time we saw damage over 35k, it was Spider, and he was actually coming in with 8 kills himself. So how that's actually going to measure out to what Dongqing is going to be able to post up on the board is going to be something very interesting to see. And we can already see that Holorov is one of those maps where players are going to get aggressive very early on, just because you have to be extremely scrappy over, as you pointed out, the loot that you need to pick up, which is why zipping is so good, because you're able to sustain in these fights long enough that it's not just the 1 versus 1 in a very immobile spot like the Justina versus the Yodo. You're going to be able to move around while you're still fighting with that shield on your side to make sure that if you don't find loot when you initially drop, it's not a death sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately for Slayer, another 0-pointer for him. Didn't find a single kill. Uran and LXY as well. LXY's had a rough day. A very, very rough day. He's always been at the bottom of these standings. So he really has a lot to do for himself there. Reki, who was 2nd at the beginning of the day, only put 1.1 points together on that map as well. Mike, the 2.2. You know, it feels like this is the first time where, yes, there's everyone getting at least something, but like it feels way more top loaded than it was previously. And here's your MVP, Dongqing.
He blitzed
36,000 damage done, 8 kills. Just a killer game here on the zipping.
I think that might actually be the most amount of damage we've seen in a solo match. Like I said before, Spider previously held, I think it was 35,289 was what Spider posted up. He wasn't able to hit 36k. And Donkwing just comes along on the same hero, by the way. It was the ping for Spider, it was the ping for Donkwing, and posts up 36,026.
It was a lot of damage. He did a lot of damage there, and like, you know, the healing's high because he's a Z ping. Z ping. Like, it's that hero has so much sustain. So, you know, just really clean stuff coming in. 12,000 damage from the dual blades. 8k from the ballista. And 8 from the flavor. He actually did. He just so much damage with that ballista. And I mean, people were just like jumping into him. To be fair, like we saw one person jump up, land, and then just get yeeted off the tower because they immediately took the shot to the head.
It was like clay pigeons. It really was. You know, you could literally just have shouted, pull! at the exact same moment. And I think that's another sort of side effect of Holoroth being still a relatively new map for a lot of these players. Morris Island, in terms of the ballista, players already like know the amount of space that ballista has, the range that it's going to have, the safe zones that you're going to be able to stand in, as opposed to Holoroth, where it's still relatively new. Players might not actually know the distance and the safe spots that they're going to be able to hold into. We saw it as well on Salvation Podium. The ballista was coming into play there, with players actually getting minced in terms of eating those shots as they went up the stairs, thinking that they were a little bit safer in a position where they could still get sniped out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're moving back to Morris Isle though, so things will we'll change somewhat coming into it. Obviously, you don't have so many environmental things, you don't have early loot, so it definitely, like, they kind of start to run and we're like, whoa, hold on, let's go back to Morris. I'm gonna be excited to see, you know how much confidence this will buy for some of these teams, some of these players. Like Mike just lost on that map. Like, he is obviously still kind of learning it and picking everything up. He got taken out very early. I am just happy that we're not seeing so many Justinas. There's very few Justinas being picked up, because I will say it a million times, Justina really slows the pace of the game down, just because of like the space that she can buy and how much she can control fights. So having these like kind of crazy fights, zipping controls fights, but not through CC, through just her own sustain. Anyway, I think it's time for us to pass it over to Leah, who is standing by with one of our players. Probably Dongjing after that one.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So we invite Spider from WBG to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先请 Spider 跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 WBG 的蜘蛛侠。
Okay, welcome. So we see that the third game was our Holoroth, and there was a lot of Ziping in the map. So maybe you think why is that? 那其实最后一把火罗国的时候，第三把火罗国是有很多的因子屏。那小蜘蛛自己觉得原因是什么呢？
可能因为火罗国的地形比较复杂，再加上因子屏本身的超高容错，然后可以反正死不掉。
Okay, so because the Holoroth ground shape was really like complex, and for Ziping, she has a really high fault tolerations, so this hero is really fitable for the map. Okay, so is there any maybe possibility Wu Chen will appear in the new map? 那会有没有可能性吴晨可能会出现在我们的新地图里呢？
应该会有个别的选手比较喜欢吴晨才会用，我觉得大部分都不会出现，因为他前期打架稍微厉害一点，但是打到后面就没那么强了决赛圈。
Okay, so maybe there will be a few players who really like Wu Chen will use Wu Chen in the new map, but as I think this hero was not powerful enough for our new map, maybe in the earlier stage was just okay, but especially in the final circle he was not have really high ability to survive, so maybe I won't use. So I want to ask you why you call yourself Spider? Is that because you're like Spider-Man? 那是因为你喜欢蜘蛛侠，所以才叫自己小蜘蛛的吗？
是的，因为刚开始打游戏比较喜欢蜘蛛侠这个人物，然后就起这个 ID， 后面打这些一直用这个 ID。
Okay, so of course I like Spider-Man a lot because at first when I was playing games and I use Spider this ID, so from there and to now I always use this ID, so I call myself Spider. Okay, well I know that I see and maybe with great powerful, with great power and with great responsibility， 那是可以称为能力越大，责任越大，对不对 ？OK， 好，非常感谢小蜘蛛来到我们的采访，那也是希望之后的比赛你可以有更加精彩的发挥。Thanks, Spider. Come to our end. Well, let's have a rest, and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 4th game of the day. We are absolutely blitzing through the day. We've had some very fast-paced games, apart from game 1. And I'm hoping we keep that pressure up, because I'm liking the pace of the games right now. I think it's one of my favorite things about solos is it's so fast-paced, it's so aggressive, and it's really, really fun to watch because the players show off a lot of mechanical prowess. I think, you know, I hark back to that like 2-minute slugfest between Mike and I can't remember who was playing versus. Sorry, mate.
Yoran.
But yes. Thank you, Yoran. It was, you know, it was. I'm loving it. I also like that what Zipping seems to have done. It's not overtaken the meta. We'll ignore that last game, but you know, typically hasn't really overtaken the meta, but has just slotted in nicely as like a 3rd solid option, because it was just Justina and Yoto for a very long time, and then now we have Yoto, we have Justina, we have Zipping as well. You know, there's still things in the back pocket, and there's kind of like they're like the 3 S tier picks right now for solos. Then we have like our A tiers, which I think aren't showing up. Your Valdas, your Wu Chens, probably Valda and Wu Chen are probably the 2 big A tier ones.
Taka
I'd say
sometimes.
Taka, would you not put him in B? I feel like he's good because he's good into Justina, and that's why he's good.
See, the reason Taka I would put into A is because if you survive into Final Circle and you go for the Blackout build, you can absolutely fireball every single person who's remaining.
True.
And you're able to rip through the Justina freeze shell form. So if Justinas are playing for survivability so that they can connect that freeze of the ultimate onto every single player in the lobby, you're going to be able to get flame tick damage onto those frozen players, as well as being able to burst the Justina out of her sustain, which she uses to sort of cheat that Final Circle where she doesn't have to worry about replenishing her health bar. She's just able to negate something like the Yoda ultimate. The problem is that we have to actually see the Taka actually survive into the Final Circle. That's why we've seen Panda Man pick up wins when he's able to make it into Final Circle with the Taka, but when he locks the Taka and he isn't able to make it into Final Circle, he's barely able to scrape 2 picks in the entire map.
Yeah, that's the big thing. But I would like to see some of these kind of A-tier champion or heroes getting picked up, because when we look at the end of last season, like Valda had like a massive surge in like priority and kind of popularity. People really started to go, actually, I want to start playing this Valda more, because you know, she really actually overtakes the map and overtakes the game. But they kind of like sat back and decided not to pick the Valda. And I you know, I understand that she does a similar thing to what Yoto does, but just not as good, and that's kind of why she's not showing up. But there is like there's little elements of niche, like the ult, you don't take the zone tick damage. Like if you can make it to the final zone and trap everyone else in the zone and yourself, but it doesn't matter because you're not taking damage and you have that big spear, like that's what I want to see. But we are getting ready to go into our 4th game. We are returning to Morris Isle for these next 2 games before rounding out on Holorith as our final map of the of it all. As Spider, he actually won the last map. He just didn't get enough points to win the map. Was it Spider or was it someone else? Oh god, brain.
Dongqing.
No, Dongqing won the map because he got points, but I think Spider was the
Dongqing
first
came
place.
in with 8 kills. Spider was sitting on, I believe,
Spider
4.
ranked first. Yeah. Didn't he rank first? Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, so I worded it wrong. Spider ranked first and survived longest, but he didn't. Yes, it was Dongqing who took the game. But yeah, it was, you know, he was a player that you were talking to me about as well. He's a player who's impressing quite a few people right now.
Yeah, and he actually had a really insightful interview too with Leah before we went to break, saying why he thinks that Wu Chen isn't really great when it comes to the meta. And he hit the nail on the head. Wu Chen is really good when it comes to mobility, but unfortunately his kit doesn't allow for regression. So it's very similar to Valda, actually. If you take away the ultimate, then she doesn't really have that prowess to be able to finish off her picks. And actually the reason that we're probably going to see less Valda moving into Season 2 is because of the ping. She entirely counters everything that Valda tries to set into motion. Obviously, you have your haze, where if you get caught out, you get guaranteed 1 hit against you from the form of a Valda. So if she swaps into something like a greatsword, it can be a massive chunk of your health bar. But the ping is just going to be able to instantly heal back up to full, and suddenly the Valda doesn't actually have that CC.
Well, we actually spoke to Reki before getting into this game, so we're going to have hear what he had to say. So over to Reki.
因为第一双周的时候我打得很急，就可能觉得自己刀硬啊，然后就跑去就是一直跟人家打，然后打着打着发现就是打不过人家了， 然后自信心可能就当时就出了点问题。然后第一双周打完之后下来，因为没进周决，然后我去问了一下麦克，然后这真的是特别要感谢一下麦克。然后他说我基本上我问什么问题他都会回答，完了之后，然后去教我这些东西，然后让我去看谁是谁的录像，然后基本上就是我天天看嘛。然后从那下来以后，我一个星期差不多都是4、5点才睡觉吧，就看录像，然后去练这些东西的。对，然后特别感谢一下麦克。
One of the things I really love about this league is the friendships. Like me and you, Moxie, we both come from different games. There's like our primary games, and I see a lot of rivalries, and I see some friendships, some players who do get on. I mean, the UK scene, where I am anyway, is pretty chill. A lot of people are very friendly with one another, but like on the higher end, you do see players who just don't like each other. You do see players who they don't really help each other out. They might talk and be like, yeah, we get on, but like to actually see Mike actually helping out Reki, and like they are just, everyone in this league is just happy to be here, and they're just so friendly to one another, and I love it.
I mean, they respect each other too. Like the fact that we have those 1 versus 1s in terms of the solos, like it's the mechanical gameplay. You get those 1v1s in these really enclosed environments, and you're able to go toe-to-toe with the best of the best, and it's really lovely to get to see them helping each other out, making sure that the meta develops where everyone is going to be comfortable and can adapt quickly. Because remember, all of these players are in the same position. For some of them, this is the first time that they're really on LAN. This is the first time that they're in a professional esports environment where they are having to practice until 5 a.m. As we can have a look at Game 4, which again is going to be off of Holoroff. We are going to be headed back over to the Morris Isle, so we might be going back into the Justina meta, which Hip, I know you love.
Oh, God. Hey, Valda! Let's go! It's Dongjing as well. I am here for it. I am here for that Valda. But oh my word. I didn't get a snowstorm in the last game, but I guess I'm getting it in this game. Look at the amount of Justinas there are. Everyone's gonna be freezing up.
Yep. There's gonna be a lot of we've got a Wu-Chan as well coming out from Ace's champion. Going to be picking that one up. Yeah, I get my Wu-Chen, you get your Valda. We have lots of happy, smiling faces.
Wait, there were no zippings?
Yeah, no zipping.
Huh.
Which is an interesting one. So we are going to now see, I think mostly because, one, it's not like Holoroff. You don't immediately have that like squabble over really hotly contested loot drop areas. You want to go for something like the Yodo or the Justina, where you go for survivability or aggression to try and find those picks as fast as possible. The Wu-Chan also is going to be really good for mobility. The Valda, I've seen players try to pull off in solos, and I hate to rain on your parade, pun for all intents and purpose intended. But the problem with the Valda is that she just has no follow-through damage on her own set in the solos. The hate can come through, the CC can come out, but if you don't have the weaponry to be able to actually make that one guaranteed hit count, the Valda can do absolutely nothing. So for Dunkwing, it is all about getting that loot upgraded to a high tier as fast as possible.
Yeah, that is probably what really holds Valda back in like the meta. Is she's very loot dependent. Things like the Justina. I mean, Justina, I say, is probably still weapon dependent and item dependent, but not as comparatively. But I think the Yoto, her ult doesn't scale off the damage of her weapon. So, and it's consistent damage. It's a lot of AoE damage. So Yoto very less dependent on it. As Jux and Uran take himself a fight here. Jux might just have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but they know that there's another player about, so they are playing this relatively safe and respectful. Uran now just going in for the shots, and actually Reki's here as well. We have a whole bunch of players in the area, but it looks like they're all going to scatter, but Jux is being hunted. And actually, was that Wang Liang coming through it as well? I didn't see who that was.
Champion and Duran both trying to push on to this. Reki has actually swapped over to the bow. We are seeing Wang Liang.
There he is. I knew I saw him in the corner.
Oh my goodness, poor old Jux is just being passed around like past the parcel at the moment. Will go down to Reki with that dagger. Mike going to be able to pick off 6, 7, 8 as well, but with that fight now finished, these players are still sticking around. Duran has been spotted out extremely low as well, does not have that Yodo F ability to be able to try and block out those projectiles, as Wang Liang swapping to that bow, trying to get a little bit of damage that you just need to have one click of those dual blades charged up on the left mouse to be able to finish things off, as Dongqing, our resident Champion. Valda has been able to find a counter onto Spider.
Oh,
yeah! Comes through into the grab, and the Valdas find the pick.
Let's go, Valda. Is that a pool party skin? When did that one come out? I missed this one.
Just now. This, I think, was actually released this week.
Oh, well, at least I need to log in and get a skin, apparently. That's sick. Oh, Valda gets a kill. I mean, it's on a good player as well. They won the last lobby, and Uran, actually, it might just be Uraning away because he is going very, very low. Getting struck out by the bows as well. Is able to just about survive and get away from these members as he actually just repositions back into the building, but he's still being chased down by Reki from Ventus as just needs to put as much distance there as possible. Oh, the snipe from Reki, able to secure the kill, and Wang Liang actually, did he just pop the ultimate there? He did.
He did. He's popping the ultimate. He might try to collapse back in onto those players, but that ultimate has not been used. There's the freeze onto Champion. The dual blades immediately to follow through with that left click. Will not be able to find it as we do see that Wuchen TP come through, but the second freeze comes out onto the side of Champion. He's knocked down into the ground. He could potentially be stun locked. The uppercut rush of the dagger comes through as Reki tries for that third party. We're seeing Champion using that TP to be able to pop back and forth, but now you're stuck between Reki and Wang Liang. As poor old Champion just has no way of being able to escape. Dual Blades comes out as Wang Liang trying to finish things off. The Katana Blink Strike has been able to find one. Mike using that grapple to be able to finish him off. Swaps to the pistol and gets the snipe onto the downed Wu Chen. And Champion has to use the resurrection early.
Mike literally scumbagging his way into getting that second kill, and now actually looking for Don King as well. Sorry, Dao Hui. Get my names muddled up there. He's going to be able to freeze himself off as Mike, keeping the pressure up for the moment, has got that freeze. He's going to connect it on to Dao Hui. His health bar's going low. Just needs to get this next freeze. Mike staying close behind. Will try to look to catch him out as he slowly trying to grab his way up. Mike comes in with a freeze, and Mike comes in with a third kill. A killer start for Mike right now, and he needed this bounce back after that last game.
Mike is one of those players in Season 1. We know he can clutch out these lobbies. Dao Hui is going to be able to find Dong Qing, not going into that bubble, so no CC available for that Valda to be able to hide and break line of sight as well, using it as a shield to block those projectiles. As now we're moving over to Dubai, another one of those players who has had a lot better games the later we go on into these days. Dual Blades going to be coming out for that. Justina not really wanting to stick around to find that pick, going to be looking for a reshield, but is currently being chased as we do see the tail end of the grapple come through. 678 with the uppercut will be able to find Wang Liang, forcing that Justina F ability to be coming out early, and now the chase is going to begin. 678 not really able to find a safe, clean grapple over this rooftop though. Knows that they haven't left the area. Wang Liang is still going to be in this shack, and 678 has spotted them, but now they have to go through the window and into that zone, as it is now going to be 678 not wanting to put themselves out of that zone cleanly because they know players are going to be looking to try to collapse in on those health, as we actually see 678 and Wang Liang still caught in the corruption. Mike just waiting, looking behind him to catch those players as they come out. Reki moving into that freeze form is now going to have to try and tap dodge away from the charge. Splash will be able to get the tap dodge out successfully, and LXY not going to be able to find the follow-up with the pistol, as Jin on that Justina is now waiting for a freeze bomb coming out from Dao Hui to be able to break before they can move in for that pick. As the knife is landing a lot of damage onto this Justina, there is absolutely no way that Dao Hui is going to be able to survive unless they can get a successful counter. Jin gets pushed into the back of the wall, not going to be able to find the follow-through damage, and Dao Hui comes back in, but Jin holding on to that Justina F will be able to keep themselves safe. Neither of these players can use the ultimate to try to disengage. That ultimate mirror is going to be in full effect, and it's Jin who comes out on top with the dagger.
Able to find the kill. Jin favors his dagger. This is an item which another player who basically will stubbornly stick to this item no matter what. It really suits his playstyle. It's a weapon he's very comfortable with, and we see him play it, you know, time and time again. Most kills in the league on that dagger as well, closing in on the 100 mark, just so you know. So that could come up at some point in this game or the next. As Wang Liang gets himself frozen up, and 678 is going to take him down and actually eliminate him as the first player taken out from the lobby. So Wang Liang, a 0 fat donut for him in this fourth game of the day. That's
a little bit more self-sustainable when you can actually, you know, use your ultimate, right? Who would the funk. As Ventus's Reki is now going to be on the back foot, has to grapple away extremely low in terms of that health department. Is not going to be chased down just yet, as a Morris Blessing is actually online. Champion trying to take a little bit of control over it. Mike now pushing on to that Wu Chen. Champion has already been knocked out of the lobby once and had to use that resurrection early. If he goes down now, he is going to be out. There is one of the boons of the Morris Blessing. The Flamer has been picked up, and it is pushing all of those players onto the high ground to be able to escape its clutches. As Champion still not out of dodge. Yoran coming back in with that Flamer, not allowing the amount of Justinas in this lobby to be able to go back into that freeze form. Otherwise, they are just opening themselves up to a lot more damage while giving away one of their most useful utilities. As Mike is now trying to come in for the third party. Champion in an absolute world of hurt is focused down by both of these players. The Flamer will come through. Yoran will be able to pick it up, and Champion is knocked out of the lobby to go alongside Wang Liang.
It is chaos. I'm so glad. You were completely right, though. You said at the beginning of the day, you're like, first game's always slow in solos, and then the teams just come alive as Dongqing actually lands the bubble onto Ego here. Isn't going to commit because of that third player around, so it makes it maybe a little bit too scary for him, but now they're just keeping the pressure up onto Ego. Ego gonna be forced to panic ult, basically. Just gonna use it to try and get away as quick as possible. Should be able to do so as, well, at least buy some space. He actually got stuck on the stairs there. That's a mistake from Ego. That may catch him as he is caught in the bubble, and it is popped by 17JL.
Jack's got the steal. This is what we were talking about with the Valda. You can get the CC to connect onto those players, but if you don't have the follow-through damage chip, it's just going to get swiped out beneath you.
Super, super rough for him, actually, on that front. Jux. That's his first kill. So, you know, a good freebie for Jux, let's say.
We take those, okay? It doesn't matter how much health you take away as long as you get that final blow. As we can see, Slayer having to use that Justina ultimate. Wants to try to keep themselves alive, just staying up in the air to make sure that those players can't try to collapse in on them. LXY is actually closing through. They have to be very careful because those are the bounce shells coming through from the cannons. Immediately going to force them out of the room and into the open of the rooftops. And now they're going to be drastically out of position for everyone to run into. Mike cuts off their exit. They've got the counter onto Reki. Slayer still somehow alive with that freeze form. And now Yoran comes in to take advantage of that chaos. Has spotted Reki down low, is moving in with those katanas, wants to try and finish things off with a nice little blink strike, won't be able to find it as Reki goes down to Mike first, and Yoran tries to come in but has absolutely no chance of being able to secure that one as Mike moves away before the Flamer can come through.
Spider going to be able to finish up Slayer as well. Another game for Slayer where unfortunately he's unable to find himself a kill. But Mike right now leading the charge with those 5 kills, doing himself a great overall standing. And this is the overall standings on the left-hand side of your screen. As you can see, Slayer has 2 points. That's it. That's across all of the teams, out of all 24 players right now in solos. Slayer is having a very, very rough season.
It's also the start of the season, you know, like you're trying to find your feet, you're trying to adjust in. There's a lot of these players who were finding points and kills off of the third party haven't really been able to adjust to that tempo. As we can still see, the Valda in play will be able to get the CC to connect onto one of those players below them. Gets tapped out, though, of the grapple. Will not be able to find themselves on the high ground. And without that CC, may just get stun locked. Jin trying to find that pick. Dunkwing trying to play for that high ground. He's watched his Star Wars. As Jux is still following through, trying to take this Valda out of the mix. They know if the Valda's stuck in the lobby, the Yodos aren't really going to be safe when they go for their ultimates. After that first slash, you can get knocked out of your ultimate by the Valda tidal wave, and Dunkwing with those dual blades gets countered! He tried to go for the charge of left click, and it's so counteracted because immediately Jin just sees it. It's so predictable, and Dunkwing is knocked off of the high ground onto the low and has to scale back up the tower again, something that's just not going to be allowed for the Valda, as he's trying to use the bubble to be able to negate any damage that comes on through, but Jin is chasing after him. Charged up strike is going to come through from the katana. Jin going to go for that freeze form so that he's able to starve off that third party coming through potentially from Jux. Jux gets caught by the seas and immediately operates into that F ability, pushing Dunkwing off of that high ground and not allowing Valda control of the lower. Will still have control of the higher upper part of this tower for Dunkwing, though, to be able to go for the reset. But now it is going to be, again, that bubble thrown out, making sure no projectiles can come through. No one can really try and contest you out of the space, and you can just hold on the high ground entirely uncontested, waiting for players to be picked up by your ult.
Super, super clean stuff coming in. Mike takes a quick headshot there from LXY, trying to contest out on the Mora's Blessing. Mike rocking the purple dagger now, dropped the nunchucks that he was using earlier on. Just as a quick warning, Mike has 99 kills on the nunchucks. He is 1 off 100, and that'd be the first player to get 100 kills on the nunchuck. So he's switching to the dagger. It's not going to be happening this game unless he switches out again. I also know that Jin is very close to 100 kills on the dagger. So it's gonna be a tense couple of games actually, where one of these two will be taking a title on their respected favorite weapon, or at least favorite weapon so far of the tournament, as JJHRD 678 has got himself this ballista, so he's gonna be able to hold this high ground and basically just control a lot of the area around. But for now, Moxie, we've hit that slower area, that game where everybody chills out a little bit. We've still got 10 players left in the lobby, so it's not being like game 2 where it was a bloodbath.
Yeah, all of these players a little bit further out in terms of their surroundings too. No one really going to be close enough to potentially look for that third party anti-ultimate area as well in full effect in the middle of the zone at the moment. As we can see, Reki looking for one of those picks. Might just have seen Jux hiding behind the pillar. Definitely heard a little bit of noise, but doesn't really want to commit in. As Spider moves in with that cannon, Mike already having to go for that Justina F ability. They are out of the anti-ult area, and this is actually really smart coming through from Spider. He's making sure that he's able to keep his F ability while going into the anti-ultimate area to get that reset, knowing that Mike does not want to chase. Because if things take a turn for the worse, he won't be able to use the ultimate to disengage. He'll be prevented from using it. So Spider able to keep both his utilities intact. Mike going for a reset, has been able to catch on to Dubai, who was moving forward trying to escape out of that zone, but takes a lot of damage from the bow and actually has to just break line of sight, hiding behind these pillars to try to keep himself intact. As Dubai still looking for this chase. It's taking a little bit too long though. Players have started to notice a lot of the fight happening on the outer parts of this ring, and you can actually see Euron just a little bit to your left, potentially coming in for that third party, as everyone's starting to scrap towards that Mora's Blessing. We've seen how integral those flamers have been in the final circles. Players going to want to control those chests to be able to pick up those weapons and better themselves for the position that they can hold in final circle.
Well, Mike's still under a lot of fire here from everybody, effectively. He wants to contest this Mora's Blessing, but Yoran is going to be able to pick that up, get the golden armor, and everyone else can just kind of take the scraps of what is left over. But Yoran now, golden armor, hasn't really got the best weapon loadout. I think that's a flamer. Yeah, he's got a flamer, so he's got a purple flamer in his inventory. So we've seen the flamer be very effective right now in the later circles so far, and he's just stopping anyone from even going near the Mora's Blessing. He goes, no, I don't want anyone to have it. I've had it and no one else can have it. I'm done with it, but no one's allowed.
I call dibs.
Yes. Is Durant.
It's really smart too, because he's honestly funneling how all of these other players are having to position around this zone. He's pushing them towards the Bane strap. He's making sure that he's going to have control of that open space, so when he wants to go in for that ultimate, he's going to be able to kite onto those players. As we can see, Reki just trying to find a little bit of an alcove safe and away. Yoran has been able to pin down Jux and isolate this player from the herd. Hasn't been able to find the pick. Third party potentially coming on through, but this is what Yoran actually wants. The more players that are close and everyone going for that chaotic chase, the more time that flamer is going to have to be able to catch on to those players' backs and take advantage of the chaos that ensues. Jux has been able to escape, but these players are still just waiting to catch him down. He has not been able to have the breathing room to go for a full reset. As we can see, the Valda ultimate comes through, but Mike tap dodges behind it. And will be able to escape, but it's straight into the hold. Mike takes so much damage from the follow through on the flamer, but he's able to survive.
Dongqing, though, low HP on the Valda. He's made it work so far with those 2 kills, but he is being hunted down by Yuran, and Yuran is relentless onto him. A bubble in the doorway so Dongqing can get in. Mike pops it again. Mike, why do you keep doing this, man? He is just being a nuisance right now to Dongqing on the Valda. Mike's going to climb back up the bubble. Dong able to get himself a little bit of healing, a little bit of shield recovery for himself, but he is only rocking purple gear, and we talked about how important it was for the Valda to actually have good gear. Gonna be able to not really do too much.
This is Philippi from Yuran. He's just holding onto the flamer. Anytime anyone tries to come up, he's just gonna shoot them as 6, 7, 8 is returning a little bit of projectile fire, coming in with that swarm that he has been able to pick up from one of those Morris Blessings. And again, we can see the problems with the Valda. Even if the grab's there, there's just no follow-through damage, and it's really Mike and Yuran who've been able to capitalize, coming in with those flamers to pick off those players who are stuck in the grab coming out from that Valda. FSL XY has been able to survive a little bit longer, might go down in a matter of moments, as is currently the focus of one of those flamers. Yuran immediately coming through with so much damage, just forcing them off of the high into the low. Does have to go for a reshield before looking for that engagement once more. Has been able to pin down LXY and just forces them out into the open. Potential third party comes through. LXY not wanting to go near the herd of players, decides to take their luck against the sole player of Yuran, but now that position has been given up, and all of these players are starting to swarm onto this very low health target, as it is just a matter of time. LXY has absolutely no space to be able to get a full reset. He's being grappled down, he's being flamed upon, he's being katana blink striked into. This poor guy is not getting any space to be able to survive, and he will go down to the dagger from Jin.
And Jin is going to look to try and finish up Reki, or at least challenge through Reki here. Reki able to dodge backwards, but into a flamer, dodging around everything. Just so you know, Dongqing did go down, so we have lost our Valda, sad face. Was taken out just in the middle of, like, while we're looking at the swarm and stuff, so unfortunate for them, but players getting closer and closer. 8 players left in the lobby. 5 minutes until the circle closes up, and the players are already playing hyper aggressive into one another. Yuran just takes a cannonball to the face, and it's going to have to reposition.
I tell you what, I don't want to be a Justina right now, and that's really unfortunate for 5 of the 8 players that we have surviving in this lobby. 5 of them are Justina's hip, and 5 of them cannot use the F ability if a flamer comes close.
No, they have to be so careful, actually, before they can even think about that. A couple of shots from the swarm also coming in. Gonna be a real problem because you run freeze into the swarm, just constant fire. But players are now just playing it nice and chill. They are just waiting it out, waiting for the circle to get close before they fully commit to whatever is next to come in this game. They are playing it chill, as we do expect from this stage. Is 6, 7, 8 with the swarm versus flamer. Oh wait, they both got swarms.
They both have swarms. So it is going to be a swarm off at the moment, as 6, 7, 8 decides, okay, I'm not going to want to try to challenge that. He is going to eat into my resources, and by happy that his position has been secured, we'll swap back to the bow to be able to have a little bit more accuracy when it comes to those snipes. It's just going to be patrolling on this high ground. Any player that really pops their heads above the armament will get taken a little bit low in terms of those snipes, as that zone is starting to close on through. We still have 5 Justinas in this lobby. They can't really go for that freeze form, so once the spike starts going to the melee, the flamers are going to have so much impact in this engagement, as Yuran once again just brutalizing, bulldozing into that front line, coming out with that flamer, will immediately just go away to be able to get a replenish, just keeping themselves on the edge of that zone, allowing all of these players to chip down the health bars and then come in to finish them off. The Spider goes for a reset, doesn't have the freeze form, has to break line of sight to be able to pull it off. Out comes the Justina ultimate to try to counter into a second Justina ultimate. Spider's the one who's actually been able to come out on top of it. The freeze is there, swaps into the cannon, hasn't been able to find the pick. Somehow 6, 7, 8 is still alive. Jin now coming in for the steal, but Spider is able to find, with the nunchucks, the pick onto Reki, and it is going to be Jin activating that Justina ultimate to be able to use those blips to be able to reposition, and then pin down 6, 7, 8, who got stuck in the shack and did not have the mobility to be able to escape the attention that was brought alongside them, as it is now going to be 5 players left in the zone. We have 2 Yodos left. Everybody else is a Justina, so they're going to be waiting.
That was an unbelievable play from Jin, actually. Just having really good read on where people were, was able to hunt them down. And we got these buildings. There's lots of Lots of places to hide, luckily, for some of these players. But Jin getting flamed up for the moment. Yoran's getting jumped onto, is able to avoid away thanks to his F ability. Obviously, he kind of counters everyone with his flamer, but he is also countered from his ultimate with the amount of freezes coming forward. It's going to be a scary, scary circle for Yoran because he knows that he's going to be a high priority target, and everyone's going to look to freeze him up. As the circle's closing in, tighter and tighter, forcing these players closer and closer together. Jin trying to go for the reset, or at least trying to recover some of his resources, some of his health, as Yoran kind of jump forward. Spider actually freezes himself. I think that was a little bit too early, but he's going to be on a hold fast for the moment. The swarms are still here as well. Yoran with this golden armor, going to be so tanky, very hard to deal with through the flamer, through it all, but he does need to find a moment where he can sit still and recover his weapon. Is probably the biggest problem. He's only got 50 left on the ammunition out of that 150 weapons, so Durant gonna use his opportunity, actually gonna get the free reset off as Spider not gonna catch him out as they're all just hiding behind the hay bales. Circle getting tighter and tighter, and everyone is just playing distance from one another, but that can only last for so long. Jux and Dubai are going to have to give up their gentleman's agreement and their neighbors' accordance and walk away from one another. Jux going to climb over the wall any second now and look to join into the action, but Dubai and him are holding it as long as possible. Everyone is scared of Yoran's laser, of his flamer. That'd be a cool weapon. As Yoran now switching back to that flamer, back to polearm, wants to save the ammo as much as possible, has been able to get another recovery off actually on it and repair it somewhat, as there we go. Down goes Spider. Jin's able to take him down. Yoran going to be able to heal himself up momentarily, switches back to the flamer again. Everyone's getting forced tighter and tighter together as Yoran may just have to go into that ult fairly soon, jumping in for a lot of damage. As in comes the Yoto ultimate coming out from one. Yoran's going to throw down his own Yoto ultimate as Dubai immediately caught out. Everyone is going low inside the circle as Yoran takes out Jin, takes out his key competition here as he is blitzing the rest of the lobby. Dubai is cooked. Yoran, 5 kills on the board in a killer end to the game.
Well, it's an absolute killer loadout coming through from Yoran as well. I adore this. First of all, he books himself a spot behind one of the hay bales, so it's extremely hard to actually push onto him when he's running that flamer. And then he actually has the spear as well, so if anyone again tries to come close to him, he's going to be able to hit them with the distance. And no one tries to push him, no one tries to pressure him, everyone tries to avoid him. And that final circle, when it starts to close up, it plays out perfectly for him. He still has that hay bale, he's able to actually scale it, so he's able to have a little bit of verticality and look down upon everyone below him with the flamer, wait for the first Yoto ultimate to come through, and then once again piggyback off of the first Yoto's ultimates with an ultimate of his own coming in and cleaning up versus competition, and then everyone else remaining.
Really clean stuff coming in from the boys. From the boy, Yoran. I mean, he was geared. He was geared to the teeth. And, like, it's one of those ones where it was such a Justina lobby and you nailed it, Moxie. You were like, you don't want to be playing Justina when there's flamers in the lobby. And, like, it just so happened that there's a Yoto who's also very good in the final circle with a flamer. Like, yeah. That is a scary game to be playing Justina, and unfortunately that is the weakness of Justina. These Mora's Blessings are very good because they're the only places you can get the Swarm and the Flamer. So if they're just going to be sitting there and one of them happens to give out the Flamer, suddenly your hero has been countered by a Mora's Blessing. Maybe that's why we're seeing people kind of leaning away to it now that Zipping's around. Zipping kind of fills that niche of sustain, but isn't just like hard countered by something like a Flamer. But then again, Zipping's fairly new, so maybe it's, you know, maybe there needs to be a little bit of time before people figure out what the deal is and what the counter is to her. But either way, I think people were using up their Justinas there because I think these last 2 games are going to be very Yoto favored, very Yoto filled.
Yeah, I think a problem as well for Justina is that you don't really have the control of the Mora's Blessings that's available for a Yoto, right? Whenever we see the Mora's Blessing come through, a Yoto can just throw that F ability down and guarantee that you're able to see yourself through the projectile attacks that come upon you and also the melee attacks that come from you. The Justina doesn't really have that. You can try to pop your ultimate and hope that you're going to be able to immediately get on top of that Mora's Blessing, buy the thing that you need, and then immediately use the ultimate to be able to dash on out. But when it comes to actually controlling that space when when the Morris Blessing is loading in, you have no potential to be able to keep yourself on that frontline fight. And so for the Justina, not only is it a problem that you're countered by the Flamer, there's also a problem that you don't really have the space to be able to put a Flamer into your own hands to counter it. And you see, even before that final circle starts to close on through, all of those players are actually just holed up behind the wall, behind the arch, behind the hay bales, because they know if they peek their way through and have to use that F ability the way that we saw Spider getting forced into using, they're just going to be absolutely chipped down by the Flamer, as we can see. Uran coming out on top with 5 kills, and it feels like a big chunk of them were off of that Flamer.
Yeah, I mean, a big chunk of them came from the end of that game as well. Mike had 5 kills from the early game, and this felt like a very typical Mike game to me. You know, what, like old school Mike from like the beginning of the first season, where he plays very aggressive early and then just fumbles somewhere just before the end game really kicks off, and he doesn't get like the greatest placement. I mean, his ranking point was 1.5, his kill multiplier was 1.5. Like, he didn't do amazing on that front. Got 7 points, even though he had the exact same kills as Yoran, who got 12 points there. And him and Jin taking first and second, with Mike in third. The kills spread out again, but still very top heavy coming into this game.
Yeah, Donkering as well, trying to make that Valda work. I mean, I would love to see it come into meta, but again, we just saw the pitfall with the hero. When you're able to actually guarantee that you have that one hit, if you don't have the loot loadout to guarantee that that one hit is going to capitalize and convert into a pick, other people are just going to take advantage of the fact that they can get a free hit in off of your hard work, and you're not going to have a cooldown to be able to try to hold them off when they look for that third party. After they picked up that kill, they're going to come after you, and you're not going to have anything in the pocket to be able to burn them out, as we are going to see Uran coming in with the MVP. 25,000 damage, a massive amount of it coming through from those range. The Flamer coming in with, is that 10,600 of it?
No, it's 16,000 damage. Most of his damage came from that Flamebringer. He did 3,000 damage with his skill and his ultimate. Like, he just like that Flamer was unbelievable for him. Yoran, a really, really solid game, and a good win for him. A lot of points on the board. That's going to shake things up. I'm excited at the end of the day to have a look at the overall standings and see how a bunch of these teams are sitting, or a bunch of these players. I'm used to trios, that's why I keep saying teams. But how these players will be sitting. Because it's a bizarre way I'm looking at solos, just because I had my expectations that, you know, like you'd have to buy, you'd have Mike. Like I really thought Mike was gonna win season 1, and then, you know, I thought he'd be back with a vengeance, and he's kind of middle of the pack right now. He's not having the greatest start to the season, so, you know, it's gonna be an interesting look at the lobby, because I think today has shaken things up quite a lot.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that Mike has held a little bit back with how long some of these fights are going through, right? In season 1, he would very quickly burn through fights and then immediately look for the next one. But just as a sort of run-off effect of, again, the amount of Justinas that we had, and in the previous lobbies, the amount of Zipings that we've had, because the fights have gone on for so long, we're actually seeing players go 1 versus 1 for a good minute and a half, and then not getting that pick, and just giving up, so that they can reposition to somewhere else because the fight's taken too long. And for players like Mike, who have a very aggressive playstyle when it comes to that first ring, it's very punishing if you're not able to bank off of the kills that you were finding early on in the rest of your games, because suddenly you're having to adapt your playstyle entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think the meta's shifted away from what Mike is used to, but again, Yoto's still there. There's a whole bunch of things going on. Oh, apparently Jin did get his 100 kills on the dagger. So Jin actually was to get his 100 kills on the dagger. I was just getting my updates on the other screen there. So yeah, Jin, first player in solos to get 100 kills on that dagger. So it's hard for him not to, when he will literally quite happily run around with a grey dagger at the end of a game and just be like, I'm just comfortable with this weapon. And, you know, comfort, I guess, is key, but so is consistency. And I think that's something we are lacking. We are lacking quite a lot of consistency right now in this tournament. Some players seem really good some games, seem kind of trash other games. So, like, some players just kind of having middling performances the whole time and not really actually putting together enough points to have like a decent middling performance where they're like relevant. It's a very bizarre state we're in, and I'm wondering why that is. It makes sense to me in trios, but for for solos, it's a weird one because Mike is still on the same team. He's still, he's still Mike. It's the same guy. So why is he struggling so much? It's things like that I'm a little bit confused about.
I think, again, it just sort of comes back to the adaptation to the pacing. Like, in Season 1, you said yourself when you were going into solos, you expected these games to be fast-paced. You expected that for a circle to be an absolute bloodbath, where all of those players were looking to take full advantage of the fact that if you go down early, you've still got a resurrection. You have that second lifeline. You can make sure that you're able to have enough kills that you pick up in first circle that you can then play very hesitantly and safely into mid-circle, so that when you survive into final circle and come in with the last couple of ultimates as the round closes up, you've got enough kills for the kill multiplier to actually have value for you surviving that long. And we're seeing, in terms of the amount of difference in points between the top half of the lobby and the bottom half of the lobby, it's between the players who make it into final circle or not.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is about that. The meta is final circle. It used to be get points early and then just make it to final circle and get a good multiplier. It's now just get your kills at the final circle. That's where it's all final circle based, and I think that's why Yoto is so powerful. I think Valda does have a place. I think you are right. Her glaring weakness is she's very weapon reliant, but in those final circles, like if there's enough people making it to the final circle, you can actually really pop off as Valda there. But I guess that's the key problem in its own right, is it's a lot of ifs. Like, you have to get good weapons. Lots of people have to survive, so it can't be a bloodbath early game. You need to then get that good ult. Like, there's a lot of kind of criteria to make Valda work. When Yoto, it's like, oh, something didn't go right. I can press my F ability and buy space, or, there's a lot of other heroes have tools which are reactive to the state of the fight more than like, okay, I have conditions. Because, like, if those conditions could be met every time, like everyone's in the final circle, they group up for the Valda role, and Valda has good weapons, Valda would be the best character in the game. But the problem is because the conditions can't be met, it makes it harder when, that's why we see Zipping being strong, because Zipping, her entire kit is reactive. It's, I'm in trouble, I will pop my ultimate. I will pop my F and have that kind of like, bit like the ability to not be caught out, and reactive abilities I think are better because you don't know the state of the game. You don't know where the circle's going to be. You don't know who's going to make it to that final circle. I guess it's the same reason quite a lot of heroes struggle in solos. Takeda probably being a big one. Everyone was very excited for him because he'd just come out at the start of first season, had a little bit of show in solos, and then people realized he has way too many check boxes to be ticked to actually make him like relevant. Anyway, I've rambled enough. It is time for us to pass it over to Leah, standing by with a player after that game, so we'll speak to her now. Bye. Hello, everybody. We are back and we're on for our final game on Morris Isle. We're on game number 5. We've still got another Holoriff after this, but we were actually just talking about like the state of the game and like how we actually don't think it contrary to maybe a popular belief, but I actually don't think Yoto is broken. I just think she's good, and I just don't think there's anyone else who's actually good. I think like Justina's good because she does well into Yoto's and her kit's very good. I think Zipping is strong but not broken. I think Zipping's just, again, like she's a good hero, so she's playable. I just think a lot of the other heroes you would see in solo just aren't in a great condition right now and aren't playable because they're quite weak. I'd like to see, we were talking about buffs and we were coming up with like ideas of how to make Valda playable. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna try and weasel my way into the dev team and let them know what I think they should do to Valda. But yeah, I think this game it was a lot of Justina coming in, and I think that signals that we're probably going to see a lot of Yotos coming into this next game, and probably some Zippings as well. Like, they use a lot of them up early. They have to now reset that kind of timer, so to speak. And then they'll like in the next 2 games, I reckon Yotos, Zippings are going to be the two most common picks showing up.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's a reason that we see so much of Yoto, and like you said, it's not because she's like inherently busted. She is pretty darn balanced. The problem that we see, the reason why, is that she is good whatever stage of the game you're in. So a lot of the time, trios and solos will have one win condition which they have to work towards. One hero will be really good early game, but maybe fall off a little bit mid game and then come back into play final circle, and vice versa. Yoto, because of how her kit works out, as you pointed out with things like the Takeda and the Valda, they have checkboxes for their utilities to come into full effect. The Yoto doesn't really have to worry about that. The F and the ultimate are always going to be finding a lot of value, and the reason that we're seeing the Zipping starting to rise into prominence is because she's actually able to even up the field. You're able to stay in a fight, so if, say, something like a Yoto pops an ultimate and a Justina has already used a freeze form, you are relying on tap dodging out of the slashes, or you try and escape, and the Yoto is then just going to be able to follow, because obviously after that first ultimate slash, you can immediately TP and piggyback off every single other one. When it comes to that Zipping, you don't actually have to leave the fight, so you're not going to get caught out on a sloppy rotation. Instead, with that F and the shield that it provides, you can stay there and challenge the Yoto for the space. And then when the ultimate from the Yoto has fallen off, you're still going to have your shield, you're still going to have your heal, you can win the fight in the long con.
Well, I think the reason that both of these heroes are currently relevant. Well, sorry, the 3 current heroes that are relevant, Justina, Yoto, and Zipping, the reason all 3 of them are meta is because their tools are utility and aggression, but most importantly, they are my brain isn't working. They are reactive. And reactive is the key thing, because it's if someone throws something at you and you have an aggressive tool, your one button is I go forward. But reactive tools like, you know, the F ability is I need to just buy myself some space, or I need to recover mid-fight, or, you know, they're very flexible abilities. All of them are very flexible. The reason I think Yoto's a little bit better than Justina, and you nailed it, was it's the Mora's blessings. Because the Yoto F ability can buy you space to secure that Mora's blessing. Anyway, to stop us rambling and give us a break, we actually did have a chat with GPL's Jin before getting into this game, so we'll see what he had to say.
今天周决赛刚开始的时候，前2把打得不是很理想，然后就没有想过其他东西，就随便打嘛。然后后面打着打着，直到最后一把，把杀手什么的都杀掉了，然后算了一下分，感觉如果这把吃的话能夺冠，然后当时打的可能就有点急吧，然后有些地方没处理好，没夺冠还是有点遗憾的，但是也满足了。我印象比较深的，首先是蜘蛛侠，他的刀法很强，但是他可能运营有一点点差，如果他运营做好，也是一个非常恐怖的选手。还有就是 EWG 叶兰和魂队的那个选手，他们决赛圈梅花桩这些处理的非常好，也是不可小看的对手。
Jin, look out! It's coming for you! That's so funny. Moxie was laughing quite a lot at that.
I was.
That roller killed someone. That roller killed 2 people in the show match, by the way. It was amazing. They were in the middle of a 1v1, and the roller ran them both over and took them out. It's like, I'm done with you 2 fighting. It's over.
That was when the funny roller, like, it wasn't just mitigated to 1 hit per rotation, right? That was when it could hit multiple times on the one farm.
I didn't know they even changed it. All I knew was it killed 2 people.
Change it. It
I
was
love that
doing
roller.
so much damage. I love that roller. I've been abusing that roller so much. Whenever I drop Holoroth and we're near a roller, I just throw the Yodo F to force them into either the F or the roller, and it's just so much maniacal cackling on my end. My teammates probably are a little bit concerned, but I mean, we are getting to see how exactly these compositions are going to fare. Oh my goodness, it's happening. We have a Taka.
Oh, hello. Now Hui pulling that one out. Mostly Yotos and Justinas. I think there's only 1 zipping in this lobby, unless there was one on that last page.
I
3.
think.
Oh wow, I'm really bad at counting. Here we go. Getting ready to go into the game. It is midday here in England, and it is midday on Morris Isle. It is confirmed, but Morris Isle is on the British Isles apparently.
Oh, I'm going to be so happy to see how exactly this map is going to fare, because we have a massive amount of Justinas still in this lobby, and just as we've seen Justinas get taken over by those Flamers, we could potentially see that Taka pick throwing a little bit of a spanner in the works in terms of that early game. In fact, that happened 2 days ago. Pandaman, I do believe, was actually on the Justina, and he ran into a Taka. And he went for the freeze form, and he just got absolutely blitzed down.
Well, here we go. We are getting ready to go into this final game on the Morris Isle as a Spider instantly gets himself caught out by a Clang, being chased down by multiple people as Wang Liang will be hunting him down. So make sure you do follow us on Twitch. We do have 4 days of broadcasts a week. Every other day we change modes, so we have solos on Thursdays and Saturdays, and we have trios on Fridays and Sundays. So make sure you tune in for that. I am so happy to be back on solos because I've been put on trio duty, and trios are very fun. But there's something about solos. There's something really fun about them. I love them. They're so much fun to watch.
It's the micro, isn't it? Like, when it comes to trios, you have, like, when it comes to trios, it's very much a case of, okay, how are you opening up this fight? Are you saving enough utility to be able to survive a third party? With the solos, it's all about, can you survive the 1 versus 1 and get it done fast enough that you don't have to worry about someone coming in and poaching out your pick? As we are seeing Wang Liang going toe-to-toe with Yuran, straight into that Blink Strike, will be able to survive off of the back of that zipping F, and immediately that fight taking a little bit too long for both of those players' tastes. They will separate and look for better loot so that they can come back and finish off that job. Because Alex, by one of these players who has had a little bit of a quieter day today, usually tends to be around the top 6, middling towards that pack, hasn't really been able to find what they're looking for. As we are seeing now 17JL's Ego potentially trying to punish the fact that Zipping has already used that F ability. Ego now going to be potentially caught out, having to just grapple away. Ego's still going to give chase. Unfortunately, fumbles that follow-up grapple, so does allow the Zipping in front of them to have a little bit of a head start. As Jin now coming in on that Justina is able to bear through the Yodo's F ability and can now try and collapse onto Slayer. A lot of clangs reverberating. Currently, no counter coming out for both of these players, but Jin going for that grapple follow-up will be able to do a lot of damage into a second grapple follow-up, is able to get the down, still not able to find that counter. Slayer able to clang back and grapple away, but Jin now coming in with that dagger will be able to find that rage to get a little bit of a knockdown. Yodo F ability comes through to make sure that Slayer can get a little bit of replenish, but Jin just eats the damage and goes straight into them.
Oh, there we go. His 100th kill on the dagger. I was told it already happened. It hasn't. There we go. Jin, 100 kills on the dagger.
I feel like we have, like, party poppers and confetti. Whenever one of those pops up. Do you know what else we should celebrate? The fact that we have a Taka in the lobby. Yes. I know that chat loves to see the Taka. They might not love to see that. The counter is going to come through. As Daohui is now trying to move forward with those nunchucks. Just trying to collapse on to that zipping. But there again is the shield fireball to try to follow through. Isn't able to intercept the grapple. Reki will be able to escape a little bit longer. Daohui is still looking for this chase. But that zipping is very slippery indeed. Grapple and follow through damage not going to be that. Immediately actually forcing Reki into using that ultimate, so the heal isn't going to be available for when the nunchucks start to sing. Immediately able to find the counter and the kick into the spine. As DAY3 will drop Reki, and you'll love to see the Tarka in play.
There we go. That's the target we wanted to see. That's some Panda Man almost level action. Although Panda Man's not in the lobby. Diaran actually get himself a little bit of damage thrown down on him. Make sure that if you want to see what it looks like from the player's perspective, you can go over to twitch.tv/Naraka Blade Pro League, and you can see Mike's POV. Mike, if you're new here, although his standings don't really tell that tale, is actually probably one of the best solo players we have. Last season, he was touted to win it all, and it was a pretty fair call to say Mike was going to win it all. In the end, it was Dubai, but Mike is a very real person to keep your eye on. So see how this guy throws down. I can't remember what he's playing this game. I think he's on the Yoto.
Reki as well, already out of the mix too. Normally one of our consistent players will be taken out and eliminated fully in the lobby. Remaining 14 players. DAY3 taking a lot of shots from that repeating crossbow coming on through. Will be able to survive as Louis gets taken down. Ego now looking for that finisher. We're going to be able to pop that zipping. F eats the full meter dump of those nunchucks. Does have that AoE to be able to pull through. The counter comes out. Louis has to now wait for that Justina F ability to be negated, and then can come in with the follow through damage. But Ego is able to pop that ultimate and looks to try to disengage. The freeze on the backside. Ego goes straight into it, but is still going to be able to find the pick.
That was really big. As actually we see Spider get knocked out. We've lost Reki. We lost Spider. Reki honestly not had a great day, considering he is the second place. Well, was the second place coming into today. I think that might have been somewhat undone as DAY3 taking himself a fight versus Jux. Jux is going a little bit low. DAY3's been popped back. Has to pop a little bit just to keep himself going for now. Gets frozen up mid-air. Can't be punished for it and comes straight back down. DAY3 is able to finish up Jux, and that is his third kill now on the Taka. He's making this work.
Already as well, now going to have purple nunchucks and a dagger to be able to move forward. And we talk about Taka, like, he is an A set list hero. The problem is that you have to survive into final zone, and he is definitely set on the right path to be able to do just that and come in obliterating everyone below him with the blackout. As we are now going to be following Dubai, who is rocking on that Yodo. Mike likewise going to be picking up that hero, is going to pick up a little bit of a quest. A bounty now going to be coming out onto the side of Wang Liang. So he's now going to be looking for that player to try to get aggressive. Does want to try and just get a little bit better loot to be able to start to move forward, making sure he's not moving past any of those crucial soul jades. Has the dual blades, we've seen how strong these weapons can be. The fact that you can charge them up, goes for a musket shot to start things off onto Wang Liang. Still not really looking for that open engagement, as we're now going to see them start to duke it out in that open space. Uppercut will be able to catch out Wang Liang. Yodo F ability comes out very early, so that Mike is going to be able to distance themselves, but that does allow Wang Liang to be able to pop that zipping shield and go for a little bit of a removal of their positions, as Mike now is looking to still chase onto this player, but caught out in the open. DAY3 has now noticed the Yodo's presence and is going to be chasing after Mike, so that quarry has for now escaped.
Yeah, but Mike still being hunted. He thought he was out, but he wasn't. DAY3 actually giving it up, deciding not to go for that chase any further. And right now, it is DAY3 who is dominating the kills, standing overall as Slayer. Still unable to find himself a kill. Is trying to take out Champion, but Champion is turning it back around. The nunchucks coming in. Slayer getting through that shield fairly effectively. Champion being put with his back against the wall. Slayer might just be able to find his first kill of the tournament here. Can he do it? Going for a recovery before continuing the presence, and Slayer not going to commit any further. The Champion may just look for him here in response, as the cannonball is going to just about miss out onto Slayer. Slayer steps out and gives up, decides not to go anything more. And no, Slayer, unfortunately, again, not picking up a kill. He seems a little, to be honest, cautious is probably the best way to word it. He's been very cautious. Like, that was a fight he probably could have pushed, but he decided not to. And when you're this far down, you've got 2 points total the entire tournament. You need to start scrapping some points together. So He can't go any lower. Just push up and see if you can find more, because Mike, who I believe took a bounty out on him earlier, is hunting Slayer down, catches him with a counter. The F ability comes out. Mike does have his own F ability, but he's not actually pulling the mark right yet. Slayer going a little bit in danger here as Mike is keeping the pressure up. He's got the armor advantage over Slayer, and he is not letting Slayer get away from this one. Trying to keep on the damage to Slayer for now as he's got him pinned, he's got him low. Mike will be looking to finish up his kill here. Mike loses his shield and actually goes a little bit low. Slayer able to turn it back around. The pair of them going for a quick armor and health refresh, but Mike wants to go for the full reset. Comes in with a grapple, catches Slayer out and actually stops him from being able to recover anything else. It's now down to Slayer, who wants to be playing on the defensive, but Mike will not let him do so as Slayer turns around as he climbs up the roof and gets a whole bunch of damage off, but in comes Champion with a cannon now, raining the pain down onto the pair of them, and Mike is actually the one to go low. Slayer somehow saved by Champion, who was the person who was causing him so much trouble earlier. It comes around to save his life as Mike uses his F ability to go for the recovery. And Mike actually now looking to get away. It looks like Champion, though, not willing to give up the chase quite yet. And after all of that, nobody is going down. Everybody is just going to peel away and decide not to chase for anything else. But Mike has found Slayer again. Slayer has been spotted indeed, and Slayer has been jumped onto immediately. The counter comes down from Slayer, gets the kick off onto Mike. Mike loses a whole lot of health as he switches out onto the nunchucks. He's looking to finish up Slayer. If he can take him down, this will be his 100th kill on the nunchucks here, but Mike switches back out to the dual blades. Slayer loses all of his shields and is down to low HP. The pair of them are low, but the pair of them are just going to throw those F abilities down, go for yet another shield recovery. Mike, the full reset coming in once again. Slayer only gets a partial reset. Recovers the majority of his blue shields and his health as Mike going to catch him out, instantly jumping forward. This fight just doesn't seem to end between the two players. Mike is pushed out of the window as Slayer's keeping the pressure up onto him. Mike has got those dual swords, looking for the counter, can't quite get it. His shield's going low. Slayer may just be able to find his first kill of the tournament as Mike has lost his shields again. The armor swap isn't going to do enough. Mike armor swaps again. Mike has to throw down the F ability. He's been caught out though, and now Mike is on the defensive. Mike is on the run. Slayer's caught him for the moment. Can Mike turn this around? The pistol switch. Slayer gets his first kill of the tournament.
And it's on to Mike, one of our best Yodo players, who, it should be noted, didn't actually use the ultimate.
Yeah.
Could have maybe used it to escape, but I think he was just looking to find that pick to have the ultimate in the pocket in case Champion came backtracking for that third party. He will be able to come back into the mix with that resurrection. However, now we are going to see Mike only having that one last life. 6, 7, 8 looking for a little bit of a scrap on top of these rooftops. Champion below him, trying to find some of those players who are a little bit weaker, a little bit more vulnerable. As these players have started to play a little bit of two extremes. They either play extremely passively or they play extremely aggressively, hunting to try and find those players and push them out into the open so that they only have to be in these fights quickly and they can poach picks off of everybody else's. On the opposite end, Dahui knows what he's doing.
He's just chilling.
He's chilling. He's playing for Final Circle. He's already got the top in terms of leaderboard for kills. Now, as long as he's able to survive into Final Circle, he can come in with the Blackout, he can get a lot of those players around him, and then he can immediately have that massive kill multiplier to come on through with a large burn out of a Blackout. As now we're going to see Yuran trying to keep themselves safe. Actually jukes Jin around the corner, looks for the scale rush engagement, isn't going to be able to land a hit. Does actually bully the Justina into using that F ability as we have a scrap coming through for that Morris Blessing. 6, 7, 8 going to be able to hit that pick onto Wang Liang, as it is a Yodo F ability to be able to control that chest and allow these players to instantly have access to that one, not having to worry about the absolute swarm of players that had crept from out of the woodwork to try and challenge the opening of that chest. As now with the chest depleted, everyone sort of pulls away and disengages, but Jin is actually trying to stay a little bit closer to home. Alex Y has been caught out of position, wasn't able to cleanly disengage, has to use that zipping F ability, and now the players know that they're vulnerable. Out comes the ultimate AoE heal to be able to try and keep themselves intact. Will be able to get into the insides of the building with a little bit of parkour, get a little bit of cover behind them as they have been able to lose that tail. It's now everybody else is now concerned with fighting over in courtyard, as we're seeing all of the Yodos move forward. Zipping's immediately just bouncing through a Yodo F ability, using the fact that you cannot be knocked back with that shield to be able to bulldoze through the F.
Well, there are lots of people actually here. Obviously, for that Mora's blessing, but they are just going to cool it off for the moment. But still, the majority of the lobby are here, and the rest of the lobby are on the way from the looks of things. As Dinglu here, one of the layers up. I don't actually. The problem with this this tower is like you never actually know how high up they are unless they're at the top or the bottom. You can never tell like the middle layers. It's such a weird point for me to make.
This is going to be perfect for DAY3, right? Like, if he's able to get on top of that tower and everyone is below him, he's going to be able to use the agility of that Tarka to be able to get that verticality he's looking for, and all of those players could potentially just be trapped below him with nowhere to be able to hide.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the tower is actually the lower roof levels give you cover from below and above. They're almost like mini caves, but you don't really get stuck on them. So actually really good places to hide. You see it whenever you have like a monk comp. They're very good at avoiding that. And are we going to have a final circle on the tower? No way.
Okay, potentially.
I haven't seen that ever. That'd be sick.
I saw it like 2 days ago.
Wait, really?
Yeah, we had it on trios, I think, last week, as we can actually see Mike Knight coming in with that swarm that he was able to pick up with those Morris Blessings. We've said it before, the Yoda was so strong in terms of this mid-game because of all of the lit you can find with those Morris Blessings. Jhin has been caught out, a grapple comes through, Mike immediately trying to follow up onto that. Justina has been able to actually lose them by hanging on to the beam and then immediately scarfing onto one of those mid-levels, but Mike still not wanting to give up that chase. Has the nunchucks out, this would be the 100th pick, would it not?
Yes, if he gets a kill with him, it is Mike's 100th kill. But for now, switches out to the swarm, looking to contest on to JJHRD's player there. Mike gonna just step away as 6, 7, 8 able to just about slither away to safety as Champ rocking the golden armor, not particularly the best weapons, has got a purple cannon, but just the blue dagger. I find it really interesting. Actually, that's a blue cannon, so he's really just not got that much gear. Doesn't matter. He finds the counter onto Dubai. Dubai realizes, actually, you got some pretty juicy armor. I don't want to fight you. I'm going to leave you alone.
You know, I wish we had a player cam right now onto DAY3, because I guarantee you, he's just sat back in his chair waiting for all of these players to exhaust themselves, waiting for that final ring to show itself, and then he's just going to come in on that Tarka and absolutely burn the house down.
That is kind of the expectation, 100%. I mean, he's quite happy just having a drink, just chilling and holding fast. But it feels like everybody playing this one very calm and collected. The Bane's Breath forcing most people away from the top, as it looks like the circle is going to be moving away, right?
What?
Oh,
The
I can't tell.
Tarka. I'm trying to see whether or not DAY3 has actually started to move, or whether or not he's still on the edge. It's like, where's Wally? Where's the Tarka in amongst all of these Yodos, Zippings, and Justinas? As it is JJHRD678 with control of the mid ground at the moment. It's not the high ground. There is a player above them who looks to be running one of those swarms. As we can see, DAY3 starting to make his move inwards just to be able to creep around those rings. Not going to be immediately pushing onto those players. Just biding his time, waiting for that final circle to come through before he can pop off with that ultimate. It's a little bit worrying, right? Because he's staying so passive. He's not really going to be coming in with the best loadout in terms of that armor. It's still going to be blue. And he's also at risk of giving away that free kill lead that he was able to find early on. So for him, if this final circle isn't explosive with a capital E, he is going to be giving away a lot of this lead.
Which E?
Explosive E.
Yeah, well, no, which E? Is it the one at the end or the start? Is the capital? That's what I want to know.
That's the whole done word for this Tarka is what it's going to need to be. And I'm just a little bit concerned with how mobile all of these players are going to be in trying to survive it. Because it's going to be hard for the Justinas to deal with, right? The fact that you can't use that freeze form, you are just going to be burned alive in your own ice form if the Blackout comes through. But with the Yodos, you can essentially just dodge it with your ultimate.
Yeah, you can, as everybody is still scrapping around the tower. It looks like this is the final circle. We're ending here. Ding Lu's going low, and it looks like Don King doing his best to try and just whittle away that health bar. Doesn't want to commit because there's too many people around. Ding Lu able to heal up as champion. Eats a whole bunch of damage. That charge click from the dual swords doing so much work. Dubai atop the tower. And 678's actually just not here. He's just away. He's off in the corner.
So is Spider. It looks like some of these players playing for that long con, making sure that they're not actually contesting any of this high ground on the tower. They're giving away kills, but they're also making sure that they're going to be able to survive longer and have the resources necessary to be able to cycle through when we hit that final circle, in case you have to try and tap dodge out of the zone to get a really fast reset in terms of the cans around you and picking up new armor. As we're still waiting to see when this Tarka is going to show himself. A lot of those players trying to scrap onto the low ground. There he is! Hi, Dahui. So happy that you could make it. He's been spotted out, though. And this is actually something that the Tarka has to worry about, because when these players see that there's a Tarka still in play, he's going to be public enemy number one. He's going to be focused on by everyone in the lobby, because they're going to know if the final zone closes in, the Blackout is going to be able to hit almost everyone. And every single time they find that Tarka, everyone's just going to gang up on him.
Yeah, I mean, he had to armor swap there to Grey Armor, and now he's in for a whole world of hurt, but he's jumping in onto Ding Li. Ding Li going low, knocks him back, but he gets stuck on the wall. Dao Hui trying to finish up the kill, but he can't do so. Ego trying to run away. The fireball coming down doesn't quite hit, and everybody will make sure that that Tarka is not going to be in the final circle. We also see Ego got taken out by Mike in there in the middle of all of that action. Mike's been a little quiet since he died to Slayer.
Remember game 2, where it was just 2 Yodos and 1 Zipping, and the Yodos both seem to have a pack to go up against that Zipping? That's exactly what we saw. Every single pro in this lobby knows how essential Tarka in that final lobby can become when you have an ultimate online, and they just hound him down. Dahui is removed, as now it is just going to be only 10 players left. It's still a whole chunk of players to try to come into this circle, as we are going to see Ding Li coming in, trying to find any sort of player that's out of position to be able to punish them, wanting to retain a little bit of this high ground, while also just flitting around very carefully. They had just used that F ability. Champion are going to have a little bit of a high ground push away from everyone, just playing that verticality, making sure that they're not going to be postured out of their position before this game begins. As Dubai, another one of these players who likes to wait in the wings for that final circle to come through before cutting all of the plays around them with a Yodo ultimate, is now going to be waiting as that zone starts to encourage. Some of these players are potentially going to be pushed out from the buildings that they have themselves holed up into. The big thing is we haven't seen a lot of Flamer come through, so there isn't really a lot of punishment for players that are stuck and trapped on that low ground. They should be able to pass between the low and upper ground of this zone fairly easier without a lot of punishment, as Mike waiting with those dual blades could potentially be looking to just W with that left click into them. Already we're going to be seeing that Justina ultimate starts to come through. Iran's not actually going to chase it, it's just going to be happy that they've kept their space, as Mike sees that Jhin comes a little bit too close to comfort, goes in with those dual blades. They're so good at cleaning up space and guaranteeing that those players have to just give away for you, and he is actually going to be able to chase onto that Justina. Jhin has to grapple up into the wall, gets caught out, no! But Alex Mike's 100 kill with the nunchucks.
Oh, Mike is denied so hard, and he is going to want blood after that one. That is his second kill that has been taken away from him in this game, and LXY, the one to do it, is the one who he unleashes his wrath onto, as everybody is starting to fight. We're on a staircase ending for this game, Moxie. Everyone needs to try and get themselves up to the high ground. Slayer still in the game as well. Dongqing gets himself in a pot. Wait, you can walk through that pot?
Apparently you can.
Dubai's in the pot as well.
Also...
It's just plant cosplay.
I mean, it's camouflage. It's not quite the purple invisibility bush, but no one is actually looking at Dubai. This is really dangerous, because Dubai is going to be able to have full access to the F and the Yodo ultimate to be able to collapse onto this high ground, and with the verticality that is available for this team, every single person is going to be scrapping for control of this push.
No, you're completely right, actually. This is going to be the place to be, is down on the low ground. We're actually seeing one of our Zippings going quite low there. LXY with the cannon, trying to just take away yet another kill. He was able to secure that previous one, but Mike was able to not get with the cannon. So he's doing a lot of work with this, actually. LXY, though, also is targeting himself as a bit of a potential threat, as Dubai now just below him, being forced out of his plant pot, unfortunately. May look to reposition, but he's not going to do so, as they're all being forced off the perch. Actually, the circle is tightening up on everybody right now. It's getting really hairy, but with that wall It's going to be a 2-split fight, one side of the wall and the other, but they are slowly getting forced over. They are slowly getting closer and closer. Mike waiting until the last possible moment to jump in, but he's immediately punished. Caught out as the Yotuots are coming down from everybody. Mike is putting out the damage, he's putting out the hurt, but he's not able to secure them because Slayer picks up his second kill. Slayer is starting to take some names. Mike is low HP. Mike is holding out as long as possible, but he is going down. Slayer slays the lobby. What on earth was that?
Slayer finally popping off in the match, and it is with some serious style. And once again, you just feel for Mike again. He opens up a final zone with a beautiful Yoda ultimate, and again he's denied the entire credit for it because Slayer just poaches. Absolutely insane work coming out from him, as he is going to be able to be the winner of that lobby. Heading into game number 6, we're probably going to get to see even more aggression from all of these players, because Mike is going to be out for blood after that one. Not only has he been denied 2 Yoto ultimate final winning circles, but he also got denied twice his 100th kill with the nunchucks.
He's going to be a little, he's going to be a little tilted coming into Oloroff. In a way, it's kind of nice you're changing map because you're like, all right, fresh map, fresh mindset. I need to strike back, but Slayer gets his first kill and his first win of a group. Like, this is amazing for Slayer. He was at the bottom. He had 2 points. They only came from placement. Slayer hadn't killed a single person in the last, 3.5 weeks, 2.5 weeks, because we're at the end of, well, actually, no, this is 3 weeks. In the last 3 weeks, like, he has not had a good tournament so far. And then kills Mike, one of the best solos players, as his first kill, and then suddenly he goes, oh, this is why I'm starting to a team like JT. I'm actually good, and just absolutely slams the lobby at the end. Yes, he didn't take first in the like actual overall. He did get taken out by LXY right at the end, but he was able to take it first in the points, and LXY as well, taking first in placement there, being a player who's also pretty low. Like, the 2 bottom boys kind of bit back in this game and actually started to upset the apple cart a little bit, and I think Slayer will climb quite a lot off that because the bottom of the table is very low scoring. So for him to just come out with a pretty good game, I'm excited to see the points, and then we can actually see how well Slayer actually did and how much he will climb up.
Yeah, so this sort of reinforces the point that we've been making, that the difference between those at the top and those at the bottom is mostly because those at the top survive into Final Circle. Those at the bottom go out before they see it. And as we've talked about, the meta has shifted, not so much in terms of the heroes that get fielded. Yodo and Justina are still just as strong as they were previously, but the pacing of the game has shifted. Final Circle has become even more important for these players, so it's even more crucial if you want to actually have points on your board for you to be able to survive into it. And that's exactly why. It doesn't matter about the loot that you have coming into that Final Circle, as long as you keep yourself survived and able to hit in with that ultimate, especially when you're rocking that Yodo. All you need to do is have someone like Mike come in, hit those first couple of flashes onto every single player in the lobby below him, and then be faster on the follow-up. And that's exactly what Slayer is able to pull off.
Absolutely. I just want to see the overall points. I want to see how much Slayer just got. I'm so happy for him that he got his first kill. And it's such a style as well. Denying Mike a good game. Denying Mike that 100th nunchuck kill a couple of times. Getting his first kill of the tournament. Getting his first win of the tournament. Like, Slayer just ticks so many boxes in this game. I'm so happy for him. I'm sure, he's probably feeling quite relieved after that because, coming into what would have been week 4 with 0 kills, that probably would start to really mess your head. We got, next week is the second bi-weekly finals, and if you come in with 0 kills into that week, you're going to be feeling really, really rough. But there you go. Slayer, 9.4 points. LXY, the guy who's in, 21st right now, just got himself 8.8 points as well. So the bottom of the table, big shift up there. Then Yoran does take himself 3rd. And where's Mike on that list? 5th. Not going to be happy about that one.
No, coming in with only 2 kills. And again, I feel like if we're going to actually see the stats coming out from Slayer in terms of the damage that he was able to do, other than that 1v1 against Mike earlier in the round, he really did just get to come in with that positioning. And honestly, it's smart, sensible play coming out from these players, biding your time, knowing that it doesn't really matter by sprinting to the finish as long as you're able to cross the line before everybody else. And that's exactly what these Yodos are really starting to play off of. That's why we see, even when there's about 5 Yodos left in the lobby, no one actually wants to be the first one to walk off the cliff and pop that ultimate, because they know with the amount of time it actually takes, yes, the slashes do a massive amount of damage, but for you to be able to load up each one and also pace them out with enough length in between that people aren't just going to be able to simply tap dodge out of every single bit of the damage, unfortunately it takes so long that someone else has capitalized off of the setup that you've put into play.
Well, I'm excited to see what the final game is going to look like. I'm hoping no more Justinas. I'm going to be real with you. But here we go. Slayer from J-Team on the Yoto. Going to secure himself the MVP, obviously. 15,000 damage coming in. Most of that were melee weapons, actually. He was very much in the mix of it, the nunchucks. And to be fair, he spent half the game fighting Mike and running from Mike.
Yeah.
But yeah, good stuff coming in from Slayer from J-Team.
Yeah, this is one of those teams that we had a lot of expectations coming into both of Series 1 and then moving into Season 2 even more so. J-Team was definitely one of those teams that took a little bit of time to find their footing, but once they were able to find that stride, they did start to accelerate. And hopefully we get to see that success replicated in terms of solos, because something we have pointed out is the inconsistencies in these lobbies. And the fact that there isn't really a lot of difference between those players in the top spots and the lower spots because of that inconsistency. So if you have a pop-off game like the one that Slay was able to put up on the board, you can very quickly hop frog over those players who are above you just by being able to consistently have 2 or 3 good games.
Sorry, Moxie, did you say hop frog?
I did say hop frog.
I was gonna. I'll give you. I won't actually. It's leapfrog.
No.
Come on, you know that.
I know it's leapfrog. The second that I said that, I was like, hey, it's leapfrog.
Hop frog. Oh, this is Moxie, the person who cast the curses everyone. There was a big one earlier, wasn't there? We're like, hey, they're just sitting there, and then they get immediately killed. Or I mean, I guess you went. Well, they'll be quite happy sitting in that bush, and then the zone goes, no, they won't, and just pushes them out of their bush. Like, wow, good job, Hop Frog. Yeah,
You're not gonna let me forget that one, are you?
I'm not. I mean, the one I'll never forget is that we've not been seeing much from the Valda, but they're doing well as we cut to them as they're literally getting removed from the game. It was just
my god, I remember that
beautiful
one.
timing. Yeah. The best one. I'm excited for this final game though. I'm excited because, you know, it'll be my second time going on Holoroth. Please praise with me. I want the snow ending. I want to see some snow. I have no idea what that part of the map looks like, because all of the times I've been, we've ended in that area that has that similar texture and similar style to the Shadow Jade Mines. So I want to see some of this new kind of like variable terrain, because I haven't seen any of it. I saw a little bit on the show match in the zero grav area, and I would like to see some more of that zero gravity as well. But come on. Give me snow ending. That's what I want. That's all I want. I want to end on a snow day. I mean, it's cooling off at the moment. It's starting to get closer towards winter. I noticed my house was quite cold earlier. So, you know, let's get on theme. You know, I know Halloween hasn't been, but let's get Christmassy. Let's get snow.
I mean, I think when we hop frog over to Holoroth, you might get to see your snow ending. If not, it's a lot of white snow. It's a lot of trees. There's a couple of like yurts that are really good for trying to find a lot of loot. Some of them are just 1 story, some of them are 2 or 3 stories, so you've got plenty of space to be able to grapple. My favorite thing is that there's like an arena with all of these wooden fencing spikes around it that has really good loot right in the center, as well as a soul altar. So if you do go down a little bit earlier in Imperial Village, you do immediately have that way of getting back into the fight. My personal wish is that we get to actually see the western side of the map, because there is a wonderful river which you can actually slide down, and you're able to find these frost moths along the side of it. You see them actually in the Zipping Ying showcase trailer, where if you actually hit them into an enemy player, it freezes them just like a Justina ultimate.
That's kind of cool. I like that. This is so many cool things on this map. We didn't get to see the big rolling pin of death in the last game.
We did get to see in the interviews, though.
Yes, we did see poor... Who was it who did the interview?
Jin, I believe.
Yeah, it was Jin. Poor Jin. He had to stand in front of that whirling death for the interview. It's crazy that, you know, we're now flying them out to Holoroff as well as Morris Isles to the interviews. So there's a lot of plane tickets being bought here by the guys running this show, just so, you know, we can do interviews in nice locations. Yeah, this final game is gonna be a fun one. I'm excited to see what it does to the overall standings as well. I think, especially with Slayer and LXY having a good game, that changes so much up on the bottom end of the table. There's going to be some shuffling coming out of this final game. And, you know, I want to see my boy Mike get a win because he hasn't had a great day, unfortunately. He's been fairly mid all day. And I still haven't touted as one of the best solo players.
He hasn't. That's the most tragic thing about it. He's been popping off. It's just that he's the one that always instigates first. So when he opens up with the Yoda ultimate, someone just comes along and steals all of his hard work.
But that's why it's a midday, because like he does all the work and then someone else takes it away from him. So he's only ever in the middle of the scoreboard. Like Mike has had a rough go of it, unfortunately. So definitely eyes on him for this 6th game to actually have a good game, because on Holoroff last time he got taken out early and I don't think he put any points together, or, you know, minimal points together. So Mike definitely kind of, unfortunately, needs to figure out what's been going wrong for him today. Well, I mean, he knows what's been going wrong for him today. He just needs no pesky other players. He needs to kill them all and then they can't steal his kills.
Just remove all of the players from the lobby. Just ban a snap. So that your Yoda ultimate doesn't have to worry about being quick enough to be able to deal the damage necessary to actually convert into picks, rather than being a springboard for someone else to dive into all of those round points that they're able to pick up. But I mean, there are other parts of Holoroff that I'm a big fan of. I love Plume Temple. I love the fact that you can drop a chandelier on the people's heads that are unsuspecting below. But we are going to be very suspectful of what is going to be coming up in just a moment. We are on the other end of a break, going to be moving over to Holoroff, but until then, stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Of loot that's left from this Morris Blessing, but it looks like OC, or is that OUG? I can't tell which team, but one of them trying to pressure in here. It is OUG. Jinyu actually able to catch J-Team's lead in that huge wisp there.
Viper's gonna force that ult to come out here. It's gonna be able to slow, hopefully, somebody and catch somebody, but everybody's gonna be able to scatter and get out of the eye of the Venom as much as possible, as EWG is able to get that elimination and pick it up. And EWG closing it out here. Could be a finisher as 1v2 happens from Ping Tao. Ping Tao trying to see what they can do here.
Collapse onto zone 2 for another minute and 30 seconds, and ASE is hungry to pick up even more eliminations, but Zhao Lu coming in with a massive Viper stun. bowling past Team Wolves with their 10 elimination game here, but still 15 points behind Team GG. I don't think anybody will take the crown away from GG here today. Wolves, unfortunately, hearing me since, hold up, let me slide in here, prove you wrong real quick. Maybe Bowdodge just comes in and blitzes this lobby, Dobby. They're less than 10 points behind now, and there's still a lot of players left to kill in this lobby. They're now on Fun Plus Phoenix's Leo here. They're gonna pick up the kill.
Everybody, we are getting ready to go into our final game of the day, and we are going to be dropping on Holoroth as well. Snowstorms, please. I want no Justinas. I want some snow. I want some action. I'm very excited for this game, actually. Mostly because I'm just learning it. There's so many fun things about this map, which I think makes it more fun than Moros Isle. There's lots of interaction. I think another thing I really like about it is it's actually quite good to get loot. There's quite a lot of good loot early, which means that the game can be explosive early when people are running around with golden armor and golden weapons, and it feels like you get into late game quite quick in this game.
Yeah, so we talked about Salvation Podium. There's obviously the chance of getting that red armor. It's the only way that you can potentially find that red armor, which is 1 armor tier above Legendary. It has 6 armor blocks instead of 5. We're yet to actually get to see it come through on the solo matchups when it does come to Holoroth. Another thing that you do have, as you pointed out, is a lot of highly contested, high-tier loot. As soon as this game kicks off, we have all of the different environmentals. We have all of the different boons, like the Racing Sands, where if you actually run, sprint over them and then jump, you get an elongated, powered-up jump, so you have even more time to be able to go for those verticalities and look for those boost ups. We have little critters running around too, which I always feel really guilty about when I run into like the little squirrels and the lizards. I'm like, oh, if I hit them, I get loot. But they're so cute.
Do it. Hit the squirrels. Don't hit the squirrels. Not in real life.
We can see Mike. We're not going to hit Mike. Mike is doing his best. I feel so sorry.
It's been a rough day for Mike.
At the moment. He's been having a rough one. He's still on his 99 kills with the nunchucks. He's been looking to try and find a map win coming in on those Yodos. Those final circles have been so good for him too. It's just the fact that he's been that Yodo to make that first step, and everyone else has then been able to take the initiative away.
Yeah, absolutely. Ego from 17JL. It's been an odd day. We've seen bits from him. But he's always been there towards the end of the game, but never like really been able to make it stick. Yeah, it's been an interesting one, but there he is, the man of the hour, Slayer. Finally living up to his name, and actually not just getting 1 kill, getting a whole bunch of kills.
Yeah, he's not called Killer, he's called Slayer. He has expectations. He's coming in, he's gonna slay that lobby and heading over to Holoroth. I hope we get to see that confidence continue for him, because this is actually something that we have pointed out. A lot of these players, it feels like, are flip-flopping between the 2 extremes of going stupidly aggressive and then being punished for it and losing that first resurrection, or they're playing very passively. And even though they're in these isolated fights of the 1 versus 1s, they're not actually taking that chase. They're able to chip down those players, force out things like the full reset, and then they don't hound after to punish that cooldown being offline.
Yeah, absolutely. LXY as well, also kind of bouncing back off what was a rough start to the day for him. He rough start to the tournament for him. He was in 2nd from bottom. Not the greatest showing, but we are getting ready to go into our final game of the day. Let's see what the hero select's going to look like. That's where my attention's going. What are these guys going to be pulling out?
It's so odd that you advocate for the snowstorm, but you just don't want Justina, whose entire identity is around snow and ice. But
it's not. She slows the game down.
She does.
She really slows the game down, and that's why I like Justina. I also like Valda. Let's go Wang Liang.
So are you trading? Are we taking 2 Justinas in the lobby for 1 Valda? Is that the currency?
Yes, that is the current. That is one I'm okay with. A lot of zipping. Actually, I kind of like zipping on this map because if you do get the snowstorm, she has the sustain from her F and stuff. So actually, I don't mind it. And, hey, there we go.
Gonna be coming in again. The Taka is going to be fielded. Hopefully we get to see it last into that final circle, as we have seen what happens when these players are able to spot out that target. There is a reason that DAY3 was playing extremely passively when it came to positioning whenever that zone was closing up, because he knew if he got spotted out, everybody would turn and laser focus him down. But it is obviously as well going to give you a little bit more in terms of the movement ability to be able to escape things like that snowstorm. As there you can see,
it's so pretty. I finally see it.
It's not quite Imperial Village. It is on the outskirts of the snow biodome, as immediately we are going to be heading off to a different part of the map. Stonking is going to be looking for an engagement within the plumed temple walls, as we can now see Dubai taking on a little bit of a chase at the moment, coming out from DAY3 on that Taka, immediately having to hop that zipping F to be able to get that shield bubble to be able to keep themselves in this fight. DAY3 looking for that charge click is going to be able to find the counter, and it is going to be the zipping on the run, not having that shield to be able to fall back onto. Popped it so early to be able to try and aggress onto that Taka, is punished for not having it when they need to sustain.
Well, I was teased with some snow, but we'll head back towards... actually, is this the zero gravity part? Is that near here?
Just south of it.
Yes, I thought it was quite close. As Ego, good counter. Champion goes down. I said we hadn't seen much from Ego, and then we cut to him, and he gets a beautiful counter off. Meanwhile, Jux taking a fight here versus Wang Liang. Jux actually on the winning end of this with that purple dual swords. Wang Liang throws the bubble down and looks to try and get away, but Jux will not let him escape, as Jux will secure the kill. Sad time for Rivaldo.
I hate to say I told you so, but I kind of told you so.
I mean, also, at the same time, purple dual swords, man, like, they are good.
Yeah, but the CC just doesn't allow you the time necessary to be able to get that clean escape, right? If it was something like a thing, you would still have had that shield and you would have been able to get that disengagement nice and cleanly. Yeah. As we are going to see the Valda lose 1 of her lives. She is still going to be able to stick around in this lobby for a little bit longer. As again, it's so reliant on that loot that Spider's already been able to find. This is absolutely brutal. Jux already having to use that F, and Spider's just charging the scale rush to be able to cut him off. Not going to be able to find the full knockdown with those dual blades, but is landing a lot of the damage. Shield straight in as well to be able to look for that juggle. And it is going to be the Justina ultimate popped out so that Jux can try to escape. Spider's still going to be looking for that chase, but that Justina has been able to dash up into the skybox, and now it's going to be a little bit of a ring around the rosies. Spider has trying to look for this last little slash he needs to connect onto Jux, but Jux has been able to get a reshield and now can come back anew with those nunchucks. Has to be careful. There is a player looking on that north side to go for that third party. If they take too long, and
they did it!
As Raki gets the snipe!
I can't believe Rocky was able to steal that away, and it looks like Spider very angry about that. Gets the full damage combo off and absolutely destroys Reki in that fight. Meanwhile, we're going to cut over to DAY3 in the middle of having himself a fight with Xin. Xin is able to grapple away. DAY3 going to cool off the action. As Slayer is in the area. There's quite a few players actually in the area here. As DAY3 does find himself being jumped onto, but is able to just about get away. You can see that free codes are coming, by the way, so if you do want to pick up a copy of the game, get your eyes peeled and keep your fingers typing fast, because those numbers won't last for long. And here you go, a bit of a tip about Holorith, the Firefly cage. Yeah.
Oh, has someone actually been able to find one? Oh, these are great. So it very slowly, when you're interacting with it, sort of like a chem when you're looking for that resurrection, it fills up your rage bar. The problem is that you are very vulnerable because you continuously, like Ken when you're going for that res, have to stay locked on to actually interacting with it. As we can see, Mike very much locked on to trying to connect with Reki. That freeze form already going to be coming through. Reki goes into the spear though to be able to try and control the distance around him so that the nunchucks aren't able to find that space to look for those charged up attacks. And Mike is now a little bit on the back foot. Reki still going to be trying to escape, does get stun locked out, able to pop that Justina rolls, but not able to get the freeze to connect onto Mike, who will pop that bubble to be able to properly push into that chase. But Reki is long gone for this world as LXY was looking potentially for a snipe. As we can see off in the distance, one of those environmentals, the Thorny Rollers, going to be making it a little bit harder for some of these players to be able to maneuver safely around the area. As Reki gets themselves into that purple crouch bush, will be able to go invisible, go for a little bit of stealth mode as Wang Liang is going full attack mode. Ego has that F, will be able to slide dash past that player, who's still going to be looking to try to connect inwards as Wang Liang with those dual blades is looking to chase them, has been able to pin them down into a corner, not going to be able to lock them down with the charged right click, and actually takes a lot of damage from Ego, who is just looking for a couple of those uppercuts. Valde trying to just keep a lot of this damage mitigated, throws out that bubble to be able to make sure no one can look for that third party when they're found weak, and goes in with the dual blades. There's the charge right click, the counter comes out, and Ego stuck against the doorway is still going to be able to survive. Wang Liang gonna throw out the Valde ultimate, and we see the catches. There's the follow through damage, but he's still alive. Wang Liang not able to find the pick.
Wait, that ability literally does 0 damage. I didn't realize it does such small damage. But there you go. Wang Liang is able to finish up the kill.
He is still able to get the pick as Mike has been able to get one of those treasure troves opened and will be able to go to 10 when it comes to looting. You don't have to put yourself into a podium position. Now he's going to have those nunchucks at the ready, as I do believe he's been able to pick up his 100th kill.
Wait, who is that? Is this a person? Oh, it's someone watching. LXY is just watching him. That was so creepy.
The eyes, they stare into your soul.
That was horrifying. There's just some T-posing ghost. Oh no. Oh
Can
no.
you imagine if Terry had grappled into the 40-year-old?
The rolling pin of death! He's done him! Yes! Let's go, DAY3!
Oh, those Thorny Rollers. They're so good at controlling that space. It forces your opponents to either back into the Thorny Roller or eat that close quarters melee, and DAY3 will be able to zone a player into the roller. As we can take it off the checklist, it was the first week of Holoroff in play for professional, and we already got a roll of him.
Oh man, I am so happy. Thorny Roller. I prefer my name, Rolling Pin of Death, but its official name, I guess, is fine.
Cox also called it a rolling pin. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't really want to use that to make bread. It would have a lot more holes in the middle of it.
It's like Swiss cheese bread is what you're making with it.
Swiss cheese?
No, not another one.
Cheese.
Not another one. Not another one. Mike!
Oh!
Oh no, he just lost all his gear.
Yeah. And DAY3 once again just using that Thorny Roller path to really funnel how these players are able to escape out from that Taka, which is so smart because it means that he doesn't actually even need to pop the ultimate to be able to catch up to them. They're just stuck into the legendary katanas.
Yeah, that's actually really rough there for Mike, losing his... Whoa! DAY3, careful! How many people are going to get caught by this thing? DAY3 now taking himself the fight versus Jux, gets the counter off for the legendary katanas, able to do a lot of damage, throws down the fireball as well. There is a third party coming in. Jux is going low though, and he should just be cooked here as DAY3, man, he is playing with some serious fire. LXY gets the counter off DAY3, able to quickly swap out the armor and recover somewhat. He is just farming kills. Another freeze comes down, but DAY3 is chasing him down across the tracks, trying to finish up a kill, unable to fully connect. But he will chase LXY deeper into the area, or closer towards the edge of the circle, as LXY will run in and DAY3 will keep the pressure up onto him, trying to catch up, trying to grab himself another kill, but I think he's decided better of it and is just going to head back towards his rolling pin.
Yeah, he's got the lightning strike as well when he's able to land a successful dodge, so it's going to be pretty scary for those players to try to push onto that Taka, as LXY inside on the outside of that zone will be able to survive. They will be able to see as well where DAY3 is grappling out, but likewise, I think DAY3 actually was able to spot out LXY, because now he's going to be on the lookout for where that player was able to relocate to, but it is LXY now coming back in for that engagement. Pistol comes out for DAY3 to be able to try and chip away at that health and get it low enough for him to be able to follow through with those katanas. Once again, just making it extremely hard to be able to catch onto that Taka. Deciding not to actually take the fight, as Mike and Jin are actually now going to be sticking around where that pony roller is. LXY coming in with that ultimate into Jin, popping out that bubble, will be able to keep themselves safe. But Mike now has decided it's their time to move. Jin will be able to get themselves onto that high ground, but Mike still following with the grapple. LXY could be in a little bit of trouble, as we can see Mike actually going into the cylinder to be able to pick up gear, as on the low ground, Jin is falling into a very tough spot. Mike now renewed and refreshed is coming back in. Jin is taking full advantage of that distraction and will be able to get that reshield, but Mike has been able to hunt them down, comes in with the dual blade, still trying to break that shield. The bubble will break, and now Jin on that back foot doesn't have the ultimate to be able to fully replenish their health bar. Is in a very rough spot, as those dual blades can just relentlessly follow you through, forcing out those grapples to make sure that Mike can't just chase with that left click already charged up to absolutely shatter your health bar into smithereens. Jin caught out by a grapple. Thorny Roller's coming around. None of these players going to be in position to be able to be caught out, but Jin able to actually survive long enough to get another ultimate off. Back into the bubble, will actually chase out of the zone to try and get a reshield off of the can, as Mike still hunting after them. And once again, these fights that Mike is taking is lasting so long that he's just got the blinders on and he isn't really finding any information on where the rest of these players are.
Yeah, he is playing incredibly aggressive, as Dubai is here as well. There's 4 people. They are moving away from the 40 roller, so should not be punished too much more, but Mike is still going for it. He gets himself not quite into the zone himself, has got the sustain, is just going to go for the heal. And one of my major kind of talking points about this map is Mike died, lost his legendary weapons, and then has come just back with purple armor and purple weapons. Like, it's very easy to gear up on this map.
Well, there's the Valda that we can see Wang Liang trying to control that spacing with the greatsword. You either walk into the bubble or you walk into that Valda, as Ding Liu is actually a little bit on the back foot. Clang will reverberate, no counter coming through. Ding Liu tries to get away from that grab, will be able to negate that Valda F ability, as Ego is just waiting in the flank. You get a little bit more of the snow villagers. We do head in a little bit closer to Imperial. You have to be careful of those ice cones. You can actually knock them onto players' heads, and it can cast them exactly like that. Spider gets caught out by it. No one actually able to follow through. Spider with that bubble will be able to mitigate that stun and get themselves back in position where they're going to be able to have a little bit more of a cubby to be able to hold themselves back under. As Mike is still chasing Jin. We've cut away for a solid 40 seconds. And when we return, it's still Mike chasing after this one player, looking for that pick.
He's struggling to do so, though, and I don't think he's going to now that the Bane's Breath has come down. Champion actually able to secure himself the Mora's Blessing there. Got himself the purple armor. Still rocking a blue greatsword, though, so not particularly the best weapon loadout, but is looking to potentially hunt onto Dubai. Dubai going to catch him out. They get the Clang off as Champion. Actually losing this fight pretty wholeheartedly, and then he sends someone airborne. Dubai going a little bit low. Catches him with the Wall Rush as well. Dubai just going to grapple away. Champion looking to stay hot on his heels, but may just have to call it off for now. But Dongqing also here. Catches him with the grapple. And Dubai just being hunted by 2 people here. Dongqing unable to get the downward stab, unfortunately, as here's Mike. He's joined into the action as well. Probably just passing through on his chase. Looks actually exactly like what's happened. He just ends up chasing through.
It is just relentlessly. Again, the blinders on, chasing after. It seems like it's Dubai who's actually taken his notice at the moment, as we can see how these zones are starting to look through. Dongqing trying to just keep themselves vertical so that they're not going to be leapt upon by both of those players. When that bubble starts to break, will be able to pop the ultimate and go for a little bit of heal, as we can see a Flamer coming through, trying to catch those players as they fall to the low ground in the hands of 678, who's just absolutely barbecuing these players is stuck against that cliff face. Will try now to chase after Dongqing, who falls extremely low. Will be able to rush up the sides of that cliff, but 678 moves to intercept. As in comes down Hui on that Taka. Is looking to find a pick. Jin will be able to take out Wang Liang. As we're still seeing that Taka trying to chase, swaps to the pistol to go for a little bit of a repair to try and find one of those spaces to get that snipe into motion. As 678 from the high ground is looking to push onto those players, does have both the F and the ultimate available for the Yoto. Dongqing only has the F ability at the moment, and those players have spotted that weakness. They are still chasing after this Ziping. They want to remove her as fast as possible before she's able to sustain the chase long enough to come back in with that ultimate and live even longer. But Dongqing, with the amount of buildings that there are to break line of sight, has been able to give their chasers the ghost, and it is now going to be Ding Louis on this high ground. That is the spot that everyone is looking towards. The bow not going to be able to chip away the health as uncontested as it wanted to, and Ding Louis now forced onto the low has to carve out a space where already a lot of these players have been able to establish themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 9 minutes left on the clock, and there is still 12 players up. It's not quite the bloodbath we had in the first Holoref of the day. They've been playing it nice and chill. As we'll see where the zone goes. It's unfortunately moving away from the snow. Sad. They all end like in this kind of like more barren, deserty area. That's the one thing I've really noticed.
You should be very happy that the sand cognacs are not in this place. I'm sure a lot of the players are very happy that they're not at risk of being partially blinded. But keep an eye on DAY3. Again, he's playing that target still. He's still sticking around the edges, a little bit closer to the action this time, so it's going to be easier to infiltrate when that final circle starts to close through without being noticed, but still playing that long con. Has already got 3 picks, and it's sort of a deja vu. This is the place that we were sort of seeing him set up on that 5th game of Morris Isle. As we can see, Champion just trying to find that rush with the greatsword to connect onto some of those players, carry the momentum and push them out of position where you're going to be able to collapse in, while immediately also guaranteeing that you have that speed to be able to dodge the projectiles that are being thrown your way. As LXY has swapped over to the bow, has to go for a little bit of a repair job, as we do see Bane's Breath comes through. Dongqing now trying to use it to push on. There's one of those rising sands, will be able to move past it to get a little bit more of a higher jump, but unfortunately it feels like it actually cut off the momentum that he was looking for to get that chase to be able to further connect onto one of these players, something that Spider is now taking full advantage of, because Dongqing just did a lot of damage onto Dubai, and Spider can now come in with that pick.
Yeah, Skyler also has to be careful because he's been somewhat turned on to here. Gonna pop himself the F ability just to get some survivability, but his shield is almost gone. So slowly but surely, as it is healing back up, Spider is able to hold fast, but that was a little bit scary for him. Does have his F up again, so he should be able to continue to heal if he needs to. As Ego just gonna jump down to the low ground, flamer onto Yi Ran as well here. They are looking just to try and finish up Champion and take him out of the lobby. Champion, it was a good job of just buying some space and escaping the blade, or the flames, I guess, of Uran.
Oh, but he's going to have to go out of zone to be able to escape this building. And that's going to eat into their health. Already they're looking to cut him off. He is able to carry his momentum through, and with that zipping shield, survive the ensnare, the ambush that was planned on the side of Yuran, coming in with that flamer. We've still got Hui on that target, not showing their face, biding their time, waiting to come in with the ultimate. Yeah, there we go. I love our observers. As soon as we talk about it, instantly cut over to the Taka. He was very nonchalantly just allowing everyone else to go about their business. Yuran using those jump pads to be able to get a little bit more momentum. Dubai actually going to be trying to find this pick onto DAY3, who has now been spotted out. And the last map we saw, the second that the Taka was spotted out, everyone turned on him, and the same thing is happening. DAY3 trying to come in with those legendary katanas just to provide enough of a threat for some of these players not to be able to connect onto him, but he is just being ambushed. Has to pop the ultimate to be able to carry a little bit of momentum and try to escape with that additional speed boost. Cannon fire dogging his trail so that he can go for a little bit of that reposition, but out comes the swarm. He's able to get a reshield, but Mike set up on the high ground, looking to be the first in the lobby once more. DAY3 not going to be able to take that high ground, not going to be able to have the verticalness to be able to fall onto with that Taka. Again, just being hunted down by all of these players. Champion forced down low as well. So Hui will be able to dodge the most of his pursuit. He's still not safe though. He doesn't have any downtime to be able to get these resets. It's not something like that Yodo or the Ziping where you're going to be able to throw down that F and buy yourself a space, and this is something that all of these players in the lobby know, and he's forced out of the zone!
Every time he shows his face, he's taken down, and this is the big problem with that Taka. This is why we don't really see it too often, because he's too strong in those final circles, and he doesn't have things like the Yoto Fs to buy space for himself. He just gets bullied out and taken out of the lobby. No one wants to be dealing with that, and we are sticking with the normal kind of heroes to round this game out. Still got a bit of time until it fully closes out, as 678 actually went, I think, a little bit into the zone, but didn't take too much tick damage, as everyone is just holding fast for the moment. Champion looking to try and find himself a kill onto 678, but 678 throws down the F ability to make sure that he is going to be sitting okay, as Champion pops his F as well.
Mike is going to be really nicely set up as well. He still has that swarm. So he's going to be able to just use that to buy himself up that high ground, something that a lot of these players on the low ground means they're going to be running into those projectiles. They don't really have a safe space to be able to carve out for themselves, something that 678 is struggling with at the moment. Now that the target has been removed, they've spotted the next player who is weak, and it is 678, who just gets absolutely barbecued around, coming in with that flamer, able to find that pick, immediately opts into that F ability to be able to reshield themselves and keep themselves aggressively pushing in. Champion takes extremely low amounts of health, will be able to survive, as we can start to see how exactly this high ground is starting to fare. Champion still very low, has been able to get a reshield, hasn't been able to get a re-heal, gets caught out by a grapple as he tries to move up onto the high ground. Donquin coming in with that spear, but Mike is the one who's going to be able to find the pick onto Champion, and now Donquin, having given up that high ground, has to be very careful about how he pushes back up onto those cliffs. He was looking to find that pick quickly and then book his space back up onto the high ground, but now it's been taken away. Thankfully for him, he has the lightning AoE heals and strikes to try and come in case anyone can test the space, and that spear, with the distance that it lends over things like the katana, will be able to control the space necessary for him to be able to carve out a place in an alcove. As Mike with that swarm is still looking for these players to show their faces, ego falls extremely low, and it is now going to be Mike looking to try and capitalize on that, but the swarm not finding that damage that it was looking for. It wasn't just one slash away, and Mike is now just going to be trying to retain that high ground, swaps into the katana. It is into his Ziping, who was able to pop up that F ability though, so it's not going to be able to chip away into that shield, and Mike is still holding on the entire other half of this circle. Tries now to move a little bit closer, drops onto the low ground to avoid being that point of attention so that he can try to survive and come in with an ultimate to be able to clean house, as this circle is starting to be a little bit harder for things like that Ziping to be able to control, given how the verticalness is between both the low and the high, and the Ziping doesn't have that ease that the Yodo has with that ability to teleport after the ultimate slashes come through. Any Yodo that's left in this lobby is immediately going to have so much more control of how this fight pans out.
Who's going to pull that trigger first, though? That's always the big problem, is ego. Now with Mike's dual swords, Mike's legendary katana from the beginning of the game, zoning to buy away. The buy holding fast as everyone's being forced onto this low ground. Mike now down here is just going to jump up onto the high and try and force down some members. Dubai's been put into the zone, loses quite a lot of health to Swarm, raining down on quite a few players as well. Dubai going to pop himself his, I think that was his ult actually, I didn't quite see. But the high ground is slowly but surely being forced away, and everybody's going to be forced into this valley as the final point of the fight, the final point of this circle, as it is slowly but surely creeping towards those final moments, that final little bit of action. But everyone is playing very passively. They don't really want to go for it. Dubai, you see, it's a couple of shots from the Swarm from Mike there. And they are holding on as much as they can right now. Slowing the circle is creeping in. Here we go. Low ground, high ground, sorry, being forced away, and everyone's going to start to get clustered here. Mike doesn't have a Yotos. He doesn't have big Yoto ult. He has to be careful from getting caught out by the other Yotos. Ego down there as well. Wait, there's no Yotos. It's all Zippings.
One Justina. Everyone
one
else
Justina.
is the
Okay, one Justina, but they're going to be countered by the Flamer regardless, so it doesn't quite matter. It's just going to be complete action, a complete slaughter as Mike's able to take down Don King on that low ground. Everyone else is going to reach down into it, but the Flamer is cooking everybody alive. We're seeing Dubai getting taken down as well. Uran able to get himself that kill. He's now cooking Ego. Ego is going to go down to Uran. Uran is just destroying this lobby. The healings is coming up huge here, though, as Uran is taking every name on the list as he takes down Mike for the final kill. A slaughter, a butchery of a final game.
He looks so nonplussed. It's just like, yeah, I won. I got about 8 kills in in one fight. What about it? Like, the second that you see his positioning too, when that final circle starts to close up, he's the one with the high ground control. He's the one set up on the arch. He's the one with the flamer. No one can really contest that. So everyone on the low ground is already burning through their resources, is already putting themselves into that danger blender, just trying to throw in things like that charged up katana on the right click and the left click to control that space. And Uran is just meanwhile on the high ground, still has those resources, still has that flamer, drops down and just barbecues everybody around him. And because you don't have to worry about things like that Justina, and you don't have to worry about the Yodo ultimate, all you have to do is output continuous damage that eats past the shield and heal that is available for the Ziping. And that's exactly what Uran's able to do. And because of the nature of the Flamer, no one can actually return damage onto him that actually gets him down low enough for a kill to come through.
Here we go. Our final game. Uran is the victor. This is his second victory actually of the day. Got game 4 as well. Really, really clutch stuff coming in from him. I can't wait to see the overall score and see how many points he put together. That was good. I'm happy. I'm very happy because, you know, I've been on trios duties for the first couple of weeks, so it's nice to actually come back in and get some solos games under my belt, because solos are my favorite. And also on the new map, a lot of things changed. We got a rolling pin kill, Moxie. We got a rolling pin kill.
Week 1, we were discussing in sort of our caster group, like, okay, it took so long to get a water wheel kill in Celestia. Are we going to see them actually get taken down by a thorny roller? The answer is yes. And I am so happy that we got to see it. Fingers crossed for many, many more.
Now, I need to ask a real question. Why does that thing exist? Like, because if you actually look at the overarching thing, it was once like the islands are places where people live. What use do they have for that? For a massive spiky rolling pin on wheels? Like, I need to know. I need questions. I need answers. Like, there's nothing on Morris Isle which doesn't make sense, right? Like, the water wheel makes sense because there was obviously a big river that went through there once upon a time, and that gave water, and you know, you could use it for grain and whatever. But like, what use do you have for a spiky giant roller on wheels?
I mean, maybe they just needed to flatten some of their clothing so it could fit into suitcases. And then the spikes came afterwards.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like a weird addition to the town, but you know, that's my only takeaway from that. I'm excited because I think next week obviously we got the solos finals coming up. I'm curious what it's going to be looking like and who's actually competing, because like you were saying, inconsistency has been a problem, and I think today I don't think that really changed. I think we had a lot of people playing a lot better. I think the play style seemed to be improved from what was kind of we saw from the first game, what was kind of the normal meta. But I think, you know, inconsistency is still going to be a thing for a bunch of these players. But do you know who wasn't consistent? Who was consistent today? Uran. Uran was very consistent, and another victory, 2 victories under his belt. Spider took second and Mike took third. Mike, he's kind of just floated between 6th and 3rd all day today.
Again, for Mike, it really is just really tragic for him because he's done so much. The problem is that Uran always, it feels, is able to come in with a flamer. And that just goes to show how important things like the Morris Blessings are, because if you have that flamer, you have so much control in that fight in determining the tempo of the final circle, because you don't actually have to position yourselves out of sight and hope that players don't run into your alcove. You're the one who gets to pick your position, and everyone else around you are the ones that have to adapt. And that was something that we were seeing Yoran take advantage of. Every single final circle the guy was at, and he either had a flamer or a swarm. And he was just able to use those two weapons to put so much threat outwards that no one was able to challenge him, and he could come in when that circle was actually closing up with the resources to outlast everybody else in the lobby.
I mean, the flamer, I forgot how good it is in solos, because it's one of the things you see occasionally in trios, because it's great with the monk comps and things, but like, I've had a bit of time off. It's been 6 weeks since I've seen a solos game. So for me, it was kind of cool to come in and see the flamer actually be something that's so heavily prioritized. Like, and you are right, it's just so good at controlling the zone. Like you can herd people where you want them to be, and they just have to dance to your tune, or they have to run through the fire and hope they win that 1v1. And I'm gonna be real with you. You're gonna have to play that fight very well if you want to win versus someone with a flamer, because flamers are always purple or legendary quality. That means the person who's got them typically has pretty good armor, has pretty good soul jades, is loaded out. Yoran, on the other hand, prove me wrong here. Look at those soul jades. What the hell?
Look at the flamer damage though. 9.4 of the 16k total damage that he did came from that flamer.
That's a little bonkers, actually. That is a little bonkers. 9,000 healing as well. He did almost as much healing as he did damage with the Flamebringer.
Yeah,
His melee weapons was not great.
The soul jades are actually perfect for the flamer, because what you have to worry about with the flamer is someone just pushing into you or sniping you out from afar. So what he did was he went tank mode. He stacked resists from melee, so that if they pushed into him aggressively, he would still be able to withstand the pressure that they were putting in and continue to generate that flamer. Because a flamer is very much a problem when it's pushing into you, but when it's rotating away from you, that's when you catch them out. That's when you punish them for being that close to you and that aggressive of positioning. If you've stacked health soul jades and melee resist soul jades, you can just face tank the damage and continue to be that with the flamer, and suddenly the solution for that flamer is turned entirely on its head for everyone else in the lobby.
As a yipping as well, you have the sustain. So, like, even if people are getting like, a little bit of chip damage off on you, you can just recover it. So, actually, you know what? It might not be the greatest soul jades in the world, but it worked. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yoran, 2 victories back-to-back today. Well, not back-to-back. He had a break in between one. Slayer did deny him in Game 5. But overall, you know, Yoran getting Game 4 and Game 6 under his belt. Pretty good day for him. I'm excited to see the overall standings. I think that'll be coming up a little bit later so we can see where all of our players are sitting. But yeah, really, really good day. I had a lot of fun, Moxie. We had some juicy and some spicy games. We won't see any solos until next week, though. But we're going to pass it over to Leah, who's standing by with our victor from the previous game.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So we invite DAY3-SOLO from NAD to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先请刀哥跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NAD 的DAY3-SOLO。
Okay, welcome. So we all know that DAY3-SOLO was a Tarka player. So why you use Tarka in our Holo Roast this time? 那我们都知道刀哥是一名火男玩家，为什么选择火男在我们的火罗国呢？
首先就是这英雄玩的熟练度比较高吧，还有这英雄的技能啊，就各个方面比较帅吧，我觉得。
Okay, so because I was really familiar with this hero and I think his skills was really cool. So will you think this hero was suitable for the new map? 会觉得火男是比较适合我们火罗国的吗？
如果说打平时的那种排位的话，应该还是挺适合的，但是就是比赛还是不适合火罗国，因为就玩的人太少了。
Okay, so I think Tarka was not really suitable for the Holo Roast because in our competition, there seldom people play Tarka in our game. And so maybe if you want to play Tarka just in our game out of the competition. Okay, so we want to know maybe which F and V you use in the game. 那其实我们想问一下你的 F 和 V 分别带的是哪一个？
F 的话带的是 F3 火球，然后 V2 就是炎神带的 V2， 然后就是打比赛用吧，打平时的那个乱可的话带的是 F1 和那个 V1。
Okay, so in the competition, I use F3 and V2. Out of competition, I use F1 and V1. So in this game, I see that our thorny roller help you a lot. How do you feel about this? 那其实在这一次的比赛当中，我有看到铁机车好像给了你很大的帮助啊。哎，这个觉得怎么样呢？
我觉得这个陷阱很棒，这陷阱设计的很棒。我本来就是很难杀殷子平这个英雄嘛，然后刚好就是那个陷阱补了伤害。
Okay, so I think this trap was really great because I really want to get that kills in the game. So this trap helped me a lot. So I know you have a story with this trap, right? 那其实刚刚有了解到，我们刀哥跟铁机车还有一个小故事，在之前是怎么回事？
就是之前那个火萝卜刚出的时候，双排表演赛，我就是一把，然后连吃2个陷阱，都是因为陷阱死了2条命。
Okay, so when the Hollow Rose was just appear in the game, and I like play this map, and I was died twice time at this trap. So I have a great deeply impressions with this trap. So this time, this trap helped me a lot. So I was really grateful. Okay, so maybe you can say something to your fans in overseas because you know our like audience was really like Tark a lot. 那可不可以跟我们这个海外的粉丝讲讲呢？因为我们粉丝都特别喜欢火男这个英雄，可以跟你的粉丝讲两句话吗？
就感谢就不管是海外的还是就是国内的粉丝们，就是对火男的喜欢嘛，就是我觉得就是这个英雄现在就是玩的人可以说是越来越少了吧，就是觉得如果真的喜欢就还是要坚持一下，就是那个老英雄嘛，老几个英雄，不能像之前的那些像迦南啊、和尚啊，就是在单排里面已经找不到了。
Okay, so I was really grateful that you like Tarka, this hero, because you know there was few people play this hero. So if you like this hero, please just always play him because you know this hero is really need your support in the game. Also, I was really thankful that all my fans was support me. So just good luck to you in the game and good luck to me in my competition. OK， 好的，谢谢刀哥来到我们的采访，那也是非常期待之后刀哥火男的发挥会越来越棒，好吧？ Thank DAY3 come to our interval. We'll let camera back to the casters. Bye bye.
It's nice to hear from DAY3 off the back of that game. Yeah, I want to see more Tucker. I want to see more hero variability. Like, I've been seeing a lot of praises about Valda, mainly because I know Valda's not great. I just want to see more difference. I'm liking zipping because it does change things up. I just want to see less Justina. That's the thing I really want to see less of. I don't mind the autos because it can be explosive and good fun. I think Justina just slows the game down a little bit too much. But yeah, no, it was nice seeing the Tucker. Guys, make sure you do play the Tucker at home. That's all I ask. I would like to see that.
Yeah, please do play the Tucker into my lobbies because then I can take full advantage of the fact that it's only really good in the final circle.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. We've been pretty lucky today. We've had some, you know, we finally got some Valdas in, we got some Tarkas in. You know, one worked better than the other, but to be fair, the Valda, we had one really good Valda game, right? They just went out early, unfortunately.
Dependency.
Yeah, I know. It is the problem, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just excited to see what this does next week and what the because we'll be doing the finals next week for solos. I wonder what the hero selection is going to look like. What's going to be the variability? What's going to be changed up? But here we go. The overall standings for you guys. We still have 1 day left to go, so some of these scores maybe look a little bit worse than they're meant to. But Ding Lu, unfortunately, he is donezo. 12 games, 12 points total under his belt from his games. He will not be making it into the bi-weekly finals. But these other players have a good chance. Like, I mean, Hongfly, 14.7 points right now. Or Hfly, sorry. 14.7 points. Very realistic, but he might make it in. He'd have to have a pretty rough day. As let's go up the standings and see how the other guys are doing. All the ones who have played maybe a couple more games under their belts and see what their point score does look like.
I'm just interested to see how close it's going to be. As we've pointed out, inconsistency is rife in terms of the points that these players have been putting up. So these scorelines are potentially going to be literally a margin apart. as we can have a look at number 16 to number 9. DAY3, our Taka main when Pandaman isn't in lobby, has been able to pick themselves up into number 9, pretty much cementing a position. Wolves Kaibao going to be there as well, another one of those players who's impressed when it comes to survivability. Xu Sheng, last week's bi-weekly solos finalist, has put themselves into a number 11 spot, had a decent day coming in with a 27.5 day after the back of a really brutal final circle on game number 5.
Yeah.
And players like LXY just inching that. I don't know if they're going to be able to retain their spot. 20.5 is decent because you're able to consistently put a good amount of points on the board, but it isn't really the safest position when you're 2 spaces away from not being able to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the upper half of the table is what I'm really excited to see. I want to see how that looks and who's actually at the top. There's a couple of names here who we haven't seen yet, who I think are going to be having a way higher standing there. Mike, 35 points for himself. You ran 32 points. Even though he got 2 wins, he's actually still in the bottom end, but they do still have an extra couple of games to play. On the other side, our top 3 players are all people who have played all of their games until the bi-weekly. So they are 100% guaranteed. I don't think they could ever get surpassed unless something crazy goes on the one day we have of solos coming up next week. But they are currently locked in at a comfortable possession, Dongqing, Reki, and Dubai. However, Zhang Yu is 0.8 points away from 3rd, and he's still got a day to play. So keep your eye on him. He's probably going to be climbing, I reckon, into 1st, unless he has a bad day. Wang Liang is probably going to be surpassed as well when Spider, Mike, and Yoran already very close towards him, and they still have to play that day as well. I think next day of solos on Thursday, on Thursday next week, is going to actually be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it affects those standings, as we can see the groups that are going to be playing, as you pointed out. It's a little bit different. We have A, C in the trios, and then coming in on the September 22nd, it's going to be A and B for those solos, as we do not have any matches being broadcast tomorrow. It is going to be the 21st. That is the next matchup for Naraka.
Yes, just due to holidays and stuff going on, everybody will not be in the studio tomorrow, so it'll be a longer week next week. 5 days of Naraka for you guys to keep up with. It's going to be a great one. Make sure you join us for that one. We'll have the bi-weekly finals on the weekend as well, which is going to be really, really fun. I believe I'm covering both of them, actually, so wait, I'm doing one with you, aren't I? I am. We're doing all of them together, so it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. Saturday is obviously going to be the solos bi-weekly finals, and then the trios will be on that Sunday. I am very excited to get into that. I think we're gonna have a really, really good couple of days coming up, and this next week is going to be spicy with 5 days of gameplay to go down. Gonna be a crazy one. That's probably the best way to word it, Moxie. It's. We're gonna have a week on our hands. 5 days in Naraka.
Yeah, and I mean, the players too have a little bit more downtime so they can practice Holoroth. And we heard from DAY3 in the interview, he actually said, yeah, when I first loaded into Holoroth, I died to the 40 roller twice, and he adapted a strategy around baiting players into eating the damage or walking into his strikes. And just as these players have been able to adapt these strategies very quickly, the more time that passes, the more strategic the play base around Holoroth's environments are going to be. So I am very much looking forward to next week when we are going to be returning both to the Morris Isle and Holoroth.
Yeah, I'm hoping, you know, as we go on, hopefully we get like 3 and 3, so we get a mixture of everything. We get more time on Holoroth because it's such a cool map. My favorite thing about it is just the amount of interactive stuff within the map. Because, you know, we had like the poison mushrooms and things on Morris Isle. We have obviously like the chandeliers that can stun people, but there's not too many like environmental things. I love the amount of environmental things on this map, and like it keeps the players on the edge of their seats. But you guys, you can now get off the edge of your seats after a day of action, and you can relax. We'll be back next week, remember, starting on Wednesday instead of Thursday, as we're moving tomorrow's matches. So make sure you join us for that. Thank you very much for joining us, guys, and from myself and Moxie, goodbye, and we'll see you next week.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in.